page. You want me to put up this right here?
Yeah, we can do that. We can, because what's gonna happen, Claim? We're gonna pause, we're gonna stop, and we're gonna talk.
Joining us now is a legendary rapper.
Okay, we're gonna pause every so often.
Right.
Okay, just play it straight through, or you got timestamps?
No, you can just play it. Because it's not a long video at all, so we can go through this, and then I'll let you know when I want you to stop it and pause it for a second.
Beautiful.
And then you can pause it whenever you want to say something.
Beautiful. All right, got the plan. Strap in. I hope you guys went to the bathroom, got you something to drink, you got your pen and papers ready, because we're going in.
And film producer who is making headlines not only for his music, but his involvement with policy and politics. Please, everybody, welcome Ice Cube. Hello, sir.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Hey, you.
Yo, what's up? What's up,
happening?
Lisa Ray? How you doing?
I'm great.
Okay, so straight off the bat, we got a whole lot of weed going on here. And a lot of weed we don't need in the black community. We have canceled wigs a long time ago, along with marching, along with Netflix, along with McDonald's. We done canceled all types of stuff. You ladies ain't been keeping up with the news. You understand? And then the Most High canceled 2020 for you to pay attention to us. But you still taking it upon yourself to think for yourself and lean on your own understanding without the Most High's guidance. When anyone's doing anything positive for the community, I don't care who it is. Anybody doing anything to uplift our community must be honored at all times.
Great, thank you.
Good. How's everybody doing?
Blessed.
Good.
And we're also very appreciative of you taking the time to come talk to us here. I know everyone's trying to get a piece of you and talk to you and have you on their platform, so we definitely appreciate that. So thank you. I want to ask you just out the gate how you're doing. You know, how have you been coping with the pandemic, the civil unrest? Black people have always been through trying times, but it's a little extra right now on top of our regular stress.
Getting different.
We got another layer on top. You know, we got 10 on 20 right now. So how are you doing?
I'm doing good. The pandemic, it hit everybody and caught everybody off guard. Thank God for D Nice, who started spinning them records, man, and kept people just, kind of, you kept our sanity, you know what I'm saying? And then the thing with George Floyd happened, which shook everybody to our core. You know, when you hear a man, scream for his mama, I think everybody in the world felt that. So, everything switched reels for me. And I just been on this quest trying to get us true equality, not just equality on, social issues, but economic equality, which is, just as important.
Well, let's just.
Okay, now, that's the foundation now. That's the space that he came from. He stopped. Well, he continued his I think he got a basketball league. Three, what, correct me if I'm wrong, brother. Is that right? Basketball league? He got the three what?
I know it's a 3-on-3. It's a 3-on-3 league.
That's what it is. The 3-on-3 basketball league. He continued that operation, but then directed all of his focus to that. Look at their faces. Now, if I was a psychologist, you're not supposed to do this when you react to what he just said. If I'm not mistaken, your mouth ain't supposed to be perched like that whenever you hear something so deep as what he just said. That's his foundation.
Right. You see the looks?
How you disappointed in that? The foundation already.
We not gonna base our arguments off of their looks, but it just tells a grand story without even opening their mouth.
Look at all of them. Look at all of them. None of them are that. None of them are that. Now, all of them recognize. All four of those ladies recognize the camera was on.
Yeah.
So they're trying to look a certain way. At the same time, they don't even understand how they looking ridiculous, especially the whole interview itself. I know y'all only 1 minute. I know y'all only like 2 minutes in on the video. Are y'all playing the video back, or are y'all just talking about it all together?
We're gonna break down the whole video, and we're gonna stop it, and we're gonna comment, and we're gonna voice our understanding and opinion.
Yeah, because from the jump, the body language was trying to adjust into a way, in my opinion, because
telling the audience to disregard his foundation. That's what they're
doing. So kind of like before they went live, they had a back check before they sent him the link. You know what I'm saying? So they got a preconceived argument already of something he didn't even say. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Jump right in.
They're making up an argument
because
you see how she just swept that to the side. The whole foundation. You're supposed to acknowledge what the man said. They are TV people. They understand TV very well.
Right.
You understand? So you're supposed to acknowledge that, man. That's a strong foundation. We're proud of you. Keep it going. Keep it pushing. You're the positive brother. You're strong, positive brother.
Those are actually singers. They not. See, they ain't got. They want to be like Oprah. So they want to be like Lisa, Wendy Williams and Oprah Winfrey and people of sort. You know, but those folks are journalists in their right. Because, like you say, when your guests say a certain thing, you elaborate on it. You don't just throw it to the side.
You just go straight into the next thing.
Can you fix your mic, bro? Because
you got a problem.
You get this high pitch going, and I'm pretty sure the people in the audience are gonna be like, "Damn."
What about now?
Yeah, it's still going, bro. It's like you got a microphone or something close by your phone or something.
I'm using a system. Hold on a second.
It sounds like you're next to a vacuum.
A vacuum? Oh, I don't know why it sounds like that over there. How about now?
Oh, yeah.
It's still there. Humming.
Yeah, it's a humming sound. Like
Get it, microphone.
Well, yeah, you the sound man, bro. Stop it. So what DJ Black was telling y'all is that they actors and actresses, so they depend on other people to handle the sound and the flow of things. So they're not used to TV discussions or just natural discussions, wherein you're supposed to acknowledge what the person says before moving on. You don't just sweep it away and then say, well, we're just going to jump right in. Well, you're supposed to say, yeah, the strong black brother, and then throw a couple fists up, you understand? Or give, virtual hugs and COVID daps and stuff.
How about now? Is it better?
That's absolutely great, DJ Charm. Absolutely.
Fantastic. I'm glad you acknowledged that, yes, Shaw. Now, what was you saying, Black?
I was so like I was saying they have a preconceived from the top. See, this first 2 minutes let you know that they had a back chat. They already had a conversation already. With making up their mind on what they think Ice Cube said, or what they wanted Ice Cube to have said, and the interview is kind of, you'll see as we go on, you're gonna see like sister like Selena Johnson want to come to his defense, you know what I'm saying? But she pretty much outnumbered too, you know what I'm saying? So she got to fall in line with her sisters. But the thing is, how I feel about this, and people can say whatever, but I feel like these people are kind of feminists. These ladies are, in they projection.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You definitely have to put that tag on them because you don't separate yourself from the people.
Right.
I mean, when you do that, that means that you have a specific agenda, whatever that might be, that's not cohesive with we as a people. You trying to do some slick shit, or you want some shit to go on that's gonna benefit you, not we as a people, we as a whole collective, men and women and babies, right, and elders and orphans, right? Like we trying to bring it. I'm pretty sure that contract is dealing with all of those above, and not leaving out women specifically, just because you didn't see contract for black women, right?
Right.
It's not about black women because black women are a part of black people.
It's about the black family.
And I don't even like that term black. And, and both of my brothers know I don't even use this term. But right now, it's very important that I got to stick to the narrative because you won't understand. You would think that I'm on some bashing stuff, and it's not about that. Because I understand who we are, I just can't stand the title. I don't knock who we are, I just hate the titles, right? And that's a whole other argument. But right
and
now,
the energy
this,
as
right?
well.
We're gonna deal with this. Go ahead, my bad.
The energy associated with the titles. So now, as we were saying, you can't just sweep that under the rug and just keep it moving. So I'm going to acknowledge what both of you said before we move on. So Black said that they from his watching it, if you saw this particular video, is that what you said? Oh yeah, yes you did. Of course you did.
Yeah. That's why I said I was gonna go watch it. Then I was gonna join y'all on live. And as I watched it, so I was trying to get them the benefit of the doubt, see if they was actually trying to be naive towards politics, like trying to be some ditzy chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't got much brains at all. Or if they, if they knew what they was talking about. Both way, you know what I'm saying? In both instances, I was wrong because they didn't know what they was talking about. And two, they weren't ditzy at all. You know what I'm saying? They was actually picking the side. You know what I'm saying? Choosing the side. And the side they was choosing, although they weren't trying to say that they was siding with Joe Biden, they damn sure weren't siding with Ice Cube and his meeting with President Trump.
Administration.
With administration.
Let me say this, right? Now, I know it's been years and years of the propaganda and the hate push on Trump, right? Because of his support for his people, right? And certain groups that what we consider and what we know from the foundation to be racist, especially towards us, right? But this is the kicker, though. All those propaganda news clippings, the fact that all of the media station news channels teamed up against President Trump, it says a few things to me, and that's this: the Democrats had a whole hand in that, a whole two hands in that. I'm gonna just keep it real. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they were getting affected and getting hit with the taxes, right? And they didn't like that shit, and they still don't like it. This is why Biden is mad at this man. But how are you mad at this man for the tax breaks that he got? Because he figured out the loophole that you came up with, and your silly ass couldn't figure it out for yourself, and you came up with the goddamn plan.
I'm saying, we talked about that on the source. We talked about that on the source, wherein that boy Bezos, I think he paid $0. He didn't even pay $1.
See?
On his taxes. And he is a trillionaire. You better stop it.
See, all you got to do, like you said, build a few apartment buildings or hotels, and boom, there it is.
And have those charities too. So when, put it like this: when you look at those Anglo-Saxon church, these evangelical churches and stuff like that, it ain't no reason why that those trillionaires, they got seats. They got their seats with their names on it in these Lutheran churches and stuff. You talking about the propaganda in the black churches? Oh, these folks really giving money to their church because they know they can write it off.
They can write it off. So you wonder why they church have more power than the black church, and why we don't have this same, because we won't even join in with none of the programs. You know what I'm saying? And to even look at Ice Cube's plan before before they even, because I guarantee you, we looking at famous people who judge Ice Cube. Just imagine the people that's not famous that agree with these sisters. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
About their fans now, DJ Charm, and that's the problem, right? That's the problem right there. That's just like, you know what I'm saying, when we was coming up, and when you was coming up, how just on the strength that our family started to say, you know, vote Democrat, vote Democrat. Our parents that was before us was voting Democrat. So what we do? We follow the same shit because
we thought that was the way.
The ones that we listen to. So now we don't have so many of our elders so much being into politics like how we're getting into it now. So now in this generation now, they have to deal with people like Lisa Ray, entertainers like P. Diddy. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to push this. So in T.I., people like Killer Mike, all these people that's trying to push, choosing a side instead of standing on our own 10 toes. We becoming a side, right? Our whole nation becoming one side, one so-called party. Because once that take place, now either they listen or we take it. Because now we together. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna go into the next question, and then we're gonna pause it after that question and react.
I have been, looking at some of the bites from your interview. You did an interview with Roland Martin, which helped me, I want to say, because I will say that when I first heard that you were supporting Trump, I was like, wait a minute, what? Hold on, because you my boy. So I was like, I got a personal insight. I'm going to call him directly.
I didn't say I was supporting Trump. So
allegedly, right. That's what I heard. That's what the bite, the sound bite. That's
now pause it right there real quick.
And I watched that interview.
Now what I want you to do is, I want you to go back a couple of seconds, right? Couple of seconds to right before she said, you support Trump. Watch the faces on these sisters. When he says he don't support, continue to watch the faces on these sisters. And then I want to chime in on the fact that they're going off a narrative that's being pushed by a whole nother nation of people.
Okay.
You never once said that he was a Trump supporter. Never once. And no interview or nothing. If you go back into his music, he got a song
banging on Trump. Yeah.
Stop playing.
That's right. I always thought. You know what I always thought? That Trump didn't meet him for that particular reason. That he banged on Trump 25 years ago, 30 years ago, and so that's why Trump didn't meet with him personally. So that's just always been in the back of my mind, because Trump is willing to meet damn near anybody in the black community. You know what I'm saying? He met with all the families of the recent atrocities and the recent murders, Breonna Taylor family, and a whole list of all the famous murders that happened by the cops. He met with every last one of their families except for George Floyd. They didn't want to meet with him. So, and he made a form of amends with them. You understand? So you call that a publicity stunt if you want to. Actions speak louder than words, bro. Let me watch their faces. Everybody in the audience pay close attention to their faces whenever he says, I didn't support Trump.
I will say that when I first heard that you were supporting Trump, I was like, wait a minute, what? Hold on, because you my boy. So I was like, I got a personal insight. I'm going to call him directly.
All that body language.
So
allegedly, right. That's what I heard. That's what the bite.
Look, she's crossing her arms. She done lean back. Like there's no trust here. You see? If I was a psychologist, I would say they don't trust.
Like Vivica Fox, like this nigga, yeah, right, nigga.
Yeah, right, face. Her lips are still down. She mad. She can't wait to get in here.
She can't wait to go in. That's that look. She can't wait.
Her whole vibe is that.
And she about to cross her arms. Let me see if that really happened.
Yeah.
Oh, she did, but she leaned back forward. Okay, so she don't want to make it too obvious that she hates. Right. Okay, and she ain't making no reaction at all. She understands psychology very well. She keeping herself cool, calm, and collected. The 3 C's. That's it. That's an important part of psychology. At all times, you got to be cool, calm, and collected. This is how you control your temperament. Whenever you're in a situation where you need to control your temperament.
Oh, that's why people got to do their research. And I watched that interview, and I heard you break it down.
She got to do her.
Why you were involved, why you met.
Repeat that.
I said she gonna talk about that's why people got to do their research. She got to do her research. She just accused this man, and then gonna talk about that's why people got to do their research. Why you accuse this man live on TV, and then say that's why people got to do their research. See, that's the type of stuff right there don't be making nobody sense to me. When they make errors like that. That's why people got to do their research. No, Ken Sherlock, well, you should have did your research.
Right. Oh, Lord. Why you slapping like that, man? Listen, we gonna keep this as high as respectful as we possibly can. Don't just go around backhanding people like Bernie Mac walking through the train station. You feel me? Don't do that.
She should, but it's obvious she should have did her research before she made that statement, and then gonna talk about that's why people got to do their research. Listen to the rest of what she say after that.
Right.
Okay.
With both sides, and when you got involved, which was not just recently, and so. When I said, what contract was he talking about, this contract of Black America? Like, what is that? Where did it come from? I did not know. So when I think of things that I don't know, I automatically assume that a whole lot of people out there don't know. So I would want you to educate me as well. So what did make you go to the administration and speak with them?
Well, what happened was, it was a lot of yelling, a lot of people upset, a lot of reforms being put on the table during George Floyd, but I was looking around for a document that really was speaking on what's the needs in the community and what do we need across the board, not just from government, but from the private sector too. Because there's a lot of companies that are involved in our pain, and they got to pay up too. They owe us reparations as well in some shape or form. So it was nothing. I was looking around. I'm like, damn, where is the document? Where is the ask? What are we asking for as a people across the board that deals with not only police brutality, but all our needs? So I started working on it myself with, some smart people I know. We end up getting, economists involved. People like Derek Hamilton, we started to go and just find the smartest minds to help try to put a document together so we can actually have something to say, damn, all this is things we need. This is so anybody Black could look at our document and say.
All right. So you hear what he said right there? For it was on the other channel on SVDL, it was a statement made. We got to do this stuff ourselves. The man said before he went to anybody, he hit up with our experts in our own community to put this stuff together. So this is us doing it, other than us going to somebody asking for a handout. That's why I say it's an art to listen. He already put he got a team. He ain't even say the door closed on the team either.
Now check
he
this
just
out.
saying he want experts from everywhere to add on to it.
Paperwork reads a whole nother message outside of what they talking about having our hands out or asking for something, right?
Right.
When you present a plan, You're demanding change.
Right.
That's not a ask anything. Even though the phrase was used, understand the tactics and understand the game that's being played. You feel what I'm saying? When you come collective, right? Not just Yashar, but I come with the whole tank. You know what I'm saying? Backed by a few other brothers that like what we bring to the table. So now it's a collective thing. It's not a Yashar plan, right? This is why you know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, bro, this is crazy how these people are attacking this brother, and it's our sisters. Now just wait.
Right. And he made sure that
ahead of myself, family, and I apologize, but just continue to watch if you ain't watched it already.
And he fight for them, Yashar.
Right.
All four of those sisters, he fight for them to have a position, for them to get a fair check in the business and all that. So he already fight for them outside of him even doing this part. You know what I'm saying? He give them the roles in his movies and all that shit.
Absolutely.
He makes sure that they get the roles in his movies. You know, and he fight tooth and nail with the Hollywood so that these sisters can get a fair shot. Man, look how big Regina King is now. From the time they tried to out her out, for even Chris Tucker, you know what I'm saying? A nigga that come from nightclubs to Mike Epps to a whole lot of, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace. To Thelma, I forget her real name.
Even Pops.
Her.
Rest in peace, Pops.
Yeah, even Pops. He gave him new life. He giving the community new life. So I'm pretty sure his plan is not to ostracize nobody, from old people to little children. All black. It's for black folk. You know? And then niggas want to talk about him wearing the beard and the head wrap or whatever. It's wartime. How you supposed to
right. People don't realize that part. Now listen. We got a special guest. Let me invite the special guest to the show. The Honorable Noble Orthodox. No, he's in the building. So
Anton Lee. I forget how you say his name.
You can interrupt us anytime you like. You understand? To add your eloquence to the bill.
Man, when I'm agreeing, I can't interrupt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When I'm agreeing, I can't interrupt.
They already talking just right, man.
Yeah, you know.
For us to cut in. I'm just letting them wrap it out. You feel me? But go ahead, Yashar.
No, I was just saying shalom to Aki Moore. Let's get it. Let's finish. Let's get it in.
Yeah, you can finish them on out. But I just wanted to state that point that it is us that's doing it, not a looking for a handout, waiting for the government to put together a team. You know what I'm saying? He's saying he come with not just a contract. He come with a team. And the team still can be assembled.
Y'all, both of you made great points. Demand is completely different from a beg, because a demand comes with a backup plan, a plan B, should you not accept plan A. And plan A is diplomatic. And plan B, it don't go so well for you. So as far as you talking about, he been fighting for black people his whole life. Oh God, I concur. He was only 17 when he was in the NWA and the rest of them groups that he was in before NWA. And
a child.
You feel me? A little you know what I'm saying? Now before that, what was he doing? Protecting the hood.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we publicly apologize for as often as we can to the vets of the American military, whenever they wasted their whole life fighting for fighting people that ain't never did nothing to us, never. But you had that whole time y'all was gone overseas, living like rock stars, there was a whole war going on in America that you could have been helping us with. And the gangs had to damn become their own security.
Mm-hmm.
So don't miss me. Vets of the United States military, you don't have to miss me with your discontent with gangs. You got to. You got no choice. You can't beat us. You should join us.
Yeah. Support this. Support, you know, some of the things that we have. Now, I'm not a politician, and I shouldn't be the one to have to put this thing together. We've had politicians in place for a long time, and they haven't come up with something like this. So I was surprised, but that didn't stop me. And we put that together July 1st, and we revamped it about, let me get the timeline here. We revamped it July 19th. And from then, people wanted to interview me about it. So I went on just promoting the contract with Black America, you know, hoping to be contacted by any of the politicians saying, yo, this is a great idea. Everybody that I would show would say, oh, these are great ideas. This is common sense. This is things that should be in place already, but they're not. So I was just kind of saying, okay, we're going to
initiative.
Yeah, starting an initiative, and I'll make a long story short. I was just going up, basically saying, okay, we're going to go after the private sector. We're going to go after the banks. We're going to go after Hollywood. We're going to go after the people that we know got their hands in the cookie jar. You know what I mean? So then we started to get contacted from, the Democrats on September 8th. And then we started talking to them. Mm-hmm. Then we got contacted by the Republicans. So that's when the ball started rolling then. So it's not just like I just jumped into anything. I mean, I just did the contract and then people started to contact me, not the other way around. I was hoping the Democrats would be all over me.
Okay, let me read this carefully because this is a good idea to put this disclaimer for his contract with Black America. This contract with Black America was designed to start the hard conversations. It was made to be perfected and debated. So please add comments and suggestions so we can create a better contract with America that will help create a better and more perfect union. And see, that's all inclusive because whatever benefits Black America benefits the whole entire union of the United States of America. So it's not to be misconstrued that these ladies critiquing Cube is perfectly fine. We understand that. But when you conclude before you even start and figure out you ain't even done your homework, don't even know that he hasn't publicly endorsed Trump, and then you accuse him of endorsing Trump publicly, and then you tell people to do their homework, don't see what you need to do. Sit back, sit down, read, watch the videos. I guarantee you not one of these ladies read the contract with Black America, not even the full-page version. It's a 22-page document, but he got some highlights in 4 pages. I read the entire thing word for word. That's why I can't say nothing about it at all. And he precedes the Harvest Freedom Act. So how? I would never. Who would do that? He's trying to do something positive. And he's going to be successful.
But, you know, that wasn't the case. And I understand. It wasn't like I was throwing a fit. I just was like, okay, we're going at the private sector. And then the Republicans contacted me. And to me, if you're speaking for Black people, you should speak to whoever is in power or about to be in power.
And I think you had a statistic.
Okay, let's go in on that segment there. Because that's a good idea to think about the private sector because they are the ones who are really perpetrating and continuing the affliction against the children of Israel that we know these people by, and none of them know who they are. So that's that part. Now we could do that, but it'll take too long. So America has already assumed the debt by acting like they freed us, then took the whole Reconstruction era time to reconstruct the laws to make everything black illegal, other than stating in the law that if you have black skin, you are a criminal. I'm talking about they literally put anything that black people do in their laws and made it illegal. And this is why you see mass incarceration. This is why you see marginalization everywhere with these gatekeepers, white gatekeepers everywhere at the bank, blocking you from any form of loan. At SBA lady came out to me at the Chinese restaurant down here 25 years ago and said, listen here, tell me about your plan. Tell you about my plan? Bruh, I said, look at it. And she walked off. You either, listen, are you gonna let me go through the process of getting a loan or not? I'm not finna tell you my whole plan so that you could reach out to your contacts and do what I'm doing. Why? Because at the age of 18, I don't know how to protect my plan with copyrights and do all the background so that it cannot be stolen. That's why you ain't heard nobody steal my new song, because I did all that first, up front. Went and did my publishing first. See what I'm saying? Now, everybody go in on this segment before we move to the next
one. Play it back one more time, that little piece.
Just that tiny part at the end.
Yeah. Just it's like 6 minutes.
The ball started rolling then. So it's not just like I just jumped into anything. I mean, I just did the contract and then people started to contact me, not the other way around. I was hoping the Democrats would be all over me. But, you know, that wasn't the case. And I understand it wasn't like I was throwing a fit. I just was like, okay, we're going at the private sector. And then the Republicans contacted me. And to me, if you're speaking for black people, you should speak to whoever is in power or about to be in power.
And I think you had a statistic. And you
right. All right. So right. So like, so it's like how the Bible say, slave obeyed the master, right? You got to recognize who the master is. You know what I'm saying? And you got to recognize where their power is, other than us just trying to buck and make a false reality. You know what I'm saying? The real reality is Donald Trump, the president, Joe Biden gonna be the president. If neither one of them is gonna be another white person, it's just gonna be that way, a Republican or a Democrat. That's just how our reality is. So to say that, okay, if these are people that's in power, when you got locally, you go to the police, you know what I'm saying? Because the police got more power over the crook. You know what I'm saying? And then you would go to the mayor because the mayor got more power over the police. Then you would go to the governor because the governor got more power over the mayor. And then you would go to the president because, all the chain of command. So you got to just recognize, you can't push up on nobody's block and set up shop. You know what I'm saying? You have to go make sure that you can go set up shop. You think, folks think we can just pull a rabbit out the hat because we got a bunch of millionaires and billionaires in the black community to say that we could just open up shop anywhere. We could open up a school anywhere. We could open up grocery stores anywhere, and that's just not reality. We got to go through all kind of red tape with FDA and all kind of other kind of stuff dealing with agriculture, economics, education, and all that old stuff. We can't just, so you got to deal whatever soil we on. We got to see what the government got to say about it. See if we ain't doing something that's gonna plummet the government and part of the plan. But the thing is, you know, you have to talk to the person in power, because 9 times out of 10, if you trying to set up shop and you ain't holler at the nigga who run the block, he finna shut. You know what I'm saying? They gonna send all kind of police, all kind of firepower down on you. Shut your shit down. So why make a careless mistake on just trying to start some stuff? And then we always talk about white people taking our ideas and making it their own. You know, well, that's cause you ain't deal with it properly. Like you say, Claim, when you started to understand how to do a song, you started dealing with it properly. So that way, you know, when you deal with the people that's in power, that's responsible for paying folk, responsible for history, saying that you own this stuff throughout history for the next 100 years or whatever, you know, you have to deal with those folks. You just can't say, well, I own this for the next 100 years, but you ain't dealt with these folks. And then somebody come along within that 100 years and copyright your stuff.
The homeless. We got a homeless problem in America. America's solution for the homeless is to take them to FEMA camps and kill all the homeless people. And there's been a few homeless people who have escaped and reported on that. I don't see those videos up nowhere. I saw them firsthand where they were crying and said, people in there are getting killed. So I just sit outside and get back in the street and just live on the street in the rain. You understand? A lot of those folks
don't have folk to care for them. That's why. I mean, that's how they can just make decisions like that, because a lot of those people don't have people to care for them. You know. And
that's why. So what I'm saying is that that's their solution. Is just kill everybody that can't take care of themselves. But a black person solution or a empathetic person solution, in any race, will say, well, there's millions. Okay, let's say in one community, there's probably 50, 60,000 abandoned properties that nobody pays taxes for. They have abandoned. They don't care for the property. They don't keep it up. And that particular house in every neighborhood turns into the smokehouse for the little kids in the neighborhood. And they just have willy-nilly sex in that house and have parties and stuff. So, or a drug addict, vagrant, will move into the house and make it their own house and just sneak around and just never get caught in the house. Now, instead of allowing that to happen, all people need to do is them claim the abandoned property, just like you could claim an abandoned vehicle. Just like mines can be abandoned and people can come around and say, well, whose mine is this? Nobody answers. And then you say, well, this is my mine now. And then you put the proper paperwork in and then you make it your own. But people don't understand that the solution for America's solution is barbaric and old-timey. You see what I'm saying? They rounded up all the homeless people, put them in a FEMA camp, and started bodying them. So we're saying that because when a black man comes along and makes a plan for Black America, and the Democrats, being America, brush them off. It's meaningless. Whether that incites, you literally inciting a riot is what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? The Democrats are inciting a riot. So he had to go to the Trump administration because they reached out to him and they took his plan seriously. They haven't changed it, their plan, the platinum plan, but still, it's possible. Now, I'm Johnny Come-Lately, Harvest Freedom Act, and the Black Folk Plan has been in play for a long time. So I'm under the umbrella of the Black Folk Plan. You see? So now the blackfolkplan.org will tell you exactly what to do and when to do it. And they move strictly by executive order, meaning the Trump, the president, whoever the president is at the time, can sign off a piece of paper proving that the pen is mightier than the sword. And then that is put into action, and then that's when our infrastructure kicks in with our 600 plus organizations, and we mobilize the reparations plan. See what I'm saying? So I've been trying to link up with Cube since the plan with Black America came out. So he didn't want to respond, so I started the Harvest Freedom Act and published it on blackredeem.me or blackredeem.com. Now, I am perfectly aware of my nationality, but I need sleep Black people to get involved, especially the youth, because the youth control the parents, and the parents control the politicians, and the politicians control the police. So everybody's doing it backwards, trying to go to the police and say, hey, stop shooting us in the face. Okay, boom. That's one less voice telling us to stop shooting us in the face. That's how they do all these new age rappers that come out complaining about the police. They wake up dead. Anybody else want to go on in that little segment right there?
You could keep going.
Said something about there has been 7,000 Black people elected, and you felt like in offices for us, and you felt like they ain't made a change. We've not come far at all with 7,000 of us in there. What are we going to do? Who is going to take this and say, okay, I'll be in the front line of this, and then get in the front line and have everybody come on board with you? Because let's be honest, you are Ice Cube and you do have a huge platform. So I would say that for me to know that you've been using your platform to be able to have an initiative like that, I think it's worth you doing the interviews that you're doing and letting everybody know and hear your voice on.
I just want to jump in and say, I just don't think it's that fair to the 7,000 Black elected officials that have been in office.
Right, to say that they've done nothing. Right?
Yeah, because I think that is, I think that's a slippery slope.
Oh, the energy done changed.
What have they done? What policies have passed to put us in a different bracket? None. What policies, right? Besides, you have certain states that's ran by Black politicians, and they get a little piece of the pie. But everybody else, everywhere else, don't get shit. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, let's keep it a buck too. You know what I'm saying? Not to cut you, but let's keep it a buck. You feel me? Like these like the people who are the head of like the Congressional Black Caucus, right? Like the anti-vaccines on down, right? They co-signed and endorsed the 94 crime bill. They had like a full-on press conference saying how bad we needed this in our neighborhoods and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. Like they literally asked for the 94 crime bill. You feel what I'm saying?
The Democrats did
that. And she haven't been in our community for a very long time, bro. She haven't lived in our community for a very, very long time. But she know what we need in our community. Because she is Maxine Waters, as they call her, auntie. Like, yeah, that's the wickedness and the twisted foolishness, man, that got us where we are right now. in this political fight, because we don't understand and we don't see it because of the propaganda that's being pushed. Like before, you know, we really start looking into things as a whole, like people like you and me that don't really have a voice like that, but because we have YouTube now, because you know we have certain platforms now, certain people actually can hear us. Like this thing. Oh, I'm sorry, my background. Go ahead, Art.
But nah, so here's like, why are they offended that somebody is unhappy with the substandard job that Congress people and the legislative people have been doing in our so-called name and whatnot, right? And it's trying to do something to rectify the situation.
Well, the answer to your question is that they are convinced by the media army, the Jewisher media army, that the German man, Trump, is a racist and a modern day Hitler, and the Democrats, which young Pharaoh properly teaches the etymology of that demo means demon, and krat means, and krasid means governing. So it's literally demonic governing. So they're convinced that demonic governing is the proper way to progression, which is a branch of eugenics. They're convinced of that by way of the media army that's propagated by the Jewishers, who wish that they were Jews and are not.
Hold on, real quick. They are the media army that's propagated by the Jewishers, though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Got to be. Now, I mean, with this type of display of disdain for support, Lisa Ray just attempted to support bro, and she instantly got banged on. 7,000 black politicians ain't done a lick of nothing. You think we don't feel that in the poor community, you rich lady?
And you know what Claim is saying is a fact, because she's going to confirm that she's a person that's not in our community as well. I'm talking about Claudia Jordan, who just made that statement. You're going to hear it come out of her own mouth who she worked with. And then while she's attacking Ak, watch what she say. The shit is like, it's like hypocritical. But then she gonna have the audacity to damn near close her show as if he ain't looking out for our own people.
Whoa! At the end, wow.
I'm gonna let you go ahead. Go ahead, do your thing.
Real quick. Like, so, and Ice Cube, he ain't just nobody, right? Like, so, particularly on the West Coast, like my man been seeing a level of police brutality, right, for a long time, right? You know what I'm saying? Like his music that he made back when he was younger is just as relevant today as it was when it came out, when it first came out. You feel me? And ain't none of the politicians changed none of that. You feel what I'm saying? So he has every right to be like, okay, let me go do something right quick. Let me go link it with my people and go do something right quick.
And let's just be real. Let's keep it all the way funky, because we gotta make the pitch. You have to see the big picture, right? So this is where this secret meeting came in, where they talked to these producers. This is why you see conscious rap disappear instantly, because now they have an agenda to fill up these private jails. And if they don't fill them up, then the states or the cities or both got to pay these private owners that's not filling up their jails, because this is in their contract. Now, mind you, how are they going to be able to do this? Through the music, right? So when you hear these Democrats, demon-crats, right? When you hear these individuals trying to destroy people like Tupac, now remember, he had a political individual that was fighting against him, and it was a Democratic woman. And what was she a woman of so-called color? Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Right. But in the same breath, it's why would she trying to attack him? Because at that time, it wasn't about gangster rap. It wasn't about, you know what I'm saying, live and die in California. It wasn't about that. It was about Brenda got a baby. Wonder why we call you bitch. You see what I'm saying? And these women are showing a perfect example of why we disrespect our sisters, because they go against the righteous brothers that's trying to make change for us as an entire people. But then, oh, well, why are you disrespecting the sisters? It's not that we disrespecting the sisters. We calling them for what it is. Why are they disrespecting our brothers? That should be the question. You should be questioning them, asking them, why are they fighting against our brother when he's fighting for us? Why are they doing the white man's job?
Well, that's heavy. That's heavy. Going back to Moore's point about them clearly displaying the media army's tactics. This is obvious to intelligent people. And so I had the same feeling. And when I have feelings, I'm talking about evidenced conclusion that caused an emotional reaction, an adverse emotional reaction of righteous indignation. I had that same righteous indignation against Ebro. Ebro banged on Cube the whole 40 minutes that he was on the show. And then Rosenberg backed up Ebro. Now, but who was backing up who? I couldn't tell.
They white.
Was Ebro backing up Rosenberg? Or was Rosenberg backing up Ebro? I couldn't tell. I said, man, does Rosenberg family own Hot 97? And he just wanted a little gig at the radio station, and to monitor the initiatives that are launched from that station. I couldn't figure it out. That's why I ain't did a show on it yet. And I ain't got time to look it up neither, nigga. Because I got my bros looking it up for me. So this landed on his desk, the Commander General Yashar. And he came and said, hey, listen, we need to go live right now. I said, well, it's the International Day of Rest, bro. I'm sleep. I went directly to sleep. But as soon as, because I'm already woke. So as soon as I woke back up, we went live. Anybody else in this segment? Keep it moving.
To walk down, because as we saw with
a lot of progress has been made.
It's not as simple as you get elected and bam, you can make all these changes one man.
Right.
I never said that 7,000 people, black people, have never did anything. I said that since the 60s, there's been over 7,000 black politicians elected in prominent positions. And our situation, you know, as far as the wealth gap hasn't changed. We flatlined from the 60s to now. We have not gained or closed the wealth gap. So that's the major problem. I understand we got a lot of people, you know, working hard for progress, that the facts are it hasn't happened in the traditional way. So that's why I want to break the mold.
So,
okay, see, Ice Cube is a spy. He is undercover as a broke man and speaking for broke people. He perfectly understands that the wealth gap must be closed. And since the 60s, it ain't budged. As a matter of fact, it has gotten worse. He realizes that and feels empathy towards broke people. This man is uber rich. He don't even release how much money he make. He probably do, but they can estimate it on Google. They can estimate how much he's worth, his net worth. Now, somebody that rich don't got no business speaking for broke people, but he took it upon himself to have to. Why should he have to go to war with our own princesses in our own community, with our own skin complexion, with our own similar experiences as youths? I understand they ain't never had no dealings with the police that caused Ice Cube to have permanent righteous indignation towards the police. I understand that. But you rich ladies need to understand that. That's what I don't get. That's what's mind-boggling about all this. Exactly what Yashar said. Who's saying something?
Hey, Clay, real quick. So Ice Cube net worth is 160 million, right? And in contrast, Vivica Fox is only worth 4 million.
She mad.
That's why she mad, bro. So check this out. He got more money than all them broads put together, right? Multiple times over. Right. And they're trying to talk down on it. Like, nah, that's when you listen. Like when the big homie come through with the wad, like, you're like, how'd you get that wad? Man, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm talking about, you supposed to be like, we got your back, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Particularly when the big homie's like, yeah, I got a plan to get everybody paid. Like, what's good?
Yeah. Now we talking about the money, the bag. Oh, now you don't want, okay. T.I. said this yesterday at his listening party, or whenever it came out with his new album. He said, nah, man, this is just that the rap game feels like anybody can come to the arena and play against Jordan, and anybody from the audience can buy a ticket into the arena, watch the game, then after the game, anybody out the audience can come down and play against Jordan and win some money if they beat Jordan. No, man. It's not like that at all. The playing field is just different now. You got to get with the times. That's why he's successful with that new album is Fire. So same here with this particular situation, they are insensitive to brokenness. They feel like they did what they did to get to that level, and the Israelite community got a particular understanding of what you had to do to get to that level. So you feel some type of way because you did what you did with Rosenberg, and then now you rich because of that. And we got to go, broke people got to go through that same shit to get to your level. Come on, man. Who are you talking to? Not me. Couldn't be me. No, not me. Anybody else?
I just want to say, first of all, there's this whole cancel culture that we have. First of all, ain't nobody canceling no damn Ice Cube. Let me just say that first, not the gate. This is NWA.
Thank you.
He was the first to say fuck the police, so go sit down. Nobody's.
Hold on. She told them to sit down. Hold on. He done sat up. He done sat up. Now, if I was a psychologist, he was like, oh, I got another one that got my back. Lisa Ray and this lovely lady, what's her name? Cena Johnson, got his back. You understand?
Selena Johnson. Okay.
And so what we know is that he done been fighting for the community forever. I'm talking about from the beginning of his life. He already was born and said, and instead of crying, he said, "You stupid ass nurse, Get your hands off of me. You see what I'm saying? So how in the world can you fix your face in a derogatory manner? See, she mad at black men in general because 50 Cent. I went there.
Vivica Fox.
50 Cent.
Mm-hmm.
50 Cent ruined her. And she hates all black men.
Dog, then some kind of all of them fit because they went towards they all married somebody for the wrong reason, and they all got dumped. All four of them, you know, all four of them. When you look at their history, so they all of them got, you know what I'm saying. Not only that, Hollywood really ain't trying to deal with them as far as putting them in no movies and, you know what I'm saying, give them no record deals and stuff like that. So this kind of, like when you see them people doing this stuff like this, this be the last result kind of shit. And other than them fucking with Ice Cube on, see Selena Johnson, she being politically correct because she know she can get some work fucking Ice Cube. I didn't dish. Yeah. Now, Vivica Fox, Lisa Ray, and Claudia, no, y'all done, y'all did, y'all, you know, and they can act like they don't need no Ice Cube, but yes, you do. Cause Tyler Perry don't want you kind. Straight up, Tyler Perry don't want you.
Yeah, and it's a damn shame that we only have one humongous. He's the new Hollywood. Tyler Perry's the new Hollywood. So it's a damn shame that we just only got one person in the community that got that type of power to give
we had $1 million
roles.
We had a few. You got Tyler Perry, Ice Cube, John Singleton, rest in peace. You know what I'm saying? And Spike Lee. You know, we had a few, and before that, you know, we had Marvin Van Peebles and Melvin Van Peebles. You know, who actually got his start from, guess who? Bill Cosby. Yeah.
Right, so, but those are individuals. That's not an industry. You know what I'm saying? Like from
that's exactly
right.
Going with it next.
Well, Tyler Perry still ain't got his own industry. He still ain't got his own. See that, and that's what Ice Cube was talking about. You know, like we got to go through Hollywood to release our film. We got to go through Hollywood to open up movie theaters. That's not right. That's not
in the cookie jar. Yep.
Yeah. And that's what Q was talking about. Q was talking about the mechanisms in which this whole wealth gap is maintained. He's like, look, man, since the 60s, our folks who've been in political power, they haven't closed the wealth gap. So we got to change how we're traditionally attacking this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, how long do you got to see this in action before you recognize, okay, it ain't working?
So they're taking it upon themselves to be individuals. You understand? But what? I mean, listen. Before you can speak on community activism and thinking in a communal way in order to uplift the community, you're gonna have to show that in your background. You understand? So in my mind, I don't see that. But once again, I got to do my homework. I'm not going to, because I got stuff to do. But in my mind, I monitor all these rich people, what they doing. I ain't seen no community activism going on with these ladies, except for Lisa Ray. You see what I'm saying? Because she did what she did. She became the queen and got dumped, like you said. Yeah. But I think she got over it because she got Ice Cube back. So she don't hate all black men. Like, Vivica, how you don't hate Ice Cube? You ain't got no dealings with him at all. What dealings do they got?
The only dealings they got is an agreement with Fox Soul, which is not a prominent platform for them. That's the only deal, and they should be trying. They should be trying to meet them halfway. But as the interview go on, you know, you'll see how the audience gonna be able to view how Selena Johnson and Lisa Ray had pretty much tucked their tail.
Side with their sisters,
Claudia and Vivica Fox go.
They had the code up,
yeah,
they had the code up, We understand that, ladies. We know we're not mad at you for coding up with your sisters. We understand that, but the problem is that you got to code up with your brothers too. Anybody doing anything positive,
right?
Code up automatically. I don't give a damn what type of disagreements y'all have in private.
Yo, say that one more time, real slow for the ones that's
listen very carefully, ladies. Possible queens of the future that are only princesses at the moment, because a queen is married to a king. What you must do whenever you hear anything that you dislike about anybody black, you got to immediately and instantly code up. You're supposed to get on code with supporting anybody black doing something positive for the community. I don't care if he was 11 years old. When did you speak out against Tamir Rice, little girls? I mean, excuse me. Let me keep it respectful. When did you speak out about Tamir Rice? 12 years old. He looked like the Incredible Hulk to two white dummies that was exonerated and said they had every right to shoot the young man. I didn't hear you say nothing.
So let me get this right. Fox Soul is supposed to be Fox, the people at Fox, and the soul is supposed to be for black people. So this is Fox Soul.
Find out who owned Black Soul more.
Who owned Fox Soul?
And the top producers, if you could. Because he said that they are acting as Jewisher agents, those who wish that they were Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. They can keep their fan base asleep, but our nationality is known worldwide already. So it's best for you to
Rupert Murdoch.
Okay.
Let's see who Rupert Murdoch is.
So the executive producer is a dude named James Lamont Dubois, or DuBose, or Dubois.
Uh-huh.
He's
that particular show?
Yeah. I'm trying to see what he's affiliated with. Hold on right quick.
Yeah, so I'm looking up. I see where it says the television station division of the Rupert Murdoch family controlled media company is launching a free over-the-top channel on Monday that offers 4 hours of live daily original program aimed at African American audiences.
Mm-hmm.
Fox Soul.
Yeah.
Rupert Murdoch. It's aimed at you. You in the crosshairs.
And they also got my fault.
Certain.
They also got a Fox Noir.
Fox Black.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they already got an agenda already. You know what I'm saying? To be on to paint a certain type of picture. It's like, okay, so if you coming at it like Nick Cannon, then they're gonna be at your neck. If you coming at it like Ice Cube, they're gonna be at your neck. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much, find the niggas that's gonna bow down, or if they don't, you know what I'm saying, go with them.
So this is the pressure that's on these ladies. They have to pick a side, and pick the side of the oppressor in order to keep their job. But come on, man. Fuck your job. For real. And I mean that in all sincerity. If you're gonna...
That's why they should have been linking up with Ice Cube, because they can at least still be working. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is what it is. It's like when Monique fell out with Lee Daniels and Tyler Perry. It's other people you could link up with and still make it happen.
Yeah, rest in hell, Lee Daniels. And who else? Tyler Perry.
Yeah, Lee Daniels died.
Did he?
I don't know why you say rest in. You said
maybe I wanted him to die or something because of how he did Dame Dash or something. I don't know.
I mean, he did them all crazy, making his way to the top.
Yeah, check game. So that the executive producer of that show, James Dubois, before he started his entertainment company in 2006, he was the president of Sean P. Diddy Combs' Bad Boy Television under the Bad Boy World Entertainment.
Who? Dubois under Bad Boy Entertainment?
So the guy who was
he was trained by P. Diddy.
Basically, yeah, he was the president of Sean P. Diddy Combs' Bad Boy TV. Now the cool part is he was a football player before that. So he went from playing football to straight into the entertainment and whatnot at a high level. So like, I'm just saying, like, something just seemed kind of eerie about that.
He's black or white?
He's
brother. He's 50 years old.
He's black.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's see. So what we're talking about is Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, he owned the show. Rupert Murdoch owned it.
And so that's the narrative that they must take all the way down the line.
Yeah. Anybody that's gonna produce anything on that channel, but not don't play with it. Don't play with. But see, I thought that Fox was against Trump and CNN. Let's say Fox was with Trump and CNN was against Trump. Unless I got that mistaken.
So this Fox is like Fox 13 Fox. This isn't like this is like the Fox you can see football games on or whatnot. This isn't like the Fox News Fox.
I know that. I'm saying so. This is a bullshit sub company of Fox. Something that they can just sell, they can just throw to the side.
Right.
Fox sold.
Yeah, just
Fox
something. Just throw it to the side.
Okay.
They're all exactly.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty sad. But I mean, anything black people touch turns into greatness.
The Los Angeles Times got an article that says Murdoch Company launches Fox Soul, a streaming service for black audiences. Will it work? So they are already, and this was January 2020. You know what I'm saying?
So you would assume that they would have a conservative bent to it then. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Will it work?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, let's just play for a second. I'm intrigued now.
That's a yes or no. Will it work? You see what I'm saying? So they having people thinking, no, that won't work. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to start out. Man, come on. The title's supposed to be encouraging. Will it work? All right, I'm going in.
Canceling Ice Cube, and if you are canceling, that's fucking stupid. Second of all, I do think that it is very good that you are taking an initiative to, and I like how you say bipartisan, because that means both parties. This is for both parties. We want both parties to jump onto this. This is not just, this person, that person. We want everybody to grab a hold on to what African-American people need singularly. And I remember we talked about this on Cocktails. Remember, Lisa Ray, when you asked the question before, you were like, well, who's going to do something? Who's going to lead singularly for African-Americans? Now, I do know that there have been tons of initiatives. CDC has initiatives all the time, Congressional Black Caucus, the Nation of Islam, right here, National Agenda. They've had an entire agenda that happened right after the Million Man March. It was presented to, what's the name? The president that was in, what's the name? Clinton. It was presented to
the president name don't matter. It's the president. So that's what people do. People in the black community that give a damn about the black community go to the top diggity dog. That's what Martin Luther King did. Lyndon B. Johnson is a staunch racist. Everybody knows that. except for some of these ladies on this panel here. Super racist. That's when everybody became Democrats. Martin Luther King was a Republican. Everybody knows that in the intelligent community. Everybody in the movement with MLK was Republicans. Everybody knows that in the intelligent community. So when he negotiated a deal with Lyndon B. Johnson and got a pacifier as policy, which was a Civil Rights Act that was already written in 1866 and then repeated in 1969, then now you deserve our vote. That's when everybody became Democrats. All black people became Democrats. Oh, but my mama ain't never fooled. She's 70 years old. She was born in 1950. She was 18 or 19 when MLK got shot in the throat. So she ain't never voted straight ticket. She ain't never became no Democrat. She's an independent. She ain't never became no Republican. Now the independent party has been hijacked by a bunch of racist white people. That's why that man, P. Diddy, started the Black Party. So that we can get our minds together in one collective and determine how to self-determine. Anybody else?
The Clinton administration. So we have tried. There has been trying going on. But one thing I do like about your initiative is that it is singular to Black people. That gap, that wealth gap is a fool, and it does need to be fixed immediately. But here's my question. I watched you on the Black Report the other day, on Friday, and they asked you, hey, Q, what do you think about, when you see the Black man march, and how does that make you feel? And you said something that was really profound that stood out to me. You said, you know what? I wish that Black people and Black men could watch this over again and get back to this, because you said, even myself, we need to get back to this type of unity, this type of connecting. And so my thing is, let's say whoever get in office, it ain't gonna matter. The initiative is set, and then it's like nothing's happening, or something is happening, or whatever, it's there. Now, let's say they give us all the $500 billion that we asked for. Do you honestly think, and I'm not even trying to be funny or trying to catch nobody up or nothing, I'm just asking like a real question. With the state of how our community is already broken, how we already have PTSD, how we already are not connecting already interculturally, the infrastructure of African Americans in general is just jammed up with or without money. Do you think, and what could be the process of, once we get this money, of implementing it properly into our communities and really being able to allocate it where it makes sense and matters, and what's going to be necessary for that to happen?
First of all, before he responds, Ice Cube, sorry for interrupting. But listen very carefully. Smart people don't use the word PTSD anymore. We use Joy DeGruy's term, post-traumatic slave syndrome, which you're clearly under. You understand? Which you're wig on. I understand you initially got Ice Cube's back. That's great. You and Lisa Ray. But I just heard from my great elder that you forsook that support of Ice Cube and defaulted to supporting your sleep sisters, and you went fast asleep by the end of this conversation. So what you need to do is catch a hot dog. Go ahead, Ice Cube.
Well, you know, what I said on the show about the Million Man March was the fact that it was the Million Man March, but it was a day of atonement. It was a day where we were gonna bury the hatchet with each other. It was the day when we were supposed to go back to our neighborhood kind of as new people and try to, you know, make things better.
Right.
And, you know, it just didn't happen the way, you know, we all envisioned it. But that don't mean we can't start. You know, we do need financial help in our communities, but we also gotta make a commitment to ourselves to clean up ourselves. You know, it do start with the person in the mirror. You know, you can't deal with the white man out here until you deal with the white man in there. You see what I mean? So you have to clean up. We have to clean up ourselves. We've been poisoned by this society. We've been poisoned by trying to live like the people who've had us oppressed, and what they are attracted to, we're attracted to. We got to come out of that. We got to be our own people with our own flavor, our own style, our own morals, and we got to flip it. You know, I'm not Mr. Holy. I'm guilty of it too. So it's something we all have to start doing to clean ourselves up. But I think the key is to try to get the money in the hands of people who are doing things, who are trying to be on the right side, the progressive people, the people who are you know, business owners, people who want to own homes, you know, people who want to beautify their homes so it isn't, you know, just gentrified, you know. So it's things where we can get money into responsible people's hands, and hopefully they'll hire the community to teach the community. They'll use the community to hopefully clean the community up, you know. I also think the government has a job too. You know, why you use the armies just to come in and put guns on us and make sure we're not protesting? Why you don't use the armies to come fix fences and roofs and paint walls and do things to beautify the neighborhood? You know, it's like they got to rethink how government works for the people, and they're not going to do it using the same old ways. You're going to have to push them. You're going to have to find pressure points, and you're going to have to use leverage when it's time. You know, everybody
got to make a quick statement though, Q.
Go ahead.
So now, excuse me, Princess Fox. Let's just use the round number of 1 million people at the Million Man March. There had to be over 650,000 women there. So now, I guarantee y'all ain't gonna speak on the Million Man March at all. Y'all not gonna do that. You know why I know you're not gonna do that? Because you don't know nothing about what you're talking about. You're highly eloquent ladies with no information in your brains. The only information that you possess in your brains is how to navigate Hollywood. You know how to get involved in those parties. You see? You know, the politics with the people with the money that's controlling the levers don't pay any attention to that man behind the curtain. Ignore the man behind the curtain. That's what you want us to do. But, you know, smart people got this. So, I mean, there's nothing you can do. You can keep your fan base sound asleep all you want. This week is an emerging development that I am the leader of reparations for North Carolina. I can choose any state that I want. I'm really thinking about dishing out reparations for Florida, just because I'm just attracted to Afro Latinas, and they down there in Florida.
Let me ask you a question, Clay. Now, just observing what's on the screen, right? Is this a sister talking to a brother, or is this a mother talking to her son? Where that she got her hands, where she talking
Body
with her
language. Body language. She talking
right.
to her with her hands. She got a hand on the hip in order to show this type of power. And she is definitely in mother persona.
And did she not cut the brother off in mid swing?
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah. and he lovingly gave her the mic because he said, I understand, you know, I'm on your show, and if you want to be rude and interrupt, go right ahead.
Right.
But what he's doing is showing the smart community and the righteous community and the empathetic community that he right all the way in every shape, form, on every level. That's all he doing. So he just upstaged you right there by allowing you to cut him off. You don't understand that, do you, mother? Princess Fox, listen. Selena just told you to sit down, but you don't seem to get it. We're just gonna allow Cube to school you a little bit, and then the more you get schooled, the more you're gonna get mad, and you're gonna cut the show off. It's only 30 minutes. I'm looking at the time right there. I see it. I know he couldn't get rattled and didn't get mad the whole time. I know that. I ain't even seen this video.
The administration that is in there right now hasn't done it for the past 3.5 years. What do you think is going to make them start in the next 4 years that they are given more and given more during the pandemic?
Press pause.
Let me handle that for you, Q. Let me handle that for you, Q. Trump said, I've done more in 47 months for the black community than the Democrats, than Joe Biden has done in 47 years. I said, what did you just say? 47 months, 47 years. Is that true? That's my first question. That don't make nobody sense, as the Georgians say. You understand? So I looked it up and noticed the crime bill and the creepy Joe technique where he is sniffing young ladies' hair, and the accusations of him sticking his fingers all up and through women's vaginas, and then they being reassigned because they didn't appreciate that. So them two is enough for me to say.
Let me ask you a question. Right. So she asked I guess you can say it's a logical question. What have they done in the last 3.5 years for black people? Right. I can ask the same question about these so-called black politicians that you trying to take up for. You and this chick Claudia Jordan, right? I can ask that same question. What the hell have they done for our black community since they've been in their so-called seat?
Mm-hmm. And we got the receipts on Trump. We got the receipts on Trump. Why do you think so many black people done came out and speaking about Trump?
And one more thing, right?
Saying about Trump. Go ahead.
And when have somebody ever came to the forefront like this right now with a plan strictly for us? Because see, Kamala Harris, she told you out her goddamn mouth, oh, a plan strictly for black people? Oh no. No, I'm not endorsing that. I'm not supporting that. Right. But that's because that's who y'all call, that's y'all sister of color. Y'all need to vote for her, right? The fuck out of here. It's not my sister. When she say that she can't do shit for us, she's not my sister. And then when I find out that her family is those who actually enslaved us in our migration in the Congo, Man, stop it. Y'all got me twisted. So we gonna just keep it all the way funky, yo. That's not our sister. She not related to us in no way, fashion, or form. Camilla Harris, I'm talking about, right? And to prove what I'm saying, look who she's married to. I yield the mic.
Anybody else?
I know you got to take a break. Hold that thought, but I just got to ask that and make that statement because you can't make them tell them all of that, and they've been there for 3.5 years. So
I ain't trying to make them do nothing. So
we
need them to do something if we're going to trust them to do it.
Hold on, guys. We got to take a quick break. Okay. I definitely want to talk about that. I definitely want to talk about, Q, you hit on some very, very good points about the military, but this current administration is using the military to enforce their own agenda, and we want to talk about that. So let's take a quick break. A lot of gems are being dropped here. We'll be back with more Cocktails with the Queens when we return after this break.
Yeah, you don't have to change that. You talking about Cocktails with the Queens. You clearly got that title from Nepal Shada, the Sister Sit Down. You see? But she's smart enough to call herself a sister instead of calling herself a queen because she's not married to a king. Queens are only married to kings. So you need to change your title now.
Welcome back to Cocktails with the Queens. We have Ice Cube here, and we are talking about his contract with Black America and some very legit questions here. Vivica, before we went to break, you asked about if the current administration has not done it in 3.5 years, why now is this massive push with 2 weeks before the election? I understand, Ice Cube, you've been working with this since June, July, but we're hearing about it now, so it looks really, I think a lot of Black folks, it looks very, like, I feel like I don't, and I know this isn't your intention, but I feel like, you know how they use us all the damn time. You know what
I mean? Both sides use celebrities, but check this out. The thing is this, I'm not here saying he's gonna do anything, but he didn't make a promise to me. He made a campaign promise to the world. So he's on record for that. Now, we wanted Joe Biden on record. He has a plan, but I don't know if his plan really pinpoints Black people. So we want a plan that pinpoints Black people. We don't know if any of them going to do it. But when you have a person on record as a campaign promise, you have more to go at him with because he's told the world this is what he's going to do. And if he doesn't deliver, he looks bad to everybody. Now, why hasn't dude done it in 3 years? I don't know. Nobody's been pressing him. Everybody's been like, he's the boogeyman, run. And nobody's been pressing him on behalf of Black people because we've been just waiting for Democrats to get back in.
I do not agree with you on that statement. There has been a lot.
A lot of high emotions going on around here. Now, if he would have had the receipts, I think he would have calmed them. He would have just upstaged them instantly. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why we need Jashu to bring in the receipts. Because, you know, I did my homework on it. And if you want to speak specifically about Trump the whole time, then you got to have the receipts ready. You know they're going to do that to you, Q. You see what I'm saying? You know they're going to do that to you. So you gotta get your receipts together and present them whenever somebody say, well, what have they done in 3.5 years? Man, so many things. He brought it out in the debate that he mollywopped Biden on last night. He brought it out in the debate. So you can start there. There's only 3 or 4 things that he said there. You see? Go ahead.
A lot of people that have asked him, what about the wall? What about the kids in cages? I mean, there's a lot of things.
Pause right there, bro. Pause right there.
Hold on. Let me act like a prophet right now. You gonna mention the kids in cages?
Man, listen. This woman just said, what about the wall. What the hell? What do the wall got to do with us as a people?
The only thing the wall does is prevent illegal immigrants from taking black people jobs. That's the only thing. That's the only relevance the wall has. And the cages were built by Obama, where they put the little kids in cages and rip the families apart, and they can't find the parents.
Go back real quick, bro, and listen to what she had to say. Just a couple of seconds, not much. That's cool.
Go at him with, because he's told the world this is what he's going to do, and if he doesn't deliver, he looks bad to everybody. Now, why hasn't dude done it in 3 years? I don't know. Nobody's been pressing him. Everybody's been like, he's the boogeyman, run, and nobody's been pressing him on behalf of black people, because we've been just waiting for Democrats to get back in.
Now, he's saying pressing him on behalf of black people. Now, listen to what she said.
People that have asked him, what about the wall? What about the kids in cages? I mean, there's a lot of things that
I understand that.
Stop. Everything that he said, pressing them about things strictly for us as a people. What the hell do kids in cages have to do with us? What the hell do a goddamn wall have to do with us? Because that's if you're talking about them pressing Trump, that's what they pressing him for. Q was very clear in what the fuck he just said. Excuse my French, but he was very clear. And you see this broad right here, Jordan. She's sipping on her little drink instead of correcting this broad.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, get it. Like, nah, this is that wicked shit that I'm talking about that our sisters need to stop taking part in. You understand what I'm saying? There's no way that she need to address our brother about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with us when this whole show is about us. Again, the wall don't have shit to do with us, and they babies don't have nothing to do with us.
Okay, now let me be clear. I'm holding the same cup in my hand as Claudia Jordan. I am single, and you unmarried. In our community, you're not worth marrying, and so I do disregard you as a potential candidate. But looking kind of cute with the same cup that I'm holding in my hand, in your hand, and you sipping on that straw, kind of cute. Understand? So I am single.
I'm not gonna give him no plus sign.
I understand
whatsoever.
that, but check this out. I'm talking about pressing him to give things to black people. These are country issues. I'm talking about black people pressing him to give things to black people. Everybody treated him like the boogeyman. Nobody would go and press him to give things to black people. The stuff that he's doing to the rest of the country, I understand that, but we raggedy. We got to get our. We have to press any president that ends up winning. We have to press, or it's not going to work. We can't just press one side.
He says when we do press them that the other people are fine people. I mean, is that right? I mean, and
look,
he wants to announce,
I'm not here to take up for nobody
that hurt us and suppress us. And then the policeman had his neck on somebody's neck.
Let's get into some more imagery here. She's the brick wall. Is that not what? Am I reading the imagery improperly?
Right. So ain't she getting through that thick ass skull of hers?
Does she have a black doll behind her, a black female doll behind her, and some flowers to give to her brother, and the wine, and that makes merry, and money answers all things? Am I reading the imagery correctly? What's this behind her? It's like some studio stuff, or this outside? This a view?
Yeah, it look like a view.
Okay. And then you got Champion champion stuff all right here. So how you gonna defeat a champion? And what's this about? What's this imagery about? I don't see nothing there. So she's a blank sheet of paper.
Confused.
But why? Yeah, but she defaulting to her mother.
What have she brought to the table?
What has she brought to the table?
Confusion.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So I don't understand why she's so focused on being a brick wall. You need to take that backdrop off of there.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect.
I mean, you're revealing yourself without even knowing that you're revealing yourself.
Both of them are. You got confusion and Rocky. Right
this imagery is confusion. I don't see nothing there. I'm confused.
Let her tell it. That's art.
It can't be interpreted. So
art can be interpreted. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing to see. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing to hear. It's a beautiful thing to witness being done, you know, in live action, right in your face, right? But that right there.
That's what I was gonna ask you. What's the interpretation of this art?
Confusion.
What you got that hammer for? Boy, that hammer is good, boy. I swear. Your sword is a hammer, too. And so what you call them hammer weapons?
You say what you call them, hammer weapons?
Yeah.
What, a battle ram?
Oh, is that what it's called? No, not a battle ram that knocked down the doors. You got one of them. You got one of the big hammer weapons. I don't even know what they call. But
a sludge hammer or something?
No, that's what we do. But I'm talking about the weapon when you in war.
Oh shit! I would call it an axe hammer.
I guess so.
Or a battle hammer. Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably a battle hammer or something. I don't know the technical name for it. I want to call it a mace, but I know a mace is a bat.
Yeah, bust you to the white
man. For 9 minutes, he never support them.
I'm not here to fight about what he did, what he didn't do. Is he a good white man? Is he a bad white man? To me, they pretty much all the same. So now,
I don't agree with that.
With that said,
you see the shit. Now hold on. Pause that. Now she just showed her true goddamn colors. And look at the goddamn look on her silly ass face. This motherfucker said, Q said, well shit, sis, like I ain't choosing no sides. All the motherfuckers is the same. They all snakes. Oh well I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
I'm agree. They're not all snakes. So what you're doing is you pushing the Biden narrative. Hold it up for a few minutes while I take a bath.
Look at the confused look on Lisa Ray's face. Like, what the fuck did she just say? And then look at Jordan. And then look at Jordan's silly ass about to just go right behind her. Like, okay, well, let's correct that here. And silly bro.
Let me go read some talking points right quick. Let me get my reading glasses on right quick. You know what I'm saying?
Man, this shit is wild, bro. Like, yo, this is crazy, pal. She straight stopped the whole, like, no, wait. I'm gonna have to agree. I'm gonna have to disagree that all white men is the same. Fuck out of here, yo. Hey, more power to you, Viv.
Yeah, she's mad at that 160 versus the 4, bro. That's what that is. That's what she disagreeing with. I'm mad at you because your money way longer than mine.
Oh my goodness, man, this is ridiculous. Bro.
I'm mad at you because you didn't hit me up for that last, you know what I'm saying, installment of Friday. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm mad at myself.
You had me rolling while I was on that bathroom break.
I used to have a crush on Vivica Fox, bro. I'm mad at myself for that, bro.
Same here, man. So what I'm saying is this right here. He said specifically the Democrats and Republicans are pretty much all the same.
Right.
Why did he say that? Because their policies prove it.
Right.
So he ain't talking about all them your boss. He's not talking about your boss, Rupert Murdoch. So there ain't no use of defending him specifically. You see? So she got her glasses tilted just right to read this talking point. You got your fingers together like you finna say something smart. Just because you speaking the English eloquently don't mean you saying something smart.
This is what I was told to say, so it must be right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I didn't even think of that part. Now, I'm telling you, in order to be smart, you got to have a lot of background information. But that we call in the smart community context. So you guys are going on a rampage, this campaign against a brother. I'm going to keep reminding you that this man is attempting to perform a positive, uplifting act and apply it to society and policy in order to correct historical ills in our community that must be addressed. You ain't spoke on that yet.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
We ain't even agreed with that point yet. Is we fucked up or what?
No, she just want to argue. And Cube said, I ain't here to argue with you, sis. You arguing about some shit I ain't trying to argue with. I ain't chose no goddamn side. You chose a side. Because you can't agree that they ain't the same. Remember that. So you chose a side. When he said they the same, he talking about them two motherfuckers. Right.
She's distraught because she gotta figure out who do I side with? Am I supposed to continue to support Cube that's actually doing the right thing?
Support
now it looked like the demon done came in and she said, "Damn, I gotta defend my sisters." Because her eyeballs look like they changed right there.
The spirit told her to shut up too.
One eye slant.
The spirit told her to sit back in that chair and shut up too. You feel me?
Am I wrong?
The spirit said,
I'm telling you, that's what it is. Hey, I'm just looking, because every single movement is important. Every single movement of the head, the eye. She's trying to be calm, but her head done tilted a little bit. Damn, I got to side with my sisters. They still going strong. And I if I want this job, what am I gonna do in the future? This is a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush.
Silence is key. Silence is key. Because at this point you don't know really what's going on in their brain until they speak. So if motherfuckers ain't good facial readers, then they ain't gonna know what the fuck they thinking about. But Lisa Ray, she like, man, what the fuck did this bro just say? Like she can't hide her facial expression. It's a wrap.
Yeah, once again, Lisa Ray, I am single, so I'm a real king, and so I can restore you to your actual queen moniker that you received with your failed marriage. Okay, I'm shooting my shot at everybody. All right.
I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for this talking point she got because it gotta be gold the way she holding it. It gotta be gold. You got her fingers like this, like if you like, I'm right because I'm holding my fingers this way. You know what I'm saying?
I'm about to say this right now. I'm about to say this just right.
Bombs on the Baghdad. You know what I'm saying? Get it?
He can't get around this one.
This is the headshot. Yeah, this is the headshot.
Let's see if she got it.
Hey, take it back just a little bit so we can see the whole little wind up to it.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's when they look normal. Okay, I think we got it.
Yeah.
We got it. Hold on.
Yeah, boy, that's it.
She's still sad. She's sad still. Okay, she's laughing like, oh no, I can't believe this.
She look like her stomach felt like on the toilet.
Lisa Ray looked like, what the hell?
She's sympathetic. She's like, oh man.
She mad as she cussing somebody in the hair right now.
Yeah, she's like,
now. She's in this bitch right here.
Why are they doing this?
This bitch right here.
Please don't do this to them. To Q. Please don't make me choose a side. Let's just side with Q. You see, that's what I'm looking at. You see, so that we can, because this is just gonna look bad. I don't care what looks bad. I'm fine. I've been fine my whole life. Who cares what looks bad? I'm independent. I'm rich. Who cares what broke people think? How dare you speak for broke people? Now let's see how they facial expressions change in a few seconds here.
Somebody's neck, but for 9 minutes, he never support them.
I'm not here to fight about what he did, what he didn't do. Is he a good white man? Is he a bad white man? To me, they pretty much all the same. So now,
I don't agree with that.
With that said,
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with. Can I?
There go the fingers. There go the fingers. According to my notes, I got this to say.
She about to school us about these white men on how they not the same.
Let's figure this out. Let's see what she got to say.
She mad because he just talked about her daddy.
Well, look.
That's what that was.
Say what?
She mad because he just talked about her daddy. That's what that was.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Is her father white?
I don't know, but I'm about to investigate. What's her full name?
Her name is Claudia Jordan.
Claudia Jordan.
Okay, we're gonna present that right after she dropped this atomic bomb that she's been waiting on.
Right.
I know we've had all kind of presidents, and our situation hasn't changed. So that's why I said they're pretty much all the same when it comes to a president and dealing with our situation.
So let me. I gotta ask this question. Because you're on this show with the cocktails with the Queen, and there's a reason for that. It wasn't to have you defend or not defend Donald Trump. It was about. I care about what's in this contract with Black America for women, and it's not. We're not mentioned at all in the contract with Black America. And I want to know.
I mean, when you mention Black people, you mentioning Black women. So don't count yourself out.
No,
yes,
that's not true.
What? You see that wicked ass look she got on her fucking face?
Wow, that threw me for a loop.
Oh, that's
not. You warned me that that's what this was about. That they're excluding, and you prefaced this whole conversation about that when we started the show. That they're excluding themselves from the contract with Black America. He's like, what?
Look at his look, bro. Like,
this is beyond. This is above my pay grade. These people, they was waiting on that, and they're gonna go deny that they're not Black people.
Hey, Moore,
that they're not included with the contract with Black America.
Hey, Moore, I apologize that she let you down. You know what I'm saying? She didn't really have nothing to give you. You know what I'm saying? With that build up.
Man.
How you call that? What you call that? Like that was like what? What you call that when the anticipation's so high that don't deliver? What you call that?
So I was wrong too. Like Q wasn't talking about her pop, he was talking about her mom. He was talking about her mom. So her mom's from Italy, you know what I'm saying? And she don't look, she's not like one of the Sicilian looking cats either. She's a you know what I'm saying? She looks generic, you feel me? So
yeah, look at that hair, bro.
Yeah. You can see the salt on her face when he said like they all the same. She was like, no.
Was that weave or something? Or was that a real hair?
No, that's hers, bro.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So she's the only one semi-authentic when it comes to appreciating your hair on the whole panel. That's your crown right there. That's your covering. That's your beauty that attracts everything. So you guys have been doggone disrespecting your whole lives because you don't keep up with your hair. You gotta depend on wigs. Why are you depending on wigs? Now I understand you just as exceptional, So therefore, you could be perfectly bald headed. You know what I'm saying? You could rock a baldy and still be appreciated. But come on, man. What's up with this?
Yeah, this is where it get real sickening.
Oh no, here we go. See, okay, let me brace myself. You under delivered on your golden opportunity to drop this atomic bomb, and you asked him about where are the women in the contract with Black America.
Mm-hmm.
So now we got to hypnotize ourselves to believe that you're not part of Black America when you're all clearly Black people.
Right. You ever play spades or somebody threw it in a club when they thought it was a spade?
And argue you down. That is
like they just knew it was a spade the whole time they had it in their hand.
Man, I would have turned the table over and said, man, I'm going home. Brother, you think that's a spade? And yeah, it's a spade, bro. Look at that.
Right. Mad, crying, upset.
It's a deuce of spade, too. That's the biggest.
About to have a stroke.
Joker, deuce.
Shit, it's crazy, man.
Lisa Ray in the bottom, like, nah, man, that's not a spade. That's a club. That's not a spade. That's not a spade, baby. She got that look. That's not a spade.
Don't you know
like, no, that's a spade. Vivica like, no, that's a spade right there.
The deuce of club is higher than the three of spades. How you gonna take my book? Give me my book back.
Cube expression right here, bro.
Vivica like, no, that's our book. We own that book. That's our book. We
I
own
don't
that book.
give a damn.
That's a
How
spade,
big
right?
the table was, this whole table would have been upside down.
That facial expression is like he was about to say something. He just like got stuck.
Yeah, it was like I can't believe that.
He's saying in his head.
That's the same look he had in Friday when he was listening to his heartbeat the first time he smoked weed. I
know he said. I know he said. Did she just say what the fuck I think she just said?
Man,
did she?
My heart.
Yeah.
What did he say when he got high?
Is that my heartbeat? You know what I'm saying? My heartbeat too fast.
Can you hear my heartbeat?
Can you hear that? Then he ran inside because he thought the phone rang.
Oh, that's the look. More user genius. I underestimated you, brother.
Hold on, the dichotomy between the looks between Lisa Ray and Vivica is hilarious, bro.
Man.
That's silly.
It's on total opposite ends of the spectrum.
That is really silly. And she's like, well, I just decided not less than 40 seconds ago, I better side with my girls. She decided that because I saw the demon go into her eyes. I saw that. I saw it. And you said this is where it starts getting ratchet from here, downhill from here.
Watch.
Okay.
That's like administration said that when they
black people is not black women.
Black
women are not included in black people.
No.
Now they confused. Now they against each other. You got Lisa Ray saying yes. You got old girl saying a little bit of yes and no to the right. What's her name? Selena Johnson. Then you got these two up here just completely just airheads. Straight up.
And right now, Vivica's trying to smile and blend into the background.
Look at her stupid ass.
That's the brick wall. She can't be broken. She can't, you know what I'm saying? You gonna hit that, you gonna cause a lot of property damage to your vehicle. You understand? Then you're gonna have to go back to the shop. You're gonna have to probably buy a new engine and all that. Once I seen that brick wall, I would have said, hey, you gotta take that down and put another backdrop up there. Right now.
And then peep game. Just because he said just that, now all hell done broke loose between them. Press play.
Oh, the real quick, Claudia Jordan, she looked like she like, damn, that's the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life. Like she could tell, like, damn, I'm wearing all kind of egg on my face right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
she's like, damn, I said that out loud. I can't even take that back.
She's like, that was supposed to end you right there.
Exactly. Didn't you see my fingers?
She's panicking right now. She's like, don't know. I'm gonna have to censor you sooner or later.
She's getting it. She
you
sees
are
the deflation
absolutely right. But my boss said to spend this the way it's supposed to be spent and to diminish your efforts. But you ain't doing nothing. But planes don't fly without fuel. You can put all the fuel you want in there. It gets burnt off. That's what fuel is for.
Right. Said, don't you know when I hold my fingers like that, you're not supposed to respond?
That's right. Now she got her fingers wide open, like
wide open. See, hold on, wait, stop, wait.
I'm gonna have to shut you up in just a few seconds here, because you was absolutely right that black women is included in black people. So now look, terrible.
And you can tell Lisa Ray see the train wreck happening. She's like, "Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is ugly."
Yeah. Now, what was she saying?
He played.
They couldn't control themselves after that one. Everybody had to say something.
Let it run, bro. Let it run.
But that's like, that's like you saying, that's like when the president says minorities, then he's including black people. But we all know that that's not the case. Black women have specific needs that are not also being met. And we also feel that there should be some things that are specific to us and our plight as well. And I understand that. I feel like as a black man, you can leave.
No,
I feel like
I just offered y'all to write a section up for it. I just said I don't mind if you guys help us. If you guys help us write a section. No, I've been open to all kind of experts in putting this together. It wasn't just me. We dealt with experts in all fields of this contract with Black America. So we're willing to deal with experts in the section when it comes to women. So that's no problem.
Okay,
I'll help you write it. Now, this is solution. This is not only a solution, but this is a perfect time to plug Harvest Freedom Act, because the only people who have signed my petition, the only black people who have signed my petition, and the only people who are black, the only people who have signed my petition are black and women. So that propelled me to become the chairman for North Carolina, or for reparations for North Carolina. So that's who I am right now. I'm talking about real life. That's why I told Chris Harris, the crybaby, that I'm winning. Winning what? I'm the triple champ. You're gonna find out, brother. So like I just announced, I'm the chairman for reparations for North Carolina under the Black Plan. So now, he just said the solution is that all you got to do is link up with him and tell him the specific needs of black women that may have been somewhat disregarded in the contract with Black America for whatever reason in their brain.
To which they have not brought up a specific issue as of yet as to what need hasn't been met in the contract.
Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is?
No, sir.
Because they're not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you.
I just got
They want abortion to be free.
Anyway.
That's the underlying Democrat line that ADOS Tone Talks deals with. I'm finna bang on him next. Okay, I done got tired up. I done got fed up to here. I'm tired of this man talking when I birthed Ados, first and foremost, I birthed him. Second of all, I appreciate you bringing the reparations discussion into an elevated platform. I appreciate that. But you're trying to disregard your father. That's a problem for me. And you said that the Democrats must stay in power. Do you realize what that sounds like?
How does that even make sense? Like, okay, so if you're somebody from our descent, right? Like anybody being in power who's not you don't make sense, right?
That's a fact. We're not allowed to allow other nations to rule over us.
Yeah, right. So saying someone else besides, like, they gotta be in power, like, yeah, right off the top, I'm looking at you all kind of crazy while I'm taking all kind of steps back. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. And then when you think of the underlying understanding of the whole democratic everything, it's completely counterproductive to the black community. Everybody smart knows this, but you loud mouth, you big mouth people keep towing that line.
But that's why the support for Trump amongst black people is going up. Like, it's been going up. Like, so I've been okay. So again, I said this to Domo in SVDL like a while ago. I said, check this out. I said, watch it. I was like, watch Trump get anywhere from 12 to 17% of the black vote. So watch. Of the black male vote. Or I think I said the full black vote, right? I was like, yeah, watch. He's gonna go up. He's like, just like Bush did. Bush got like 12% the first time, and like 15 the second time, or like 9 the first time and 12 the second. Whatever, he went up. I was like, it's gonna happen again. I was like, watch. Yeah, yep. Watch.
Yep, and it went up. Who was talking about that? Somebody was talking about that recently. How his support went up in the black community. Yeah. Even though we in the smart community,
because he was putting hands on Biden about the '94 crime bill. He was like, "What's up with you, man? That's your bill." You say he called it the Biden bill.
Slapping them up.
He put hands on.
Kicked them in the balls and all.
Question. In the past Republican outside of Trump, the past Republicans that made office, how many wars did we go through? Do they each have a war?
So I know
Bush Senior.
Every Republican had a war.
Bush Senior had a war.
That's why we were surprised when when Obama had a war, because
Reagan had
Democrats
some
don't go to war.
Stuff, but nothing huge. You feel me?
Yeah, Reagan had
put out of some stuff.
Iran Contra.
But his war was mainly his war was mainly here inland.
Yeah, facts.
You feel me?
So war on drugs.
Exactly.
No, it wasn't a war on drugs, bro. It was a war on the black community.
Yeah, facts.
That's what we know. That's what the smart people know.
So, okay, so you got him. Then you had Clinton for a little break. Then we had
no, but Clinton was Clinton was in Kosovo and all kind of stuff.
Right. He was like the peace man though. He didn't.
That's what they try to say about Obama and whatnot, where he got a.
But no, that motherfucker was killed. He got bodies, bro.
I'm with it, but he got a peace prize.
No, he got domestic bodies.
He got more bodies than Clinton got, bro.
Everybody try to blame.
He got more bodies. He got more bodies than Bush did.
Everybody try to blame Obama for Gaddafi, but he didn't kill Gaddafi. France killed Gaddafi. So don't put that particular body on him. He got domestic bodies, all his past lovers, male lovers.
You can definitely put a couple of Clinton's fingerprints on that.
And that girl, that comedian lady, that old comedian lady that called his husband a transsexual.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I know you're talking about. But yeah, though, like, just paying attention, man. He do a war. So he can't go through office without going through war.
Fact. So we know who's gonna win.
So exactly.
He caught bodies. He caught bodies at the beginning of his first term. He dropped. Remember when he dropped that bomb in Syria, whatever it was. He dropped the Moab, the mother of all bombs.
In Syria.
Who did that?
Trump. Not to mention, yo, he gave the Saudis like 100, like what was it, like 100 million or a few hundred million in weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Like he armed them enough to start a whole nother war. You know what I'm saying? A whole nother world war.
Oh yeah. Praise to the Most High. We can't wait. We want the Third World War to happen.
Hey.
So you can get through your thick, rich skulls that you wrong.
I want the Third World Peace to happen. You feel me?
Yeah, that's up to us to act like how we supposed to act and create our own space and rule ourselves. Through the increase of that government, there's no end.
All right, man, let this thing run. I gotta hear what's going on because it's about to get crazy. She panicking. Let's see. Yeah, exactly.
Let's figure this out.
I'll help you write it.
Say you do get the money. How soon do you think your plan is going to go into effect?
Oh, now you wanna take it semi-seriously. Okay. You got sympathetic all of a sudden. You see. If I was a psychologist, I would think.
But she gotta sound smart now because old girl said some stupid-ish earlier, like right before. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta switch it up now.
Listen, you just put your whole foot in your mouth without hot sauce. What it tastes like. So I'm trying to understand. He just clearly said y'all are included, and then offered you to help him include what he's missing from the Black woman community. How is that? What is missing? You ain't gonna say it, but I just told you what's missing. Free abortion. That's the only thing they could ever speak about. Ain't no way in the world, because there's already measures in place for Black women empowerment in the policy already. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, the gatekeepers are always in the way.
When will we start seeing the benefits?
I'm not getting 1 quarter. Okay, this is
no.
I
said
this is something he's promising to the country, and he's gonna have to implement it in a way he feel that can fit.
Okay,
just
but
like
can
Joe
I just
Biden's
ask
plan.
Claudia Jordan just got defeated. She dropped her head in utter defeat. You see, he tactical with it. Look at his race went to the side like. let me get my verbal jujitsu done properly, because now the brick wall is trying to focus in on me. let me get my stance right. You understand? And she finna go in and lie some more. But she did ask a valid question: how long it's gonna take for you to get the money? Okay. Now, he said it's not his money. He don't know. He's not a prophet. He's not psychic. How are you supposed to know how long it's going to take? You see what I'm saying? Now with COVID, it took a whole 2 weeks to drop $9 trillion. So now why we can't make that happen for us? That we done been postponed for a whole year. The Black community been canceled for a whole year and continued to be abused for a whole year. Now you see somebody standing up and you got the nerve to try to grab his balls. Well, that's against the law, according to Israelites. You see?
What would you see this plan doing for the first year for us if he's reelected?
I'm not part of the administration.
Well,
I'm here for Black people. I'm here to talk to both administrations about the contract with Black America. The Platinum Plan is not mine. Didn't name it. Didn't put it together. All I did was meet about the contract with Black America. They added some things, and I'm willing to meet with both sides. They can add some things or not. It's fine.
I mean, you know, they ran off immediately and did statements that you're basically a Republican now.
We're going to need a team of our people.
That's on them. That ain't on me.
Okay.
That's on them. That's not on me.
I just want to make sure. We can't talk at the same time. We cannot talk.
Ladies. I can't hear anything y'all saying. I got to look around at all four pictures. You see what I'm saying?
Mute your mic, yo.
Mute your mic. Ice Cube still responding to Vivica. Y'all talking. Now, I understand you want to get some order. That's great. But they clearly she's clearly disrespecting you because she's the host on the show. You understand? She's the female domo or the actual domo, maybe. Because domo's also a female. So how does this work here? What I'm saying is, mute your mic, yo.
At the same time, I got to ask a question, y'all.
Please.
With over 20,000 lies told to the American people by this president, I'm a former friend of Donald Trump. I work with him. I made money with him. Personally, it would have served me better to still stay on his side. Why would you believe after he gets...
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, because it seemed like my mic done went down.
No, it didn't.
No, we hear you just fine. We hear you just fine.
She said it would have served me better to stay on Trump's side because I have made money with Trump.
She got money with
Okay.
got money with Trump.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So this woman just was making this big old issue. Like if he would have said that he was actually supporting Trump, she would have had this whole argument lined up to just go in on him about Trump, right? You seen it coming. So when he said that he not dealing with both of them, they had to switch their whole argument up, right?
The whole thing up, yeah.
So now, all of a sudden, you hear this woman saying she should have stayed in business and should have stayed on his side. Did y'all just hear what I heard?
Yeah, but what?
She's saying it would have benefited her more financially to stay on his side.
Right. So that just let you know she was with him.
That's what she said. She got money with him. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So now all of a sudden, why she against him? She ain't getting money no more? What?
I just keep defaulting to Rupert Murdoch. That's all I'm defaulting to. I can't. That's the only thing I can see is you got the man behind the curtain that you're not supposed to pay attention to, that is pulling the levers of the green devil on the screen, and everybody knows that green in the comic book world and the fake world and the fantasy world and movies and all that, green is denoting blackness. So that was a black devil on the screen. So you want us to ignore the man behind the curtain who's pulling your levers and moving your mouth and speaking through a microphone, and you think we don't recognize his voice and his actions? Toto recognized his voice and his actions. Toto pulled the screen back. The one that's supposed to be done. Toto ain't supposed to know that information. Toto exposed the man behind the curtain.
Black votes. His whole goal from 3 years ago was to siphon 20% of black male votes to cross over to vote to support him. Why would we believe that he has, once he gets reelected, he will follow through with any of these plans, as opposed to Joe Biden and Kamala, who would be in their first term and be more indebted to do the right thing to get reelected for a second term.
Right.
Why should we believe that Donald Trump would actually follow through? That's a legit question that I have.
He ain't followed through on
I mean, I don't know. You're gonna have to figure that out, because I'm not sure if he's gonna do it or not. I'm not sure what any of these guys are gonna do. All I know is we got to push our agenda, no matter who's in there. And in a perfect world, the Biden campaign would have brought me in, and we would have really talked about the plan, and they would have did, great things to their plans to specifically target Black people, but they chose not to, and that's fine.
That's because, as you can see, their mouths are covered. They're not allowed to speak to you. They got to social distance themselves from you. You understand? You're a plague on society. You a nigga with an attitude. See, you just a comedian. You just a rapper. You're not supposed to be dibbling and dabbling in political affairs that improve the Black community. You see? Anybody else?
No, you on point.
Great things to their plans to specifically target Black people, but they chose not to, and that's fine. But the thing is, I'm not a supporter of neither one of them.
No, I'm saying
that's what's the problem. I'm an independent person.
Still have a conversation with the administration. If Biden wins and Kamala wins, it's not too late. So I don't think it's fair to dismiss what they are. They're not in power yet. So they really can't say
they're not in power yet. She got that begging hands. If I was a psychologist, I would say that these are the begging hands.
But that's what he was saying, though, right? Like, they're like, it's not too late. He's like, well, they didn't come. He's like, look, I let them know what's up with this plan, right? If they was real about it, they would have brought me in on a real conversation to really work this thing out. He's like, but they didn't do that. He's like, all right, so cool. It's like, so I know what that is.
But see, where she fell off, acting like she understand and she know, is one is in power already. One can make some power moves right now, even during election time. Until he's up out of office or voted out, he still can make his moves. So power, so that's why Q said, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna deal with the one that's in power or the one that's coming into power. Right. So either one is gonna be the power.
Right.
You feel me? Whether we vote or not. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But go ahead.
What's cold is like one girl just cut the other one right quick. Like so one girl just said like, yeah, like shouldn't we work with somebody who's not gonna be reelected because like it's more likely that someone coming in the first time would work with us because they need us the first time. And then old girl was like, yeah, we like, you know what I'm saying, it's not too late because they're not in power yet. You know what I'm saying? Like so once they're empowered, like they wouldn't need to talk to you after that. You know what I'm saying? So like she said like, yeah, it's not too late. You know, you can still talk to them after they get in power. Like well, if they've already gotten in power, you know what I'm saying? And they got in power without talking to me, you know what I'm saying? And they rejected our conversation the first time. It's like, why would they have that? Why would we talk after they got in power? Because if they didn't need me to get there the first time, why would they need me now? Like what they just said is completely went against themselves in like less than 20 seconds.
Brother, these four ladies perfectly understand preparation. That's why they're successful. So you have to prepare now. Everything is now, nigga. You don't wait till motherfuckers get in power to prepare now. You do what you're supposed to do right now. And then everything falls in line. The fuck? Stop begging.
So, demand, right? So it steps to it's levels to this demand thing, right? And this is what Cube is trying to show us, right? So what's the first step? The first step is establishing the plan. Second step, after you get that, after you establish, first step is establishing your team to create this plan, right? Because you can't do this shit by yourself.
You gotta identify the solutions,
right?
And that is, and then
identify the issues. So we got to hit all those situations, like for instance, like he said, economics. You know what I'm saying? Family structure. You know what I'm saying? Ownership, land ownership, things like that, right? So we touch on we get these people in line that understand these things, right? We create the plan, right? We make sure everybody's involved. We make sure everybody that care and that have a say so is involved in the thought process, in the plan. Boom. Once we get that going, we put it in paper, right? We put it on in black and white. Boom. After we do that, then we make a power move. You feel what I'm saying? We start presenting our demand, right? And so the thing that I like what Cube is saying, what none of the politicians has ever said, has ever come to our communities and say, look, this is what we got to do to make this thing work for us and through the politics. We got to push. They never come to us and create this wave where they have a support of us in our community, understanding what we pushing for, and boom, we pushing. So now we got to understanding that Cube got a contract. This contract is supposed to be for our people. If you read, and everybody should be reading if you haven't read it already, right? It should.
That's right.
And as a matter of fact, we should read that thing a few times. So if the conversation come up, because it will come up, do you even know about the contract? What's in it? Boom, you can just bust it out. I mean, not saying that this is what you have to do, but just to make sure that people understand that you up on what's going on, right? So now, bam, you understand what's in, what plans are actually involved in the situation, in the thing, right? And so now, all of a sudden, we making moves. We pushing. Just like he said, we pushing. We in their heads. We knocking at their doors. We at their offices. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not a protest. Nah, we there for a reason. We there to understand, you know what we here for. And we always going, man, listen, man. It's there for us to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Without choosing a party. You understand? Without choosing to be a democrat. A democrat is what I call it, right? A rat Republican. You feel what I'm saying? Like you don't need to be a part of none of these parties.
Right.
Like you said, independent, standing on our own 10, standing with each other together. Are you?
That's right. And so what rich people don't understand, right? Because they mind their business, their own personal business, in order to cause their own personal life to thrive. You see, and become extremely wealthy so that they can live out all of their wildest debaucheries. So this seems prophetic to me because it's along the lines of the behind the scenes war that is never going to be talked about in this interview, that Trump has waged against the deep state. The deep state is the Queen of England and a whole bunch of other people and bankers and so forth down the line, you know what I'm saying, in order to get them out of power. So the Bible calls this a great shaking in heaven. You see? It don't cause a shaking in heaven. Understand? So these people don't understand these things. They think the Bible is felonious and useless information. This is what makes them protect their job instead of protecting the black man. and the black woman. You see? So stop begging and get back to talking.
They really can't say and promise things because they're not yet empowered. We're not even empowered in Congress.
You can't make campaign promises,
but why
and they have. That's what the
platform make the promise when they're in office.
Well, they put out the Lift Every Voice Can Sing plan. That is their promise to America and to the world. That is their promise. So the thing is, you can always promise the people who put you in power something more than what you just came up with. You gotta, especially when you know there's so much more that needs to be done. And he knows that it's so much that falls short in that plan when it comes to actually helping black people, minority, people of color, diversity. All those are trick words, and black people don't necessarily get a tenth of that. So we have to really be smart and really make sure that that money is touching the hands of the people who have really struggled in this country for hundreds of years.
I have a question, too. You said.
Anything about that segment? Everybody good?
That was well said, man. You know, about to hear these women just ramble and rumble.
Yeah, I mean, she realized she can't be beat. I mean, she done got beat. Now she threw her head down and like, damn, I lost earlier. You understand? I wish I could find it real fast, but here you go. There's her right there. She dropped her head down.
Okay, this is something he's promising.
I said
this is something he's promising to the country.
She realized it's over for her. I failed on my.
Hey, Plain. My bad, brother. Now that she got her head bent down like that, yeah, she got a weave too, brother. Yeah.
Oh, that's what. Oh man, that's weave. Oh, that's sad. That is so sad.
My wife do hair, so I know what the shit look like.
Okay. Oh man, I had hope for her. Okay, what was we at on here? Anybody remember the exact number?
Yeah, about right there.
Okay.
We're in party right now. I want to ask you this, if this is true, because I had heard from one of my sources that.
You said that's it?
I think so.
Okay.
You were contacted for the Zoom call with Kamala Harris, with D.L. Hughley, Snoop Dogg, you, Killer Mike. They were all on the call, and you were not on the call. And that was that was in September. And why? So you said they didn't stop for the Democratic.
Okay.
Right there.
In that plan, when it comes to actually helping black people, minority, people of color, diversity, all those are trick words, and black people don't necessarily get a tenth of that. So we have to really be smart and really make sure that that money is touching the hands of the people who have really struggled in this country for hundreds of years.
I have a question. You said that.
She's gonna slump back in her chair. She knows she lost.
When you hear the word diversity, how is it used in our community?
Midgets, humpbacks, Asians, Hispanics, handicapped, everybody, including black people.
You know,
so that's everybody. That's like 70% of the American population is minorities.
No, not minority, brother. Diversity.
Oh, diversity.
Diversity.
Well, that would be similar.
How is it used in our community? The diversity word. How is it used?
That includes white women. That's diversity. And every race. That's diversity. To be sure that every race is included.
Now, the way that they use it in this political realm, it means change. It means change in a community or change in anything like diversity. Like, say, for instance, if I use diversity in community, right? If I use that in that same phrase or sentence, right? I'm just basically saying change in the community. What am I changing it to? It has to be an ideology. It has to be a thought process in order for something to make change, right? From what it already is. And if you have this thought process of diversity within a community, and I hear it from Caucasians, especially in the political realm, when they talk about diversity in certain communities. We don't understand what it means. We think it's I don't know what we think, to be honest. To perfectly be honest. But this is where we talk about the regentification, right? That's just a 21st century word, you know, when it come down to it, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the word change. Because
Mm-hmm.
now when you look at it, that's all it is. It's changing the demographics of our community to something else.
Facts.
And replacing us in a whole different location.
Starbucks in the hood. Starbucks in the hood. That's diversity. Mm-hmm. And bringing a debauchery with it. Okay, so in my city, they put a luxury apartments on like downtown, the main street, like the most famous central street of downtown. It's called Hay Street. So they put luxury apartments over there. Okay, so who deals with luxury apartments? Who does that? I don't never see no black people coming outside to jog. All I see is white people coming outside to jog. And they put a white restaurant, bar, and club directly across the street from the luxury apartments. That's gentrification. They put a bunch of businesses down there, you know, because I understand, you know, you guys make money. That's great. You got every right to put businesses wherever you want to put them. That's good. But the problem is that you burned down Hay Street before you put stuff down there. Burned it down, lowered the property value all on Hay Street. You think I didn't see that happen? Oh, I wonder why all these fires are happening on Hay Street. I'm confused. Then you had the nerve to blame it on the homeless community. Why the hell would they burn down their abandoned buildings that they live in? You won't fool me. I know my history.
That the Biden campaign didn't reach out to you, and well, you said first. You said
they did reach out, but
first,
they didn't want to. They said we'll hook up after the election.
And to be fair, they're not the power in party right now. I want to ask you this, if this is true, because I had heard from one of my sources that you were contacted for the Zoom call with Kamala Harris, with D.L. Hughley, Snoop Dogg, you.
I don't know. I don't know about that statement. I don't know. Because you're not acting, you're not on code. You're not on code at all. So when is that lesson coming out so we can get these people on code, Commander General?
What was that?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna get the book tomorrow, bro. I'm gonna get.
Oh yeah, it's coming in the mail. Okay, gotcha. Snail mail.
I gotta get that book because at the end of the day, I've been living the code in in different sections of my life, different pockets, right? Different times. But I never knew that. There's certain things that I, you know what I'm saying, that I you know, I move like that already. But at the same time, now I'll be able to have something like that I can read coming from one of our elders. So this is gonna be great for me. So once I get it, then we can break it down. But if you got it, I don't mind listening in and, you know what I'm saying, chiming in when, you know, the Most High give me some wisdom to chime in.
Nah, I don't have no clue about the Black Code. That was produced by Neely Fuller Jr. and what's that lady name? Moore that helped him write it.
What book? What are you talking about? I had to walk away for a quick second.
The Black Code, developed by Neely Fuller Jr. and one of our queens. What's her name?
I don't look right quick.
What's the name of the book, Rashad?
Let me tell you right now. Give me 7 seconds and I'll tell you.
So now the Bible automatically puts us on code once you accept it as reality. A lot of people don't. So we don't have no issue.
Okay. So the name of the book is called The United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept, a compensatory counter racist code. So it's by Neely Fuller Jr. Let me see. A textbook workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism, white supremacy.
Oh, okay, so it don't give you the queen name who helped?
No.
Okay. All right. But yeah, you're off code, ma'am. So we love Claudia Jordan. Who? Your fan? I don't know who you are. I never. What movie she been in? Who is this lady? Anybody know?
Moore, who is that? Moore?
Oh,
I never seen her.
Jordan, bro. I couldn't tell you. I had to look her up today, bro. I didn't know her from nobody on the street, bro.
Right. I don't even know.
Well, look that up, and we'll talk about that after she get on some more. And he like, look, he licking his lips like, yeah, I did that just right. I combated that. I combated that just right. They think they good. And this got to be the last question because he done beat him up. It's just a debate instead of a support conversation. They should have came in and said, you know what? You got our support from the first sentence. So now let's talk about it, because we think you took women out of the plan. So here's some things. Here's 20 points that we need in your plan right now. That's how you come up. That's how you build. But your technique, you attempted to shoot him up. You attempted a drive-by. Didn't realize that his house was made of bricks.
Yeah, so old girl's a beauty queen coming up from as a teenager or whatnot, right? Then she ended up being a game show model on The Price is Right and Deal or No Deal, right? And then she's you know what I'm saying, she did a reality TV.
Well, girl, you need to do what your homegirl Selena told you to do. And sat down. You took upon yourself to spend your whole life making yourself rich. You see? Instead of dealing with the ills in our community like this man has done his entire life. Sat down. I'm not going to warn you again.
Killer Mike, they were all on the call and you were not on the call. And that was that was in September. And why? So you said they didn't reach out. You said the Democrat how to reach out, but Kamala Harris's folks reached out to you and wanted you to be on the Zoom call because they thought your voice was important. Why did you not participate? Choose to not participate in that?
Well, we had spent, a lot of people time putting the contract with Black America together. And, I just thought that getting on a Zoom call with 12 other entertainers, all shooting what they believe needs to be done, to me wasn't going to be productive. And I was also, because my lawyer, Matt Johnson, has a connection with Kamala Harris, and I was promised a call that I never received. So, that's why I didn't feel like I wanted to be on that Zoom call. So I feel like our plan is so broad that you can't talk about it with 12 other people who had nothing to do with it. And these are a lot of things that really need to get done. So I wanted to have a serious conversation and not just a rally cry kind of conversation.
But
these are also people that
you would talk to.
Any information about that? I mean, he be answering so perfect, there really ain't nothing we can really expound on.
And to be really clear, he said that Kamala already stood him up.
Right. So
already left him hanging.
So what he's trying to do is make power moves.
Right.
Not play checkers, fam. He's not trying to play checkers, bro. He on a chessboard. He trying to make sure. Matter of fact, this is what Cube is trying to do. He trying to take us off the fucking chessboard so that we actually moving the pieces. This is what he's trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Slowly but surely. But if you can't see the big picture, then you're gonna be stuck playing checkers, man.
Body language.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy, bro. Like, how do you not see what the fuck he talking about? Look, I don't want to sit amongst us and talk this same bullshit that we talk all the fucking time, and ain't never one of us doing a goddamn thing. Nah, I want to talk to this motherfucker who's actually running for vice president. I got a connection to that through my fucking lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's supposed to be giving me a call. I haven't received that call. So I don't see it beneficial for me to jump on a call and tell you motherfuckers, oh, yeah, I shot the number out there, but she ain't gave me a call.
And let all those entertainers pick his plan apart that didn't have no say so in developing it. Why don't you link up with them beforehand and help develop it? If something's wrong, if something's missing, fill in the piece. Get with them. You got beat again, and you look like you got beat. You still mad. Why? He answering perfectly on every question. This is a debate. This is ambush journalism. An impromptu debate. You said you called him and told him you wanted to discuss the plan, but you're trying to undermine his efforts. That's your whole goal in life, to undermine the Black community, which women are included in. Then you had the nerve to say that women are not included in the Black community. You need to stop begging. Got the begging hands.
To anyone that was willing to help. You said you were.
I am, but I just said that they said they were going to call me direct, and I never got that call. So when you hear that, you're waiting for that call. It never came.
So no kind of way don't work if it's not the way that you started. You want it. Got it.
Well, I want to get things done. I don't want to just spin my wheels, talk to people who can't really make it happen. So I didn't want to just.
She's
well,
the vice presidential candidate.
When I had listen, because I had the conversations. When I had the Zoom call with the DNC, the Democratic Party, we was on the call for probably over 45 minutes, and we never even got to the contract with Black America. We never went through any of the points that need to be dealt with.
Now, after Cube said that, I had a 45-minute conversation. Mind you, these motherfuckers reached out to Cube about his plan first. supposedly, right? That's what he thought. That's what the conversation was supposed to be about when they reached out to him, because they had no other reason to reach out to him. When the conversation took place for 45 fucking minutes, he just told us out his own mouth that they never mentioned the plan. And on top of that, Camille Harris, whatever her name is, was nowhere to be found on the conversation. He never mentioned her either in the conversation.
Wow.
So you want this brother to do what? You want him to do what? Because again, when you give and you have something constructed, not just by yourself, but by a collective of people, intelligent individuals that's touching all areas. It's 22 pages. So don't get it twisted. It's touching more than just economics, money. All right. So if we have a demand such as that being presented and it's not even mentioned, they playing games. Ain't no need to even have any other conversation or even try and indulge in anybody that's even pushing towards that side. Because for one, you're not going to listen to anything that the brother has to say. You're going to be drowning him out, talking over him. Because I guarantee you, if it was more women on this panel and it wasn't constructed on Fox, it'll be a different situation.
You took the words right out of my mouth. My question to you is, when did these four ladies mention any point in his plan?
I'm still waiting, bro.
They haven't mentioned not one point in this plan, nor have they even brought up a, excuse my language, a solution for whatever it is that they're thinking about for the women.
The only thing that they have solved is saying that we want the Democrats in office, and then you go work with the Democrats.
And then there's nothing in the contract that says women strictly. Like the word woman is not in the contract.
Right.
So let's just be absolutely clear again, because I said this earlier in the show, right? If we focus on gender, then we have to focus on our babies. Then we have to focus on the adolescents. Then we have to focus on the teenagers. Then we have to focus on the young adults. Mind you, females, males. So everything got to be separate. So we talking about maybe about 6,000, 7,000 page. Who about to read that?
On top of that,
who about to read that?
These people,
you gotta see these sisters
have separated themselves, like you said, from the black community. They have separated themselves. All of a sudden, we're supposed to hypnotize ourselves to believe that black women are not black America. That's what we gotta rationalize in our brain. Okay, and then the solution to that problem, that we know that black women are a part of black America, and they're mad that the word woman is not in the plan. The solution to that would be to put the word woman in the plan, and that should solve it. Because all you have to do now is say contract with black men, man, woman, and child of America. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah,
because because the specifics of the CWBA that these clowns place as CBWA is not contract black with America, it's contract with black America. CWBA, this to tell you that they stupid already and dyslexic as fuck. So what you need to do is place, here you go, Q, problem solved. Place black woman, man, and put woman first. Be sure you put that first.
No, he did it right, bruh. He said no, black people, fam.
All black
That's the
people.
whole. That's
That's what he
everybody.
said.
If that ain't all,
Everybody
what you
can
talking
see
about?
that.
Bro, my
But
24,
these ladies.
like I told you, bro, my 24-year-old, like I explained to you very clearly on 2 different levels, and I broke it down to her just like that. She was like, oh yeah, if you say the house of Yashar, you talking about all of us, Dad. I said, right on. I said, so if I say black people, am I excluding women? She said, come on, Dad, no. I said, thank you.
Come on.
24, that's a 24-year-old. Now, how old is these women?
Exactly.
70.
Right. Here's the cold part, though. Right? It's like, so, like, these are the same women who would push Kamala Harris off on us as if she's a black woman, right? You know what I'm saying? And he's sitting there telling, like, look, man, she just stood me up on the phone call. She didn't want to talk. Like, I was trying to build with the so-called black woman you would have me work with on this joint, and she wasn't trying to have no parts of it, right? Now I'm also coming to y'all talking about, like, you trying to work with me, and y'all wouldn't even have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he can't win for losing on this.
Ask him one question about the offer to work with him.
Right.
Said, how long is it gonna take to get the money?
Yeah, like so.
I don't know. Just we gotta prepare.
Hence, he was saying, like, I wasn't trying to have a Zoom call with a whole bunch of celebrities just talking about
exactly. To have the same problem that I'm having right now.
Right now. Right.
And I think that's what hit him and made him turn the show off, because we were talking for 45 minutes and they never got to one point in the plan.
Right.
Now,
just like y'all ain't got to one point in the plan.
And they're reviewing all their talking points, and the only thing they've been saying is the word woman is not in the plan, and you're a Trump supporter.
Right. Doubling down all the talking points from like the 60s and whatnot, where they try to divide the black woman away from the black community and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like they sipping on the same Kool-Aid he said like ain't been working since the 60s. It's like come on.
You know what I would have respected from either one of these sisters?
What's that?
If they would have simply just asked this brother, hey, you know what, Q? I apologize for coming off a little twisted, you know. But can you just touch on, according to your understanding, the most important aspect of the contract for us as a people? Boom, drop the mic. I would have respected these sisters, but they couldn't even have the decency to respect the brother to allow him to even get off into the plan.
Yeah, at least one aspect of the plan.
Which is what this whole interview is supposed to be based on. But you see, like I said, because of the way that he addressed him initially from the gate, the whole situation is messed up. So now look at look at the confusion that's there.
Yep. It's led by confusion, as you so poignantly discovered, based on the imagery. And so they followed suit with every bit of their imagery. Followed suit. Tripled down, quadrupled down. The whole time, every question built the wrong way. Instead of building on building, they was building on destroying. Trying their best to destroy information. But I told Q, and I'm going to remind them now, planes don't fly without fuel. Fuel is to be burned. So we see that he's still going to be elevating into the plan that he has laid out. And it's going to be successful because they ain't do nothing but fill his tank up with gas.
Yeah, because I'm on board. You know what I'm saying? I'm on board. And when I come, I don't come empty-handed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I got something on the gas. What? I got something on the food.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I got the forks.
I'll drive for what, 8 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Then pass the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just saying. What y'all got on it? What y'all got on it?
Right.
I'm talking to y'all, family.
We're not.
Talking to y'all, family. I'm talking to y'all out there, family. What y'all got on it?
Right.
Cause see, I know my brothers is gonna rock. You know what I'm saying? They got they part.
All in.
You see what I'm saying?
Ready to go. BlackRedeem.me. Look it up.
My brother Moore, don't get it twisted. Silent assassin. He'll kill you with a smile. And then, you know what? Try and revive you. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, you still got some life left in you. Because a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, brothers get lost and they don't return.
Getting back into the video, let's figure this out.
When it comes to the situation in this country, no one else has a plan that deals with as many issues that this administration or any administration could fix if they had the political will. And you have to give them the political will, and that's what's being done. So
y'all good on that? Political will talk. So he developed his plan specifically to the Congress having the power, not only the power to change and improve the Black community, but he designed it based on the political will that can be garnered by his competitive plan.
Now,
because they came up with their own plan, so he got a competing plan that will give the political will to the people to pressure the politicians to use parts of his plan to improve the Black community. Go ahead.
Now, I'm gonna simplify for y'all, right? Not saying that y'all dumb, not saying that y'all don't understand what my brother just said, nor that y'all don't understand what Q just said, but I'm gonna simplify it. It's what we call a demand. Yeah, it's simple. It's what we doing. We demanding. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's important for everybody to understand. It's not about asking. We're not asking anything. We're coming with a plan. We're coming with a set understanding of how we want this thing to run and how we want it to work and what we want it to look like. So it's up to us to understand what the foundation of this contract is. And if you got a little situation where you see something that can be adjusted, you need to come together with you and your folks wherever you at and make your voices be heard. If I got a situation that I want to add to the contract, I'm in California. Shit, I need to link up with my bros that's out here, let our voices be heard. So now, once you start hearing pockets of us speaking out, not just one time, not just a couple of times, but enough to where he ain't got no choice but to respond. He ain't got no choice but to reach out. I hear you, bro. Let's do it. Let's see how we can make this work. Or look, we actually got it already implemented. I don't know if you missed it or not, but it's right here. You just got to understand the wording. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's there for us to build on it. It's a foundation set for us to build on. It's not a whole structure, family. So don't get it twisted. All right. He's just one brother, and they just a group that needs a nation to support. Right? So just understand what we're talking about. Go ahead, you got it.
The 4 years that I've been linked up with the Friends of the African Union and the multiple discussions that we've had, I think in the beginning we met once a week, if I'm not mistaken. And in the past 2 years, we meet every day at 8 o'clock. Friends of the African Union. Go to the website, get involved. the whole 4 years, we learned a lot, right? But I never, ever had that elder, the chairman of the Friends of the African Union, on my show. Also, I was honored to have him on my show the other day. He announced that they're about to support me to be the North Carolina chairman for reparations. I could pick any state that I choose in the union. I'm thinking about Hawaii. Earlier, I was thinking about Florida. I'm thinking about Texas because of what Grandmaster Jay said. We'll take Texas. I got my pick of the litter. So the reason I'm talking about that is because he got solutions. We got solutions. We're ready to link up with anybody. But when you come around like a brick wall, we the juggernaut. Brick walls are like paper to us. As a matter of fact, that's paper. See? We're running straight through that brick wall. So you need to stop it. You need to support your brother. He's ready to go. Where you guys at? Huh, ladies?
I didn't want to put anybody on blast for that, but since they saying I didn't jump on the call, it's because I was promised a call where we can actually deal with this in a serious manner. And it wasn't just what I considered a rally call.
But I feel like that actually could have been okay, because you could have led the call and had supporters on listening to what it was that you're trying to get them to be able to help rally with the initiative for that.
I had been doing press about the Contract of Black America outside of that. So I was using my press to promote the contract, not just to them dudes on the call, but to all.
So now, let's just be all the way funky. We're talking about entertainers. All of them motherfuckers follow each other. All of the entertainers follow each other, right? So when Q put out these advertisements, because I've seen a few, I know they seen them all. Why they didn't reach out to Q and link up with him? Why he had to link up with them and talk to them? They could have personally reached out to them. They could have had their agents link up with his agent, link them up, so then boom, hey Q, man, hey, I like that shit, bro. Hey, let's link up for real, and let's see what we can do. Put our minds together. Then I got some intelligent cats on my side too. Boom. Then they can link up with your intelligent cats, and then we can all what? But that wasn't a thought process. I bet they was sitting back, look at this nigga Q. This nigga, oh, so now this nigga into politics now. After his nigga fucked the police though. Right? I bet they was mocking him, bro. But now all of a sudden, see that he's making moves and that motherfuckers is listening and motherfuckers want to hear what he got to say. Oh well, let's invite him to a Zoom call so we can share our thoughts. Nigga, fuck y'all and y'all thoughts. Nigga, y'all have y'all Zoom call, y'all have y'all little bullshit rally shit, and let's see how far y'all get. Cause I'm already fucking moving, and y'all seem not to want to support the movement already. So fuck y'all conversation.
And he knew that was going to happen on the call with the 12 other entertainers. Now, why would he do that? Why would he need 12 entertainers to you know what I'm saying? Why would he need to convince them that this is a good thing to do something positive for the community? Why you need to convince somebody to do it? You with it or you ain't.
The motherfuckers who he trying to convince, you feel what I'm saying? They ain't called him yet. The motherfuckers that's important, where shit can happen, shit can move, they just sitting there looking at his number like, yeah. Yeah. That's what they doing.
Mm-hmm.
They could have been picked. She could have been picked up that phone, hit him up, seen what was really going on.
I'm gonna tell you what they're monitoring, because they know every last one of these 5 and all 12 of the people that they wanted him to speak to, and all the people staring at his number. They're waiting for the fall. They're waiting for the Jewishers to attack him and ruin his finances and smear his image. And so that's what they're waiting for, to see if he can survive this without a scratch, then I'll get involved. Bruh, that's a legitimate concern. I can't front. That's a legitimate concern. You scared of, you know, that your finances gonna be ruined and all that stuff. And if I was rich, I'd be afraid too. But then at the same time, that's when you fill your brain with right knowledge, and you know how to move, you know how to speak publicly without offending people who's going to ruin your finances. They don't care that we are looking out for each other. That don't bother them. What bothers them is when you go at them. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to ruin you financially when you do that. Of course, they're going to give you incentives to stay destructive to the community. But doing something positive is not a problem for them at all. They just realize you're going to fail, and they want the money to come in. Because anytime you try to do anything positive, all the coons come out. You got staunch, out of the closet, overt coons, and then you got motherfuckers who side with coons because they scared to disrespect the overt, blatant coons. Stop it! This is just a slap on the wrist. This is just loving correction. You got to stop that, man. You trying to paint this man as a coon because he spoke to the top dog administration, the ones that's actually in power. See, that's why you need to read the Bible, because we understand that our heroes spoke directly to the top dog anytime they saw some type of problem. And they got it corrected every time.
See, the thing is, those that's in politics, they so caught up and so in love with the crumbs that they get, they not about to say nothing. But it's, you know, it's the ones that don't give a damn about the crumbs no more. You understand? That don't mind eating the slop with the family. You feel me? Yeah, it's them that's willing to step up and speak out. You know, and that's what's up. We've been needing that. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, we had those that was in position to do so, and they chose not to because they want the crumbs. So they like, no, grandson, no, son. Don't say that. You see the position we in?
Mm-hmm.
You talk like that, you won't be in this position. So keep your mouth shut. So what they do, they listen to their elders because they love their elders so much instead of loving their people more. But as you wake up, family, as you start to really open your eyes, because I know you feel like your eyes is open, but a lot of us is sleeping, sleepwalking, their eyes wide open. You see what I'm saying? And that's really, really going on. Don't understand a lick of what's going on, but they feel like they got it. They know. They see. you know, and that's including my family, like my blood family that I love dearly. Lost. Only thing I can do is still love them. That's all.
Right. You're not, man, come on, man. You just said it right there. You just said exactly what they're doing. You got your blood family who don't understand certain things, and they consider you to be the problem because you understand certain things. And then what the mature, intelligent person must do, and we're compelled to do, because we've realized that you don't get it. You haven't filled your mind up with the history, and even if you did, you wouldn't understand it because you can't see the big picture. You looking too close to you got your face up on the picture, and you looking at that one part, and you're like, damn, I don't understand this picture. See what I'm saying? So you focused in on him speaking to the top dog administration that you can't understand for the life of you why he did that. Instead of talking to him about the plan and the problem that you got with the plan, talking about there ain't no women in the plan. How? You won't hypnotize me to think that Black America ain't including Black children and Black women and Black men. Who am I supposed to be? I already know why you got a problem with it. I just said it. It's abortion. Not only is it abortion, but it's supposed to be specifically for transgender and LGBTQ and IA. It's got to be specifically said in the plan that you're talking about them. You better stop it. I don't know who paid you to go down this road, but that road is a perfect dead end. It's a cliff. You're gonna drive off the cliff like Thelma and Louise. That's what y'all are, Thelma and Louise. Cheering, falling out in a whole car off a 50-foot cliff, cheering as if you did something amazing. It's mind-boggling.
All of America, to all of Black America. That's where my thing is. So I wasn't on the call, but that don't mean we couldn't have a call. So that's what happened. And I don't feel like I made a mistake for not being on the call.
I will tell you, we have to wrap the show. We're way over, but I just want to say, Cube, I hear what you're saying, but can
somebody tell me how 30 minutes is way over the time?
That means they had a 15-minute block or a 20-minute block. Like, so for like a regular half-hour TV show, you get 22 minutes of airtime.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Commercials and whatnot.
Got it. Okay.
So they just ate up all the commercials.
So basically, she was not lying when she said that.
Yeah, and for an hour you get 44 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, she only paid. She only gave her a little shout out to herself one time. But at the end of the day, I mean, the content of and the views, you know what I'm saying, and what we're doing is way more than the damn, you know, commercials that she could ever, you know what I'm saying, put on her little show. So
I promise you know, this is the future. Reparations is the future. Get with it, or get rolled over by these tanks. You need to present advanced honor and intelligence, ladies. You guys this is highly disappointing. This is my first time seeing this video, and it was brought to my attention by my commander general. And this is a travesty. This is very sad. It's depressing to see people without knowledge banging on a positive action attempted to be mobilized. And the only way to mobilize these actions and make it policy is with the support of your fans. Your fans control your parents, control their parents, and their parents control the politicians. The politicians control the police. So you undermined all that for what? I haven't heard one solution. I haven't heard one legitimate problem with.
All we heard was complaints about what's not, who's not being mentioned. That's all we heard is complaints. That's it. Y'all got to do better than that, sisters. That have a voice, that have followers, and majority of y'all followers are women like y'all. Y'all have to do way better than that.
This is really sad, man. This is really sad.
I just want you to know, as Black women, how we would feel with, there's no mention specifically of Black women in the contract with Black America. They do have
to stand on top of that. I just told you you can write that up if you want
it's
to.
We're not out here jumping on calls.
We all Black, so we all.
We're not meeting up with Jared Kushner and Donald Trump about this. You are. So you can't say, well, if you don't like it, add to it. You're out here. You took that job. You took that position.
I'll write it up.
So like, don't say
I'll write up the Black woman's part of the contract for you.
Yeah,
how many words do y'all want it to be? The thing is, you guys are the experts, but here we go again. You just want to talk. Nobody want to help me. Just want to talk. But y'all the experts on Black women, so why won't y'all help me? See, that's the problem.
I'm down for
That's the problem.
Say it again, bro.
They go haywire. Once again, they lose all something.
That's the problem.
Hey, let it run out. Let it run out. I want to see this.
Wait, okay, hold on. I got to see that reaction one more time. He got destroyed him right there.
Said, how many words you want it to be?
Yeah, right there. Hold on. Listen.
I'll write it up.
Okay, I'll write it up for you.
Watch the look on her face. Watch the look on her face. He knows
I'll write it just for you.
And she gonna know he being sarcastic, and she ain't gonna be able to say a goddamn thing. Watch.
I'll write up the Black woman's part of the contract for you.
Yeah,
how many words do y'all?
What?
She started at the eyes like.
Hey, hold on. Let me point out something about the theme, right? Let me point out something about the theme, because every time she say something, every time confusion speaks, they go haywire and start speaking all at the same time. Every time the brick walls speak, they don't do that. You understand? Because what she say goes.
And Lisa Ray been making this thing face the whole show, bro. The whole show, bro.
Because that's the view. That's the view. That's the eye candy. That's what we're supposed to be looking at. See, the view outside and the view inside, right there. You see? You understand? So hold on. Let's get the reaction. Oh man, he slaughtered him.
I want it to be. The thing is, you guys are the experts, but here we go again. You just want to talk. Nobody want to help me. Just want to talk. But y'all the experts on Black women, so why won't y'all help me? See, that's the problem.
I'm down for
I had to feel it again. That's funny.
Hey, there go mama again. There go mama again. There go mama again. That was she clapping her hands.
I just wanted to
down, mama. Put your hands down, goddamn.
How many times you can't laugh at something but so many times? You feel me? That was this punchline. That's the same joke. He just said the same joke the same way, and it gave me the same feeling. Y'all is the experts on the women, of black women. I'm telling you to help me. You refuse to help. You just want to talk, and you want me to do it for you. That's the problem. You don't get that? No, I'm gonna go crazy.
And that's why he didn't get on that Zoom call.
Exactly.
Let me tell you why. You just let me know the party. So anyway,
initiatives about been saying.
Did you just hear what Vivica just said? You just let me know, motherfucker. Ain't that what he just did?
He just did. He literally just did.
Silly ass. You need to have that look on your face, silly ass.
Hold on a second. That's just too fucking funny. Listen, bro. Just let you know what, man. What did he just let you know? That you need to help him since y'all the experts on black women and he's not a woman, never been a woman his whole life?
Man, they got me feeling like I need a Newport Slim 1000. I'm
finna light one right now.
Man.
Give me a light one for you.
Gee, man, for real, bro. I might need you to. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo.
Listen.
Hey, you see what Q about to look. You see, it's coming up. He got to take a sip off of this shit because he
got the Don Mecca look right now. It's the Don Mecca.
You done got this good. You done grab this cup, this glass.
I'm live on the panel, and I got to take a sip. Goddamn, these motherfuckers.
It's unbelievable how they reacted to that invitation. The second time he invited them to help him with the woman part of the plan that they feel like they have been excluded from the plan, write it up. He said, I will take the responsibility to do it. How many words do you want it to be?
No. Big mouth, right? Big mouth. She want to tell him, no, I ain't helping shit. I just want you to do it yourself. Like,
do what?
You complaining.
What is missing?
You complaining a whole lot, but you ain't got no fucking solutions. Man, you better go. You better. What he say? You better take your ass to the store with that. That's what he told. Hey, ain't that what he told old girl on Boys in the Hood? Yeah, take your ass to the store with that.
You know what he should have said? He should have said, I got these amount of women working on the plan from the beginning. Where was y'all at? Hold on.
Man, he went.
Let me rewind this about
bifurcated on all of them. You feel me?
Let me rewind this conversation about 3 hours. I told that girl 3.5 hours ago, 4 hours ago. This girl right here said, I never heard of the contract with Black America. Never heard of it. Soon as you heard about him speaking to the Trump administration, you picked up your phone and called him. I don't understand that whole process. You never heard of it. Instead of reading it, you called him and said, we got to have a conversation. You undermining the Democratic Party from getting into power.
And then tell the people they need to do their research. Ain't that a bitch?
Right. But pay attention, family, because Cube's he's drawn a very clear line for everyone to see, right? He's putting them in a very interesting chess game, letting the viewers understand like who's allowed to work with them and who's not allowed to work with them.
Right.
Because you notice how they all had the same reaction at the same time.
Yep. They all went haywire.
Same reaction at the same time. Because they're not allowed to say certain things.
Because see, now it's on them. Now, since y'all trying to put everything on Cube, like it's his fault that, you know what I'm saying, that y'all don't see women in black people, which is some idiotic shit. So now he say, oh, okay, well, since y'all want to be like that, well, shit, why don't y'all help me? Well, no, I ain't.
Oh, we're not allowed to help you now. We came on here to destroy you.
Right. Someone being worth $4 million, understand what that means. That means that they're in debt to a couple for a couple of houses. You know what I'm saying? Like a couple $1 million houses and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not rich. You know what I'm saying? Cube is the only one in the conversation with his own money, which is why he's having the power move conversation. The rest of them, you know what I'm saying? They're in very fancy forms of debt. You know what I'm saying? They're not rich either.
Mikey.
Shalom, fam.
Oh, we got to take a break.
Oh, you got to finish that out, bruh.
We got to take a commercial break to introduce
my fault.
The illustrious elder, the organizer that put together the tape. It's Elder Yara on the panel. It's Elder Yara. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. What you need to say about this?
Shalom, Mikey. I just want to say, man, I've been listening to your show, man. Not the entire show, but most of the show, most of the majority of the show, man. And I just want to say shout out to you brothers for giving a clear and unbiased critique of the video without any use of the B word.
You know, I was just about to go there. I said Yashar had to drop it there in that one time, but he didn't call them bitches, but he said, ain't that about a bitch? I said, oh man, he had to say that word one time.
Very clean and respectful, but it's an honest critique. And I mean, like, I just want to say this because I don't want to cut Moore's bill. I just want to say this, like, this is indicative of one of the problems that we have in our community right now.
Right.
Is that the first problem is when you have people that stand up who are not afraid, even if they don't have all the answers. Q clearly says this over and over again. He doesn't have all the answers, but he's looking for answers. He's done videos several times saying, look, I'm not a politician, but I'm trying to learn and understand how this system works. And so instead of him going to what most people do, right, hearsay, rumors here, rumors there, he went straight to the top. Let me talk to Donald Trump. Let me talk to Joe Biden's camp. Let's see what they have to say about what I feel. He clearly said when he put this thing together, and this is why I really don't understand the sister's critique, to be honest with you. And if they're being sincere, he's clearly said when he had this thing drafted, this contract for Black America, when he had this thing put together to present to both parties or just present to the community, to the nation, he didn't just come up with this on his own. He went to men and women, did research. He went to men and women who were PhD scholars, who were activists, who understood the issues. He even had some politicians help him write this up. So this is not something he just woke up one morning and decided to write down on a piece of paper as if he's writing a rap song. And he wanted to submit this to the heads of state. He said, I simply want answers because what we have been doing and how we've been doing it has not been working. And so he's been clear about this up front. So I don't understand his criticism other than the fact that it's coming from a place of ignorance, right? That our people don't really understand about politics and how it works. And he's asking the right questions. But for brothers that are criticizing him, but for the sisters to bring him on the panel and not have the ability to say, Brother Cube, how can we assist you, brother?
Facts.
On how we can make this thing work. And in the process, can we lend some suggestions on some of the issues and the plight that women go through? It's simply, it's just as simple as that. And without them doing, and instead of them doing that just in that direct manner, they chose to attack him. And they're simply attacking him because he's a black man. And that's all, and there's nothing else to it, because neither one of those sisters on this panel have been involved in politics, and has been much more of a political lightning rod, drawing attention to social ills in the conscious community with Ice Cube, going all the way back to his NWA days. To say that he hasn't had an effect on policy and politics in our community that have been positive, whether people want to believe it or not, the NWA had a positive impact in our social community. Why? Because they brought the conversation to the forefront of police brutality when it wasn't talked about in that manner, and how it was viewed from in the everyday hood, and the plight that black men and women went through. So instead of them giving him his props for being that forerunner, for that bringing this conversation to the forefront, and understanding that he's been involved in politics much longer than we have. I've seen many interviews where Cube has shut down interviewers who want to try to talk disparagingly about the plight of the black community. When none of these people were around, they were still building their singing careers and still building their Hollywood careers, or whatever careers, B-list careers they've only been able to achieve. This is the problem with this mindset about how not all our sisters do this, but there's a majority of women out here in certain sectors, not all. I'm not saying the majority of women out there, but there are a majority of women in certain sectors that carry this narrative that a black man can't lead them to do shit.
And you know what's crazy about that? What the truth that you just spoke, Elder, is that if these women, all four of these women, mind you, they got over 100,000 followers apiece, right? They got followers. If they just said what you just said, just come at the brother, even if they didn't understand clearly, but came with just, you know what, I'm willing to support you until I understand, whatever it is to make me not want to support you. But if everything is good, then I'm gonna continue to support. Do you know how many followers we already got lined up?
Okay.
So now, what just happened is you got a lot that's gonna be confused. That's gonna be on the borderline instead of everybody just on board. All because I don't get it.
Yeah,
I just don't get it.
Look, it's
supposed to be sisters.
No,
and watch what he say. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna just shut down this whole. I mean, just kill a whole energy.
Mm-hmm.
Watch how he end their show.
Yeah, but I want you to pay. If y'all haven't spoken this already, because like I said, I didn't catch the very beginning of the show, Klein. But I do want to say this. Look at what, if y'all haven't paid attention to, if you haven't noticed, look at the bottom right-hand corner or the bottom left-hand corner.
Over here?
Of this video, right? Opposite to where it says cocktails with queens, the opposite.
Mm-hmm. Fox Soul.
Fox
Soul. The soul of.
This is Fox News. So they've already sold out to the narrative that Ice Cube, has already leaned and responded forward to the Trump campaign, right? And they're running with this narrative that he's supporting Donald Trump. Therefore, right, this is an issue in the black community. Now, look if you understand why some people say, well, isn't Fox a more conservative? Wouldn't they want him to lean towards Trump? Look at what's going on in the news, right? Look at what's going on in the news. Fox News is on a decline. Their viewership is failing, right? So here's what they want to do, right? So they create this show, Fox Soul, right? In other words, Fox News for black folks, right? And so what they do is they flip the script. Let's get us some folks together, and then let's bash this black man, or let's bash his political views, so that we can up our viewership. Now we all know that's the name of the game, but you got to look how they try to play us. Simply look how they try to play us. The reason why this goes over so well, because they're trying to make this a sexist issue.
Okay, let me ask you this. Anybody can answer. Do you think them coming at him peacefully would have caused crazy views?
I think they wouldn't have gotten the views that the networks wanted them to have. Don't ever think that these networks and people on these shows, whether it's Cocktails with Queens or The View or what's the other one, The Real, don't think that these people, that the producers of these shows, where these networks sit on, that these shows that sit on these networks, and the people that control it don't control the narrative for every show. Every show. Very few newscasters, news personalities control the narrative of their show. Very few of them. Very few of them. Right? And so, and when they get to the point where they actually decide, you see, they usually retire and they go on 60 Minutes, and then they can do the little skirmish pieces that they want to do. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so people, they have to understand, like, the ones, there's a saying, I believe his name is, I don't want to quote him. I know it's Albert something. I want to say Ginsburg.
Pike.
Yeah, but what he said, no, not Pike, but this guy makes a quote, and the quote is, whomever controls the news controls the history. Right? Mm-hmm. Whoever controls the news or controls
the smart community knows that the CIA has their hand in all media, mm-hmm. Which is a Catholic organization. It's like the Catholic, what do you call that? Fed. It's like the Catholic, what's the name of the federal joint? FBI. It's like the Catholic FBI.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of these guys, and when you look and see, it's like when you look at the panel, you understand what I'm saying? This is the segment. This is the age range. These 40s and up, because some of them are cracking 50. Because I've known some of them personally, at least two on this panel, right? They're at 50. I know they're at 50, right, and above, because they're older than I am. And so I know for a fact that age group is the most fickle group in our community when it comes to politics, when it comes to family and relationships, when it comes to identifying who they are in this society. It's a fickle group for men as well, right? Some of them have been scorned by men, right? And the fact that you have such a large you have such a large chasm of women who have been done wrong by men, and we got to understand that part too. A lot of their concerns and a lot of their gripes is the fact that at this age group, black women feel like they tend to start to lose themselves and their voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're afraid of being left out and left behind, right? And so they have this sort of this push, and it's not even real feminism, man. It's like this fake it's like this fake feminism of them trying to latch on to the history of the Gloria Steinems and the different things of that nature, right?
It's real frivolous and superficial. It's no depth to it.
Exactly. And they've been left with this sort of like this fringe feminism, this pseudo feminism, right? Where they want to claim that they want to be in control of their own destiny, right? But yet their criticism is always our men need to lead. If our men were better leaders. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like
so right. And so they denied his invitation twice to help him and defaulted to his leadership. And so he needs to lead. But lead on what needs to be in the plan? What are you saying? You haven't said a thing yet.
Right. And the only reason Q was able to get this far with what he's doing is because no one else was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
At least on his scale, no one else was doing it. Right.
Right.
Like we've got and like Diddy, Sean Combs, he's advocated to create his own a black political party.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the most difficult tasks in the universe, is to establish a real political party. Right?
That's right.
But I haven't seen anybody ask this man for an interview about this political party he's trying to establish. Not one white person or black person. Not one person.
That's the whole thing, is to block our competitive edge, because we're so effective in all things. They realize that party would be dominant.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, I just like, and like I said, there's always two sides to a story. And so, I do appreciate, you guys, attempting as best you can as just being men and no women on the panel with you to have a balanced dialogue about it.
Oh, no, the women would have.
You know what I'm saying?
They would have been banging a little too hard, I think.
But it's to have a balanced conversation from, just from their perspective. And it's okay that we have our own perspective on these issues.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Everything we say and do can't be, we can't bow down all you bashing women. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say this, the way Q handled this situation is a page we all need to take.
Stay cool, calm, and collected.
Hey, and with that, play the rest of this video so we can really hear how Q handled them and finished it off.
Now,
I wish you got we are way over.
Wait a second. He took a good sip. He said, this debate is easy. I understand y'all ambush me, but I love all of you, even though you don't love yourself. So let me take a swig to my victory lap. You understand? He beat him so badly in this debate, I promise you.
We're way over. I wish we would have you for more time, because I feel like you have a lot to say, Ice Cube, and you're very influential, and we appreciate this. And I hope we can respectfully debate and no feelings hurt. I don't think you are the type that would get hurt. I appreciate y'all. I wish we could have you back to have more of this conversation. Would you be open to come back here?
Of course, we family, and can't nobody hurt my family can't hurt my feelings.
Well, we're gonna
That's it.
Because we're running out of time. I would like to say right now, to be fair to you, and we really wanted to dig deep about the Black woman part. I think that's very important, and the lift every voice part versus the contract with Black America. I feel like there's more on the table, and I don't want to be disrespectful to your perspective and to the perspective of Black women. I would love to invite you back before the election. If you have time, I would love to do that for part 2 with Ice Cube. We gotta break now.
No problem.
Brother, I know your intent is good. We just don't like who you rocking with, but we know your intent.
I ain't rocking with nobody.
We rocking with them.
We ain't rocking with nobody.
Man, you got one more time to try to paint that man as rocking with somebody. What the world?
Right, nobody's listening to the man. It's just like, it's ridiculous. How many times does he have to say it? He said, I shot my plan out to both Biden and Trump. Trump told him, let's come talk about it now. Biden told him we'll talk about it after the election. What's that? So what are you supposed to do?
All he did was sabotage Q's fans from voting for him. That's what he did. I mean, that's what he's been doing since his campaign. He barely campaigns already as it is. You understand? So he all Black people unanimously said, Kamala Harris is not Black. Please don't utilize her as your running mate. But suppose since she was the darkest lady running for president, that he had to utilize her, because it did cause a great confusion, because a lot of Black people are saying she's Black. So they're happy with her skin complexion instead of wondering.
You know
what?
They didn't take it way back, bro. They don't even say she Black. They say she a woman of color. How about that? They took it back. Yeah.
She's a colored?
She a woman of color. And it's coming from our own people.
Yeah, I mean, after they did the research, they found out she's the product of a Black father, but he's what we would call mulatto or mixed, and her mother is Indian.
Right. Now, we got to take a break. We got the 6-figure nigga. We got the 6-figure nigga. He got a name anonymous. He now goes by A Unity because he wants to unify the Black race under 6 figures. Everybody, 6 figures for everybody.
Yo, peace, family, peace. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm fighting with some coyotes, man. Hold on. I'm here though.
Shalom, man.
Still dealing with them coyotes, bro. God damn. Holy shmoly. Okay, he got to deal with the coyotes. All right. So back to what you were saying, y'all.
No, but I'm just saying, like, it's I think that we have to get better educated, man, about these issues, and then see where they fall in line with the scriptures, right? If speaking from a position of faith, speaking from a position of being just an Israelite, like where do we fall in the lines of, and even how we view and deal with politics, because we've been dealing with recently, just dealing with some of these Calvinist white evangelicals, who are espousing that social justice is not even biblical. That it's not even biblical to protest or to march or to, shout out your government, and especially coming up into this election, we've been seeing a ramping up. I've noticed, and I know others have as well. They've been ramping up, their whole issue on just attacking what they call it, the social justice movement, just attacking social justice and saying, well, if you want to argue about social justice, if you want to, argue about Black Lives Matter. Now, I don't agree with the manifesto of the Black Lives Matter organization, but the thought in it of itself, just the words Black Lives Matter, I wholly agree with. But they're on the attack and on the offensiveness, and they're basically saying, well, if Black Lives Matter, then why are we leading in abortion? Why the abortion rate among Black? They're literally teaching and preaching this in their evangelical churches right now. And so I think that these little petty squabbles like we just seen, coming from this panel, just jumping at the brother, when he said, let's lift every voice and sing. So now you're not included in every voice now. It's I think we have to be more educated, man. We have to be, it's time for us, not just elevating our conversation, but we have to elevate how we move and what we do in this country as a people.
Right, I agree. First off, peace to the panel, peace to the brothers. Thanks for having me on. Shalom. It is wild out here in Georgia. Shalom. I agree with you, Elder. I want to make sure I word this right. So if you have been watching, and me and Elder had a lot of conversations about this. The major issue that we have is us not really understanding what is best for us as a people. Right. So when you look at like the Platinum Plan or the Lift Every Voice Plan, if you notice, I think it was Elder that just said, he reached out to both of them, right? He's trying to figure out how to be of service, basically. I was listening to the brother Dr. Claude Anderson on a Breakfast Club the other day, like a week ago. And he was saying the only person that reached out to him basically was Jared Kushner, right? So, and that's somebody from Trump camp. And if you know anything about Anderson, I mean, he has an amazing plan, at least economically, that will help our people. So we clearly see something going on with both political parties. And so I think it's counterproductive to start attacking these people who are in our communities, who are wealthy and have positions of influence, when we don't understand the actual maneuvering that has to go on for the future, right? We've said over and over, like each time we vote, this is critical, or whatever, but I'm not saying I don't care whether you vote or not, honestly. Especially for the president, I think you should be more involved with your local politics. But when it pertains to somebody like Ice Cube, these people who making 500,000 plus, $1 million a year plus, these type of people, they have to operate in them arenas in order for them to get us some form of influence in these governments, right? Especially if we are people of faith. You've never had an exodus situation without having somebody in that position to lobby or jockey for you to get the resources you need to get out of bondage, but also to give you the resources you needed to get into a safe space. And that's what we're talking about now moving forward. Like even claim, it would be amazing to see our people be able to get comfortable with making six figures, to know what to do with that, to know what that means, and how to utilize that in the community. I don't want to talk about the sisters. I don't like how they did it, but like I heard y'all saying, he handled it like a true king, right? So this concept of what are we gonna do economically is something that we gotta take serious I know everybody think the world gonna keep coming to an end. I keep saying this. But what happened when it don't? What happened when the sun keep rising and we still finding ourselves here and find out that there's some practical stuff that we got to do? Right. So moving forward, we got to make sure that we know what to do economically, because the Bible tells us that there's some things that there's some principles that we got to take care of economically. And I actually applaud the brother for at least trying to have conversations with both parties to figure out where he can be most useful, where his plans and his influence could be the most use. If I'm being honest, I would love to see us have some type of independent party, but that's something that comes later, I guess. And, I'll fall back for right now and then chime in as we move forward.
Well, there's two concepts for independent party. There's the black party, and then there's the white party that's filled with black people. And so, we got that in play. As far as the rest of what you said can't be expounded on because it's perfect.
Okay.
Well, that
we lost you.
You cut out, you sure?
No, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying was when it comes down to that black political party, it's only gonna go so far because it's not something that's recognized. It's not a title that's recognized by the UN, the United Nations, right? There's no way, fashion, or form that we can go to the United Nations talking about we the black nation. I mean, like, where y'all come from? You know what I'm saying? Where's y'all land at? Where, what type of political this, what type of political that? What is y'all foundation of y'all laws, structure, right? We don't have none of that. So how here, when that title itself is not even recognized by these individuals in the law, how is that shit gonna affect them in some type of contract or plan when it comes down to us? Like, it's something for them to entertain, something for them
to bang on. That's all they do is they listen to us speak, and then they develop strategies to stop it.
So I'm just, like, I'm all for it. I'm not never gonna step against it, and, fight against it, because I believe, like y'all say, we need to be in the fight, and it's only certain individuals that can fight that fight. And like I said earlier, we been had political people, and like Cube even said in the semi-debate, over 700 years or 700 politicians that's been in the political fight, and not one of them motherfuckers have come with a plan like he have developed.
Right.
And then say, we're gonna keep our foot on the gas pedal. You know what I'm saying? Period, point blank. We're gonna push it. We're gonna push it. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna push that line. And that's not something that no politician that call himself representing us in our community has ever even presented to us. When I think back, like, the person who pushed certain shit, was Martin Luther King. Now, that was a pusher, of certain things, demanding certain things, going through sacrificing, So if he willing to sacrifice, I'm willing to sacrifice with him. But at the same time, bro, we got to understand that what he's doing right now is not a handout. It's a demand. And if we don't get behind him on that demand, we want to get treated however we want to get treated.
Man, that's an excellent point. That is an excellent point.
Yeah, that's why I said, man, this is depressing to have to explain these things to these people. Why in the world would you take the time out to say nothing? You didn't say a thing.
Yeah. Claim, I put an article in the back chat. I wanted to bring something out in regards to Ice Cube's his contract with
While you
Black.
bringing up the article, can I say something real quick on it while y'all bringing it up?
Absolutely.
I find myself having that same question about why do we gotta have this conversation? And it takes brothers like Elder and a couple other brothers to sit down and tell me, like, we have to do this because we got to get our people educated. Like, at this point in time, the only thing that we can do, those of us that are in the know now, is to educate our people. And we got to do it at a pace that they're comfortable with. Right, at a pace that they're comfortable with. You posted in there. I don't see it neither. It's in the chat. Look in the Zoom chat. It's in the Zoom chat.
Got it. Okay.
So we got to do this at a pace where our people are comfortable. But then while they're getting comfortable, we have to work now. Those of us that are able to and that can get it, it's time for us to work. Speaking to what Yashar was talking about a political party or anything like that, the only way that I see anything like that being effective is if we first set the economic base. Right? We have to first create a solid foundation of wealth. And those of us that understand where we're supposed to go with this, we understand who that wealth needs to be in the hands of. We have to set a solid economic base that then we can use to push forward like a tier program, right? First you use the economics, then you move politically, then you move socially, basically. And if we don't do that, we'll keep going in the circle. You know, the thing that the Martins and the Malcolms, the Medgars, all of them were fighting for, believe it or not, was for us to be in the position that we're in now. And I know it doesn't seem like, oh, we still got the same amount of wealth and the same amount of, the wealth gap is the same, but we've never been in a position where we have this ability to unify and push forward in a way that can be life-changing, not only for us, but for our children and our children's children that come after us. So this fight now is, and I know we've been fighting for so long, but this is the beginning of the new part of the fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because people are becoming aware of
right.
and could possibly potentially be helpful.
Right. Yep. All right, let's get to this article.
What you got, Yara? Ice Cube reveals his contract with Black America to continue his fight against systemic racism. And this is the league that I was trying to remember earlier, the G3, 3-on-3 basketball league that he started.
It's the Legendary. Big Three.
Oh, Big Three.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want you to, let's look at the date of this article, right? That Black Enterprise published this, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is in July of this year, right? End of July, August. So this isn't new news, like up to date, like in the past week or so we've been hearing about this thing. It wasn't until Donald Trump responded and he asked to actually speak to the leaders. See, before then, we see here in this article, but he was still going around doing personal interviews, talking on his blog or his platform, whatever it was, because I watched a couple of them. Still asking the question. I want to know what this is. I want to understand this political system, because here we go going into another political era, and we still see the same issues. We still see the same problems, right? Systematic racism is still alive. We had 8 years of Barack Obama. Now we're going through Trump, 4 years, possibly facing another 4 years of Donald Trump. or whoever comes into the office, but no one's addressing the fight against systematic racism that keeps black people subjugated to a specific class in this country. It keeps us second class citizens and almost third class citizens. And so no one thought that this topic that he was bringing out and his reason for this contract that he had created by scholars, he didn't get about, like I said before, he didn't get about the bed and decide to write something off the top of his head. Right? Mm-hmm. He had academic scholars, economists, and PhD doctors look at this actual contract and help him actually create it and put it together. And actually, I want us to Google that to see who was, because I did read an article before that talks about the people that helped him put it together.
Have y'all actually looked at the actual project? The actual
That's
contract?
what I want to look at.
Just type it up. Just type in a contract with Black America. Right. Type in Ice Cube's contract with Black America.
Right. And then when you read it, yeah, exactly. Because when you read it, then it makes this interview we just watched even more nonsensical. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's like, what is this about? Now, there it is right there. You know, and I think a lot of people are having a conversation. They're taking the sound bites, just like you just heard this young lady say, you know, before she ended the show. You know, well, we don't like your man Trump. And he like, what are you talking about, my man Trump? I went to both parties, mm-hmm. both candidates. That tells me she didn't do her homework for the interview. That tells me she only listened to the talking points, what she been hearing in the news, the sound bites, social media, before she even started this interview. Now, I'm not banging on
as if they're going to tell her the truth. You have to look at the raw data.
Exactly.
So here are the people involved, just to let you know that I see right now. You see this in the preface or the preface. Derek Hamilton, professor and executive director, Kirwan Institute at The Ohio State University, and incoming Henry Cohen, professor of economics and urban policy and university professor at the New School. These are the people. So Derek Hamilton, it looks like, and Henry Cohen seem to be two of the main people involved. I'm sure there's several other people. Those are only two names of notoriety that I see right now as I'm skimming. But like you said, it's clear that this has been very well thought out, very well put together. And now that I'm looking at this and really looking at how this works, I can tell y'all that these are the only types of situations and solutions that we have. Because if you look at either one of these plans, I don't know if y'all have looked at the Lift Every Voice plan, or even if you look at the Platinum plan. But the only thing that it is just reframing of the same BS, and I want to watch how I talk, but the same nonsensical solutions that they've given us before. None of these things have any real reform. Right now, I was talking to Elder about this earlier. You know, my concern is, do we really ever enter into the situation where they rewrite the Constitution? Because there's a lot of economists that feel the only way that Black people in this country will ever have a chance is for them to kind of revamp everything in order to help us get some form of real major paradigm economic shift. And if you read this is what he's proposing. This is what's proposed in this plan is a true shift in the Federal Reserve and how things are being appropriated and the different avenues that need to be explored and the different things that must be put into place. Like you were saying, now we're making demands of what you must do to reform what you have done to an entire race of people. And I don't know if people understand that, even especially, let's get back to this evangelical concept as well. When you have a whole section of religion, saying basically, "Oh, just get over it," as if, and we just deal with the modern 400 years of oppression, right? And it's been more than that, but we just keep it light right now and deal with 400 years of oppression just on the shores of this country. To act as though, oh, well, you know, slavery ended a long time ago. No, it didn't. You just revamped it. You reshaped how it looked. Even if we move into the latest form of mass incarceration.
And they expanded the plantation to the entire country.
Right. Because when you understand how mass incarceration works, this is why what's the sister's name that wrote the book, The New Jim Crow?
Michelle. Michelle, is it Milken or something like that?
Please forgive me for not having that sister's name at the tip of my tongue, but that is an amazing book.
Yeah.
Because when you understand when you understand how this whole situation works.
Yeah, Michelle Alexander.
There you go. The concept of what this is proposed in this contract with Black America and what, you know, I don't want to keep bringing up brother's name, but Dr. Claude Anderson, because I love his plan, especially if you take it and mix it and well, I shouldn't say mix it, layer it with the Bible, right? Obviously for us, all these principles have to go with what we know to be our Constitution. But when you look at what his preference and what his proposal is, when you look at something like what Cube is presenting, and when you understand the only way for us to get right and get out of this, I don't even know why you would even part your mouth to say anything bad to the brother. And so this is my last final point, and then I'm gonna shut up because I'll get real wordy on this. Elder just said this best. How can you talk about this when you haven't taken the time to look at this plan? And I know they had at least not to comb through it and understand what's happening. Like for instance, he got a section entitled Monuments and Institutions. We talk about eliminate all Confederate statues rather than destroy them. Watch this. And I was just telling Elder this. Don't get rid of them. Put them in some form of a museum or something, because we don't ever want to get to the point where we forget what happened and where you can deny what happened. They said, rather than destroy them, they are to be kept by the National Archives, Smithsonian Institute, and I always mess this word up, analogous state facilities. They are to be used only in displays and exhibits designed to investigate our racist past. This is not sanitizing our past as history exists in books and online. There is no need to display monuments of these types, just as we allowed the Saddam Hussein statue to be removed, as well as the Berlin Wall, where doors easily could have been inserted, right? And then I like this last where he says, rename all streets, schools, public structures, towns, scholarships, etc., named after Confederate soldiers or leaders, rename with names of Black heroes with white abolitionists. Why do things like this become important? Because one of the major things that are plaguing us is this mental hurdle that we have to get over. Imagine going to Cornwall Jackson High School, whatever high school you go into that's named after one of these Confederate generals. And maybe you don't even know your whole life, right? But then when you get older, you find out, hold on, I went to that school and that's what that was about. And
Hitler Plaza.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like this entire country has been set up, especially when you get deeper and deeper in the South, has been set up as a reminder that you are a permanent underclass. To act as though that mentally doesn't destroy an entire race of people, and then pretend as though that's not your job as the church to say things like social justice is not in the scriptures. This is what these people are teaching. There's something wrong with that. And there's a fight that we have to face and meet it head on. And I love what the brother's doing. So, all right, I'm gonna shut up. I talk too much.
Yeah. If anybody else want to jump in before I say something. We're looking right there. I think right now what we're on right now is just the introduction. And it's important to read that. But just go down the line, that one, I think it's like, what, is that 1 through 12?
Mm-hmm.
And
It is. representation, lending reform, federal funding, Federal Reserve, finance oversight, data and credit, prison reform, judicial reform, police reform act, FCC licensing, Confederate institutions, AJP program, Black responsibility.
Right. Now tell me what, just in that list of points, that
is excluding women.
It's excluding women.
We've been trying to figure that out all night, brother.
I mean, it's
this is how me and Moore determined that they're just puppets on a string.
Absolutely, and it's this fringe pseudo feminism, right, that they try to impose on our women in the Black community to simply to get them to attack the leadership coming from the Black men in our community. That's it. All this is he has the audacity to take a leadership role, not a Black man. Not a Black man. You see what I'm saying? And so they don't understand it, and without getting, well, I'll leave that alone. But well, I'm gonna say it, when they all sitting on the panel, you see what I'm saying? Face lifts, eyes slanted, face pulled back to snatch, trying to look like white women. I ain't seen one on the panel with a natural hairstyle, unless I was looking at the wrong something. And not saying that all politically or women that are woke or are in tune with their, with the Black community race has to have a natural hairstyle. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is
I am unapologetically.
But I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that in this day and time, and where we are as a nation, as a people, that's the best that they could do with that conversation. And I'm not talking about their intelligence. I'm talking about their understanding of where we really are. It's clear. They hadn't read this contract.
Okay. All right. So let's just real quick. Look, go back to the contract for me. Who got the control of the hand?
I got you. Hold up, because I want to say, green in media is talking about blackness. So this green witch, all black, is representing a Black woman. You know what I'm saying? So they were told to go out and wreak havoc. And they just say, okay, let me start flying around and do what I need to do in the airwaves.
And I want y'all to know this brother did our job for us, y'all.
Yeah, he did.
Bring this up, bro. I'm done. I'm like, okay, go look at that white box. Click the white box over there, Clay. Now click full contract for me, please. Now I advise all y'all, if you see this, or if you tell somebody to do this, do this. Now just start scrolling through, Clay. Just scroll through all these 22 pages, since our people don't like to read. And just start taking a look at all the major subcategories, right? Just start scrolling down. You ain't got to read them all, but just start scrolling down. Number one, you're not going to see anything gender specific towards men or women. You're going to see helping the Black race.
Right.
Everything that this brother is presenting is helping our race. Once you, I mean, even when you get down to the bottom, like Institute Spurs, like Institute the Black History 365 curriculum, education metrics. I mean, this whole, it's, if you understand this, the entire plan is laid out for you, right?
Look at that.
Talking about
hold on. I'm sorry. Entertainment industry reform and reparation.
Right. That's not gonna help black women.
Yep, speaks directly to them. But they don't know anything about the plan, so they were told to fly through the airwaves, and that's what they did.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry now, but I just wanted to.
Like you doing exactly
mandatory
what I want you to do.
funding of black studios,
bro. Like y'all addressing this. This is why I wanted you to just bring it up and just start to scroll through.
Now look who has to fund them: the Hollywood studios, the largest Hollywood studios.
Because a lot of them made money off the slaves of blacks. They know this too, of black slave labor and cheap labor. They know this.
Record companies and television studios and networks to compensate for years of lack of support, stereotyping, and damage to black culture. Stop it, man.
Now, instead of them understanding how hard it's going to be for this brother, because now it's going to be difficult for this brother.
Yep.
We lost.
You understand that? He's already.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's already pissing them off with the big three. He's already made them mad with the big three.
They knew exactly how hard
they did it on purpose. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
And so, right. So instead of jumping in and saying, nah, we're just going on YouTube or we'll go on Zoom, we'll do whatever, especially during COVID, to make sure we got our brothers back. No, this turns into.
This wasn't a behind the scenes conversation. Like if I'm gonna pull up my brother, whatever. No, they did this on Fox, bro. You feel me? They did this on national TV. You feel me? Like, this is the epitome of like all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You feel me?
Like it's crazy, bro.
That's what I said. Because I briefly when it first came out, I went through and I said, "Oh, this is pretty good," right? I didn't read this part extensively what we're looking at here, but I read the overall the abstract. I said, okay, that's pretty good. You know what he has going on here. So I know there's no way they could have honestly approached this the way that they did. If they did,
this is what they did. This is what they did right here.
Synopsis.
He's not kneeling down to kiss his shoe. He's getting kicked in the mouth.
Right.
This is what they did. Why?
Yeah.
Are you beating us down, ladies?
You know, and the thing of it is that a lot of times, and I'm starting even to move away from this understanding where people don't really realize when they're being controlled or manipulated. They know. People know. You know enough. You know.
Yeah, because they brought it up in the beginning. They said, you know, politicians can use you. You do know that, don't you? They said, what?
Sorry, there's nothing to read.
160 million. Don't forget.
Now that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like so you don't have like 160 million in net worth and whatnot, right? And not know how to come up with the proper plan. That's why he was like, look, man, I wasn't trying to have no rally call nonsense. I was actually trying to make moves. He's like, so when I first came up with this joint, I had a homie of mine that was cool with Kamala Harris. He reached out to Kamala Harris, and she was supposed to give me the phone call. She said she would give me the phone call. I never got the phone call.
Mm-hmm.
So I kept moving.
That kept moving.
So I kept it moving. Like I was like, and they're like, well, why did you keep it moving? Why didn't you wait?
Mm-hmm.
Man, the man got enough money for 100 generations in his lineage.
Oh, what do you mean? Why did you wait? Like what?
You know what I'm saying? Like why didn't you go back to
the Democrats come into power?
Phone call? Why didn't you participate with the Zoom phone call with all the celebrities? He's like, because I didn't feel like it was gonna be productive. Like, why would I? Like, he was like, bro, like they already.
It's like this conversation.
Yeah, exactly. He was like, man, like all you cats that got like 1 million, 2 million, whatever that work. Like, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Y'all in debt to everybody still.
Right. And that's because
y'all in debt to everybody still.
Exactly. And that's because he knows that phone conversation would have been like what we hear all the time, especially on these social media platforms. People go with the popular view.
And he told you what it was. He was like, look, man, I made the move behind closed doors. You feel me? I wasn't, if there's certain he's like, I wasn't trying to have that one in public, obviously, you know what I'm saying?
He said,
And it's
my
like when they wanted me to have a public
attorney.
conversation, it was like, hey man, it was a song and dance kind of thing. He's like, I didn't want to do no rally call. He called it out for what it was. I didn't want to do no rally call, right? It wasn't about
Bro, this is a complete reform on the nation. And that's why this is a problem. We're going to call this what this is now. If you go through this is like, bro, like you said, Elder, I knew it was out here, but I haven't dug into it. I'm looking at this right now, bro, like this. And the best part about it, and it's going to sound messed up, but it's not just, oh, you black, so here's your handout. No, there are some responsibilities that we have in here as well. There's a whole section called Black Americans' Responsibility. Like, bro, I'm sick that this is even happening, that you're gonna go out of your way to turn this into a gender fight in our community. Are you asking why wouldn't you wait?
Well, why wouldn't we expect that though if we already saw it happen in the 60s, etc.?
It's 2 weeks before the election and ain't nobody helped the brother do this. What you mean? Why wouldn't we wait? Now,
no. Here's the problem. A bunch of people helped him do it, and wasn't none of them. And when he asked them to help, they were like, no.
Right.
Twice.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's the issue. He was like, no. I went to a whole bunch of black people. I went to our PhDs. I went to our activists. You know what I'm saying? He's like, no. He's like, no. Hence, it looks clean. You feel what I'm saying? He was like, why wouldn't it be clean? You know what I'm saying? And why don't you want to help? You know what I'm saying? Like that should be an eye opener for everybody watching. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain people allowed to help and certain people not allowed to help. You know what I'm saying? Like,
man, if I was him, I would say, nah, man, I'm not coming over back on this show.
My pops used to always tell me you got to pay the cost to be the boss, right? And again, Cube was the only one on that panel that's free.
Yep.
Right.
Everyone else is still on the plantation in some way, shape, or form.
Listen, he's been free. He's been free since he left NWA.
Bro, I got a couple friends. One of them is out there in the state of Washington, right? Millionaire about 20 times over, right? So we having a conversation, and this is about 5 years ago. And I'm asking just different questions because I'm making sure we get to this money, right? And he's explaining to me, he's like, bro, I got some money in the bank. He said, but I'm one bad investment or one bad mistake away from losing everything, having 2 or 3 million in the bank. He said, and if you understand that, 2-3 million, like Moore just said, now you in debt to everybody, right? The 100 mark, the 100 million mark, 150 million mark, that's when you really, that's why he's making this move now, unapologetically, no fear.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You support this. You jump behind this, bro. You think we need to take these weeds out. I need to stop sagging my pants. What else I need to do? You know what I'm saying?
No, but you got a bunch of house niggas talking about, nah, man, you can't burn down our house. You know what I'm saying? That's our house. You know what I'm saying? No, we sick, boss. We sick. But like, come on now. Like,
you just gonna let them come in the big house, Calvin?
Yeah, for real.
Like, come on, bro. This thing is amazing, bro. We should be applauding this brother because we know what this means for him. If he didn't have the ability to do other stuff on his own at this point, this would be his entertainment career death warrant. Right? This would kill his career if he wasn't in a position where he knew how to continue to provide for himself.
Yeah, he'd be 2 seconds from being Nick Cannon, fam.
Yeah.
Where you gotta do the I ain't gonna say the people name I don't want. But you gotta do that apology tour. You know what I'm saying?
You got to do the Bojangles.
Yeah, you got to do the step and fetch it now. You know what I want to call. But hey, this is wild, man. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This is wild, and I haven't watched it. I can't. Everybody keep telling me to go watch it because they like, you of all people are gonna lose your mind. I'm trying my best not to watch these type of things. I'm so deeply engulfed in building something for us. So, but this is I didn't know we was this bad as a people. I'm being surprised weekly, daily almost now. How bad this is. That's good show, Clay. Good job.
Yeah.
This the Commander General Yashar show.
Oh, my fault then. Good job, Yashar. You did post the link. I don't know what I was thinking. Excellent job. Yeah, I'm gonna spend some time on this. This will be my weekend reading.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all understand. Yeah, bro. Like my level of excitement that this somebody of his stature, and then I'm seeing what Killer Mike has out there.
Mm-hmm. We're taking a lot of load off our plate, for real. And but I'll be encouraging that community to link up with the, you said reach out to you. You said you need help. So I reached out to you professionally with my secretary that reached out to you already. You know what I'm saying? Why didn't you respond? I guess you're getting millions of emails, I suppose. I don't know. But you said you need some help. I guess you only said only rich people should help you, huh? Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
This is crazy, bro. This is good.
And so this is what I mean about, always taking the narratives of that are just floating out here in the air, and folks grab things out the media, they grab things out the news cycle. See, this internet and this social media, is part of they call the tributes to what they call the dumbing down of America, right? And and it becomes more and more evident because people tend to believe them. They tend to believe a meme that has no basis in truth and understanding, but they pull, they pull talking points. And listen, the thing of it is that it's so evident that instead of them presenting his information, and I'm not bashing these women at all, right? But the fact that even the people who are responsible for putting the show on, I don't know who's the producer or the executive producer on this show, but if you're going to be dealing with these topics, you should have someone who's even researching, right? You should have someone who's even researching. It was clear they had no understanding about what his plan was about. It makes absolutely no sense, and that doesn't do anything but take away from any progress, even if it's just to move the conversation along.
Yo, this is crazy, bro.
And so now they create this whole fake fringe, understanding, and then the narrative that you'll hear, they're like, yeah, we went in on Q. Girl, we called him out on women's rights. But what are you talking about? This has to do with rights of all African American people in this country. That
focus on the Black family. Any agenda that sincerely seeks to promote the best interests of the African American community must strive to restore the Black family unit of man, woman, and child.
There it is. He just spoke. He just included you in every point. You were just included in that statement right there, in that statement alone. You were just included. He talks about equal pay for all, for all, for both black men and black women, for all, for the whole family. So where are you included from that? He talks about reparations. Where are you excluded from that? Excluded from that. Sorry. Talks about police brutality. Where are you excluded from that conversation? He talks about bridging the wealth gap. Where are you excluded from that conversation? He's talking about better policing. Where are you excluded from that conversation? He talks about the responsibility or the honors that the black community has to police themselves, to create businesses and support their own businesses. Black-owned businesses. Where are you excluded from that?
Lending reform, data and credit.
Like when you get to the case for neo-reconstruction, right? And then he goes to the two key areas to address. First is economics. He talks about the economic impact. I'm not going to go into this because this is amazing. This is actually what I was going to go into when it came time to beat up Blue, when he wanted to bring up the GI Bill and the banks and right, because he doesn't understand what he's looking at. But anyway, I'm just going to give you this quick excerpt. It says, according to the real estate app Redfin, African American families has lost out on at least $212,000 in personal wealth over the last 40 years because their homes were redlined. The results of these policies leave African American families with 10% of the net wealth of white families. So if you understand what the average white family, the median white family income is versus the median black income, like it's crazy, right? It really is about 10 times.
So we're gonna keep reminding the people that they are designing it that way to land like that.
Facts. And what he's proposing is a complete shift, right? Now, but in the underlying proposal that I have to this is, even if they don't shift it, the fact that he has put this out here, I can take this now and take this to our people and show how we can shift it. If the government refuses to shift it for us or with us, then we go do it on our own. And the way we do it on our own is we hire black appraisers. We hire black realtors. We hire black home. What am I trying to say, y'all? When they come and they do the home inspectors.
Home inspectors.
Okay, right. All of these things. Because what happens is if you refuse to help us, now we have to do everything unapologetically black, right? Whereas when you look at his proposal, he's even making it clear, like, okay, we're not just saying we're going to just put you in a permanent underclass. So if you do the economic reform and give us the type of money you need to give us, do it over 10 years, give us tax breaks, do things like that. The responsibility for Black Americans, if you go and look, if you have a large company, you need to hire some non-blacks as well. Right, so he's not just saying unapologetically we just all black, right? Now, but what's going to happen is if they don't adopt this, if they don't look at this, then we do. Then we immediately shift to black. Yes, that's even you, black woman. Yes. We just not leaving out nobody. Like, to me, that's weird that this turns into a gender. Once again, that this would turn into a gender conversation. This is Willie Lynch at his best, right? So I beg y'all, take the time to read this. You'll get educated just on how bad it is for us and what they've used if you don't know it. And I'm talking to people who come back and watch this over the next week and a half. And even y'all, as y'all tell people, read this entire thing, fam. Read this entire thing, because you're going to learn not only what the issue is, but where we can make up ground, even if they don't do what they're supposed to do. And I think it's amazing that he put this out here, because this is a 100% call to action for us, regardless of what they say, regardless of anybody that wants to accuse him of being gender biased, which I got to go watch this thing, so I don't speak ignorant on this. But if there's any attack on this brother about him not caring about the sisters, like his whole thing is talking about building up the black family. Who is that going to benefit the most? Let's just be honest.
The black family.
Specifically, though, our sisters. And here's why I say that. Our sisters, especially the sisters who are going to school, they get educated, they get the degrees, and then for whatever reason they deal with a brother who has some type of psychological issue or emotional issue that makes him not want to take care of his family. Right. So now these sisters are on the hook financially. They got to take care of all of this stuff. I hear you. I hear the sisters like this is one of their complaints. Well, if you look at this, if a lot of the suggestions and a lot of the demands that he's making in here are met, these sisters would be compensated for some of these losses. They would be put in a position where they would be able to properly take care of their children, as well as different programs would be reinstituted, like these summer school programs, these after school programs that should have never been taken out of a lot of our communities. Right. They would be there. They would be there to help them as they are still climbing up the ladder of building their wealth. Right. And then there's also the education part that comes into this. Will they be educated on how to properly run businesses, how to properly move up in your career if that's what you're trying to do? Like, it's insanity to me that this would even be a conversation, bro. Like, I hope them checks was worth it. I really hope them checks was worth it,
man. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably gonna be the same reaction that that girl got with R. Kelly. She got promoted, or like she had got like an $80 million bonus or something, or some shit like that. $8 million bonus check.
I missed that one.
Girl that interviewed R. Kelly and made him go crazy.
Gail, you talking about Gail? Gail. I didn't know that. So I guess the hope was to make Cube lose it, even when they shot that comment at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, It's funny because we've been dealing with this now, and we've been talking about this, how a certain platform kind of was like our training ground, right? Just for the bigger picture, and you could tell this brother was ready for it, because this, to me, this sounds and looks like the absent-minded professor, the one that calls himself the DMT, and the type of tactics used by these people to try to force you to snap and to force you to go off.
Right. To try to make you look,
discredit you, right?
Discredit you. That's right.
Yeah.
So when you know what I'm saying, you're not in control of your emotion, it tells them, see, that's all you got to do. These guys are crazy. See, even though you just called me a ho, I'm supposed to stay calm.
Right.
Okay, I did. I will stay calm. But I'm glad how he handled Cuomo. You know what I mean? He got a little agitated and displayed it. But that's how you had to handle Cuomo.
He was on Chris Cuomo's show.
Yeah, because Cuomo gets apologetic whenever.
Matter of fact, pull that up, Klein, because it's an important. It's something that Cuomo says to him in there, and I'm like,
Do we need to give the disclaimer, or can we play it?
Fox News.
Just a federal disclaimer. How anything we're using is for educational purposes.
Mm-hmm.
You want the full thing?
I didn't know he was on Cuomo's show. See, man, I've been in the lab, y'all.
Yeah, I need to. Lab, fam.
Yeah, I've really been in the lab.
Okay, you want to play the whole thing? You said there's something in here.
Our next guest is Ice.
I think this one, yeah, we could do that one. We could do that one because the other one, I think the other snippets have commentary on it, but we don't need that.
He said, "I'm not playing on games." This is where he started getting apologetic.
Yeah,
Which part you want?
Right there where you at, Claim.
Okay.
You have the economics. All of it extends from poverty, which is an extension of opportunity, which is an extension of a system that doesn't give equal opportunity, and you see it everywhere. Hiring, education, finance.
What's the question that he asked?
So, acutely, we've been looking at what happens when policing goes wrong in communities. It doesn't give you concern that the president has handled police violence the way he has in terms of his commitment to work on any of the issues that you think are important?
We've been dealing with police violence in this country from day one. So police violence is just part of our life here.
Exactly. Like
this is new information. Look, he's surprised. Like
violence is on the loose since Trump came in office.
He's like, what? Have you really? What do you mean you?
And see, this is what I mean about like how we can learn from Ice Cube, right? Like literally how not to get caught up in the emotion of an ignorant question.
And he cut right to it too. He didn't even waste no time.
Right. You see what I'm saying? And it's like,
come on. The smart community calls the police the patty rollers.
Right. Are you really
extension of the patty roller?
Exactly. Yeah. So are you really asking this man, like, what do you think about the police violence since Donald Trump has been in office? You're talking to a guy who was one of the founders of a rap group called Niggas with Attitudes. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who came out with a song called F the Police. And you just asked him that. This is what I mean about a complete disdain and a complete ignorance and disrespect to the person who you're talking to. Like, why would you ask him such a question? It's ridiculous, man.
So what we know in the smart community is that Obama tripled the police budget, and they became even more militarized than they were already leaning towards.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
Oh, this is crazy, fam.
That's a fact.
How is this happening in 2020? How are we even having this conversation in 2020 so now this is how come our celebrities don't do nothing. I'm just gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, what is the incentive for him to do this when you're gonna take this and make this about gender, bro?
Right. No, exactly, fam. Completely non sequitur to what he's presented.
And then to say, oh, you got a problem with Trump. What that got to do with what he's trying to do for us?
Nothing at all whatsoever.
Have you looked at Biden's Lift Every Voice plan? Why you having that nonsense?
Bruh.
While you talking that nonsense, have you even studied the Lift Every Voice plan? Because you're going to look at this, if you got any type of sense, and say, man, come on. Come on, buddy.
Yep. Exactly. A Claim. Do me a favor, because I want to show you the contrast for what, and I'm going to show you how politics really works in a narrative. Because I heard somebody on the other station earlier trying to go in on Ice Cube, not really understanding themselves, right? Who's supposed to be the apolitical marker in that over there in that territory, but completely doesn't understand what I'm saying. So understand what we're talking about here. Now you see what Q is doing here, the interviews he's doing, what he's actually saying. Google Dave Chappelle on politics. That might be able to bring it up. And scroll down because I wanted to see if there's an article. Actually, he talks about not thinking that his belief is that, and he's entitled to his belief that celebrities of his caliber, right, and like Ice Cube, shouldn't be involved in the political movement. Right?
Yes, they should. Yeah, they should put their funding behind the political movements, or come up with their own plan, like Cube did.
Yeah, I'm trying to say,
and put his platform and his money behind his own plan.
Yeah. Let me see if I can remember the title of that.
See, but this is what we got to get our eyes open, though, right? Like, so these cats are not, these women are not on TV because they're trying to do anything radical or political, whatever. They're on Fox, you know what I'm saying? Because they're paid to keep the status quo.
Exactly.
Like, so in 2020, if we're looking at TV in America, right? Like, it's not based upon the same thing Cube was talking about. He was like, look, man, we've been dealing with this aspect of life since day one in this country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would the media be any different?
Right.
Why are we looking at the media if it's supposed to do anything but keep the status quo? Like, there should be no surprise that so-called black people on TV, you know what I'm saying, are mad at somebody who's trying to shake up the status quo. You know what I'm saying? Like, that their job is to keep the status quo. And there shouldn't be any question about that. There shouldn't be any like shock about that. There shouldn't be any awe about that. It should be okay, yeah, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason there should be any shock about that is if you actually have people in power to run the system, and then you see stuff like that happen. That's when it's like, well, why does it look like that? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, it looks like what it does because we don't run nothing. So when you got people who look like us in power to do anything, it's again like, so it's not like they're Joseph, or it's not like they're Daniel, right? These people, these women on the show ain't governors of the country. You feel what I'm saying? You know, so if they're not underneath one of our people in governorship, etc., whatnot, we should only expect them to be speaking the words of the status quo.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It wouldn't make sense.
Hold them accountable. That's just as we have in this show, to get them to change their narrative.
I'm not even talking, like, to me that's a waste of breath, because there's like what they're gonna change their topic. They're gonna not keep the status quo.
Not at all. I don't think so. Yeah,
I'm with you. Like, so the question is like, so how do we support our people who are doing something? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Without giving these people keeping the status quo like air to breathe.
Right. Try Dave Chappelle in social justice.
Man, all I can tell y'all is read Biden's plan.
Yeah, we should look at it.
You know what I mean? Because because we're gonna have to go into each joint.
There's toilet paper.
But boy, like, bro, even in the areas where he's talking about dealing with it, it's talking about doing a mandate review of how it's happening. We don't need no review of how it's happening. We know what's happening. We'll dedicate a certain amount of funds to getting you small business, the African American small businesses, up to par. And
they would have been up to par.
The question would be, so what
that money for the
money,
bro?
What would be the expectation of somebody who gave us the crime bill?
Facts, bro. Like, when you look at this, it's just fluff. It's all fluff, bro. Like,
it's useless. For real.
There you go, Klein.
I want to set this thing over.
Yeah. Click on that one.
Look, drive additional capital into low-income communities to spur development of low-income housing.
Listen, that monies could be easily usurped.
So, hold on, real quick. Let's slow that down real quick. So what he just said is he wants to use private money to invest in our communities to make permanent hoods. Low-income housing means hood.
Right.
It means that you can only make a certain amount and live there. You can't make above a certain amount and live there.
Yep.
Look, and if
what
you
they
think
so what
that's
they
not
want to do is
more,
take private funds, right?
hey, no, finish, because I'm gonna support exactly what you're saying.
No. Go ahead. You gotta go ahead.
So if you want to hear,
Plantationize.
it, here's the last sentence of the explanation of that bullet point. Biden will expand the program to provide $5 billion in support every year, and will make the program permanent, so communities can take the credit into account in their long-term planning.
Your man said, "I'm about to make permanent hoods."
I want to give you permanent hoods.
Yep, that's exactly what he's saying. And the reason, and listen, this is what I said earlier about they creating these permanent classes. This is class warfare now.
Yep.
They want to create a permanent second class, third class, and that's when they want to regulate us to.
Yeah.
Hold on, real quick. I don't even have to look, right? I can tell you that Biden also wants. I haven't even checked this out, but just off a hunch, he also wants to increase federal housing loans and whatnot, right? And decrease the standards for such, right? So watch this, right? So even if you get out the hood, right? You get out the hood by getting a loan that you can never pay back. That ends up with you back in the hood after you lose your house.
Back in the hood
after you lose your house.
Crazy. It's crazy. And that's really what we're talking about here, man. Like in the words
they say, let them eat cake. You feel me?
Exactly.
They're gonna throw Marie Antoinette on them.
Yep. There it is, bro. And it's like, it's so diabolical, man, on a level beyond what we hear. And I tell people, like, when you talk about, this is the whole argument that they're trying to do now, and I'm hearing it because I've been doing a lot of studying, a lot of reading on politics and these, in the evangelical church and racism and dealing with Calvinism and a lot of stuff with their espousing, man. These these people meet up on Sunday morning,
right? These evangelicals,
they meet up on Sunday morning.
This is why Q's plan is so dope, because it's talking about a complete reform of the system. Because the problem is how the federal mandates come down. This is why Moore is talking about, oh boy, want to play we're gonna give you the federal money. First off, I want to see you get that through. First off, why you talking about you finna get all this money? I want to know where it's gonna come from. Because if you don't do any type of reform on the,
they're gonna print the money, all right?
Bro. So then what? So now we got hyperinflation, and it still do the same problem. Like, nah, bro.
Right? They got it baked in the cake that way, bro. Like, so again, this is what I'm saying. This is the Marie Antoinette situation, to where like the even on the Democratic side, right? You see, like, again, Biden at the end of the day is an old school segregationist, right? So at the end of the day, he's trying to keep that line there to like, okay, like we got to keep what we have. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's his job, is to make sure that those have.
That's what his plan. If you read his plan completely says that we're gonna give you a little bit, but you gotta let us keep what we got.
And then we're gonna take what you got later.
And then we're gonna take yours back later. That's crazy, fam.
Man.
Like, they were disrespectful with it. Like, they didn't even come at you like, you know what, we're gonna give you a temporary UBI until COVID's over. They were like, nah, we're gonna hit you with the same stuff that got you messed up before. You know what I'm saying? And not give you nothing better.
Yep, that's it. It's ridiculous, man.
And like Cube said, he was like, "Look, man, I try to holler at your people. You know what I'm saying? They didn't take it like, they didn't take me like they didn't take it like a serious conversation. They didn't talk to us like our vote counted. They talked to us like our vote was automatic."
Yep, and he's exactly right about that. And they do this.
Yeah, because as long as they got New York and California, that's pretty much the rest of the Democratic country. That's the rest of the blue states.
Like, look, and see, they already, and see, this is what their game plan is that they don't. I mean, they never do it anyway, but they really can ignore us. They really could ignore us during this election cycle because the least path of resistance that they have to garner enough votes in the electoral college. They don't have to acquiesce to any of our demands.
Now, watch what they're doing, bro. Like, so check this out. So this last show, like we're watching with Cube, is a perfect example, right? Because like, so what's happened with Trump is the same thing that happened with Bush Jr. Right, in the sense that like he got a decent amount of the black male vote, and then it increased the second time around, right? So that's about to happen with Trump and whatnot, right? That's where he's about to get even more. He's projected to get more of the black vote than what Bush did in his second term, which broke a record for Republicans in the modern time or whatever, right? So he's projected to get like almost around like 17%, like 15-17% of the black, which would be nuts. Like that's like a landslide for him. That means he wins in a cold landslide. Understand that, because Democrats need.
Because they tied in Iowa, and Iowa always picks the president.
So
like 95% of the time, Iowa picks the president.
Yeah, like so literally they need 18 out of 20 voters to vote Democrat for them to win. If 17 out of 20 vote Democrat, they lose. This is well known, you know what I'm saying? So that's understand they need 90% plus. Anything below 90%, they're done.
Yep.
So when Trump's projected,
and we think that they're getting 12%.
Yeah, Trump's projected it ended from 12 to 17. Like so that's a bad day for them already, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to ostracize any black any black man who votes for Trump is he's now the enemy. You know what I'm saying? Even if your unemployment rate went down, or if you were able to do business better in your city or etc. before COVID happened, you know what I'm saying? No, you can't vote for Trump in any way, shape, or form. So just like with Black Lives Matter, you know what I'm saying? You can be a trans female, but you cannot be a black man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's about being a black dude is about to be a cold thing after this election. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's about to be like it's about to be a bad day for any black man who's trying to get money and build something. You're about to become like a 4-letter word, fam.
Huh. That's terrible.
So
why it's important.
A new byword, huh?
Yeah.
That's why it's important to have some of this stuff in place. And now that's why Ice Cube is trying to set it up now.
And that's what, and look how they're already hitting, like, oh man, how dare you? Blah, 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 blah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, man. Like again, like so when the big homie's coming through with a bigger wad than you trying to spit game, you're like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Like how who does that?
Yep.
Who does that? You know what I'm saying? We're in a bad way, like, but again, we should expect this bad way. This bad way is baked into the cake. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, sad, man. So I guess we gotta laugh to keep from crying. But
man, ain't
that
none
was
of
just
stuff. Roll up the sleeves, get their hands dirty, get to work. You feel me?
Yeah, we don't laugh, we work. We grow our beard, put on our beanie, and go on CNN with a hoodie on.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And when the VP candidate don't return the phone call, you keep it moving. You know what I'm saying?
You keep it moving.
You keep it moving. Like there's no, oh my goodness, crossbred animals. Y'all don't even want to see this. Hold on for a second. Wife has stepped in. Hey, listen, bro. You can sit here and act like this is gonna be business as usual. This is the one. This is the one where, and both of them finna roll out stuff you ain't never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You about to see their goal to create the wealth gap. Right? And if you're not careful, you're gonna get swept up in it. You have to get educated. You gotta get active. And you gotta learn how to work with people. That's the only way we win now, is work with people. Work. You got a business idea, let's work with it. Now, I think the brother James Cassell has said something real interesting, and I agree with him. We was on the Source last week, I think. And he was talking about how everybody got to understand where, like, so he's saying for him, like, he's worked his butt off to build his company. So he can't give you equity in his company. He can't give you a percentage of his company. He can partner with you and help you get your company off the ground, right? Or you can partner with you and help you get some things going. And you got to make sure that you pay him back. So that way he can then take them funds and use it to help somebody else.
Right.
Right? That's our responsibility as a people. Have enough integrity now, moving forward, to when those that are trying to put you in a position to do better, you pay them back. You don't just run off on the plug. You pay them back. Because by you doing that, by you not paying them back, you're hindering the next person getting out of their poverty situation.
And the person who could
and the person who contributed to it. Right. Right.
Because he's gonna have a bad taste and saying, stop giving. Stop loaning.
Right. So yeah, like
to everybody, he's gonna say, "Oh, he spoiled it for everybody."
Right. Yeah, I agree with that, and that takes me to, there's a section, I guess, in Ice Cube's contract where he talks about black responsibility.
Yep, I spoke about it earlier. Yep, let's look at it. 100%. Yep. And that's why I'm saying, like, when you go look at anybody else's plans, like, he's head and shoulders above anything else. I want to write these young ladies a very stern letter.
Hey, we gotta get to the point. We gotta get to the point. This is why I was thinking we should respect them, right? We gotta get to the points where we don't give them a second thought. Because every second that you're writing them a letter, first of all, they're not going to change their opinion, right? But every second that you spend on energy like that, right, you're not spending helping people like you build. You feel me?
Right.
And we got to get better at not wasting our energy. You know what I'm saying? Because that's exactly why we are where we are. Is because we are masters at failing, and wasting our energy. You know what I'm saying? And being reactionary instead of being proactive. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, but I do think that somebody on Fox's production team need to have something happen.
You know what you do? You just stop watching. The ratings drop.
There's something needs to happen, because this was bad, fam. Like,
you stop watching, the ratings drop, and poof.
Well, if I was stopping watching, won't drop the ratings though. The five of us don't watch it anyway, so there will be no ratings drop.
No, that's the point. Hence the question on that story. Hence the question on that story is, will this work? Rupert Murdoch tries to do whatever, blah blah blah. Will it work? No, it ain't gonna work, fam.
Right. That only helped Cube, in my opinion.
Facts.
Because he came out looking like a champion.
Hey, when you're done looking at this, I want to check out that lending and the lending reform.
I bet you part 2 will be extremely more apologetic, and they'll be willing to be on his side.
Yeah, when you're done with this part, not to cut you, but when you're done with this part, I want to see what's up with the lending and the federal funding concept, because I want to touch on something concerning the wealth gap before I jump off.
The lending reform?
Yeah, but you're going to read this, the black responsibility stuff first.
Chronic poverty creates an atmosphere full of negativity, frustration, hopelessness, depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, crime, and violence. These are some of conditions that plague the Black community, which is dealing with extreme generational poverty. As we begin to gain social and economic equality, it is our duty to clean up ourselves and our community. This contract is a two-way street. As we gain social and economic equality, we must begin to dissolve any bitterness in our hearts for past wrongs. We must become better citizens who are more productive on all levels of American society. We really must step up after we pass the contract with Black America with no more excuses left in the kitty. Our entertainers should be persuaded to deliver more positive content that leads our youth to make better choices in life. A new pride must develop with these new opportunities, and we must fight against negativity, frustration, hopelessness, depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, crime, and violence. Phew, that's a mouthful of truth. What do you want to talk about here?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring out that he's absolutely correct. And I think that even having this in his contract, making a statement that says, hey, look, this is a two-way street. Not saying, hey, we leaving everything to, to politics, to the politicians. We're not leaving everything to folks to try to, completely fix our wrongs. That we're not looking at. This is not asking for a handout, right? And it goes back into what Anonymous was talking about and how we deal with each other in business.
Yeah, self-accountability is strong in the smart community.
Yeah.
But we also understand that a lot of our self-accountability is hindered by systemic oppression.
Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so a lot of this we see, and a lot of this stuff we see, man, I'm not one that I don't believe in a narrative of black on black crime. I believe crime is just like among every race has to do with proximity and opportunity. How close people live, to each other, or occupy the same space. Majority of white folks live around majority of white folks. Majority of black folks live around majority of black folks. So your assailants or those who commit crimes are more against you is more likely someone of your same race or color or your neighbor.
It's a lot of policy involved too, though. When you got people who are trying to make permanent hoods or whatnot, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So check this out. They're not saying that, like there's no middle class hoods. You feel me? Like they don't make like permanent middle class hoods. So, like people like when Joe Biden the other day is going somewhere talking about like like if someone in a fine neighborhood like this he was talking about the disparity between crack and cocaine, right?
Man, did you see that, bro? That
and
was
he was like, if somebody in a fine neighborhood like this were happen to sniff a line of cocaine, it's not the same as if someone were to do crack. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's saying stuff like that because he's making permanent.
He said 47 years ago was a mistake. Right? He said the crime bill was a mistake. What, a mistake? We got to pay for our mistakes.
Right, but check this out. To Yara's point, right? Like so again, like so if you go to the poor, like the poor white areas of the low income neighborhoods, right, and compare their crime to black on black crime, whatever, right? The numbers are way more comparable to when if you compare anybody's numbers from a low income neighborhood in any suburb or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And then another thing he said, and that's just then we can get to where more wanted to talk about in regards to the lending. But another thing Biden really struck me in the debate was that he was simply saying, we made this massive push, that we don't believe, we made a mistake in the 80s by sending, drug dealers and users, not just drug dealers, but users, to prison, still serving still African Americans serving more time for small drug offenses and trafficking and using than a white counterpart. Didn't talk about that, but still, the fact that he said they made a mistake. They made a mistake by sending low-level drug offenders to jail, mostly users, sending them to jail, doing time, destroying their families. But now all of a sudden, we made a mistake. So now this is big change for us now. They need rehab. They need rehab. Well, we know that has absolutely nothing to do with the black community. Why you're opposing that narrative? The issue is now that you have this big swing and this big change for having a rehab, a rehabilitation drug rehab for those who are drug offenders, because now white communities are still faced with the opioid crisis. And so now that opioids is illegal, and you have these white folks, these nice white suburban, moms and pops, and these folks, the sons and daughters are strung out on opioids, right? Now, instead of sitting in the jail, now you want to rehab. They need help. They're sick. It's a disease. You see what I'm saying? And so it's these types of narratives, like we have to, like our people aren't educated enough to hear. You know what I'm saying? And so Biden made, he made a quip about something Trump had said about, you have a dog whistle as big as a horn. Well, bro, like
you
the dog
implement
whistle,
it.
the dog whistle you blowing, like sometimes our people don't hear it. We don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't hear it because what they believe and Democrats simply believe is all we have to do is throw them a treat, throw them a Scooby snack, and they'll shut up. Give them 50 more. Give them 50 more.
And we feel like they have our best interests at heart, so we don't have to watch C-SPAN. We don't have to get involved with politics at all.
Man.
So now the problem is, for me,
neither party
I actually witnessed an atomic bomb land on my neighborhood where 150, 200 people was arrested within the same week, and they all disappeared based on these minor crimes, minor drug offenses. And then where's everybody at? And then, there was the ones looking out for everybody. You understand? They was the ones putting the money where it needed to be in the neighborhood. You see? But you took all of them away, but context is king.
Right.
Who the fuck put the drugs there in the first place?
Right. Right.
For people to beat your attempt to make us all addicts and kill each other and die, which was partially successful, but you tried to genocide us, and you failed miserably. So whenever I see this happen, all it does is anger me and want to fight against you. However, there's a protocol that is laid out by the scriptures that tells us how to fight and reserve vengeance for God. Allow him to kill these people and bring death justice to these people. So it's not our duty to do that. And we fight diplomatically and within the system that the Most High put in place that you guys have hijacked.
Yeah, it's definitely systematic. Definitely systematic. Racing that we see. And so, I just wanted us to touch on that a little bit. And if more still wants to get into that, Landon, I definitely want to hear that. You already on it.
Hey, so
yeah, go ahead.
Just quick question. I just got a quick question. What is the critique of the ladies on this show? Because I'm watching it right now, so I want to make sure. Because I'm about 10 minutes into it.
Okay, they have two critiques. The word woman is not in your plan. Women are not in your plan, which I just clearly showed. And you are endorsing Trump.
Yeah.
And so, cause from the looks of things, it's only going to be two people that's really going to be saying that. It looked like it's going to be Claudia Jordan and Vivica. Look like those are two people who seem to have the most static. Now, and I'm only 10 minutes in. And I can tell already who going to have the biggest stack. And don't get me started on Claudia Jordan. So that's a whole new topic. Because, I got a black wife who know all of this thing, and I know about these women. So,
she watches Queen's cocktails.
No, not the Queen. She
which
just,
ain't nothing but a stolen remix of Sister Sit Down.
No, not the show. I just know these women from reality TV. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my wife went back and forth about reality TV for the last 6 years.
I told
right?
She was the reality TV chick from
right. And so
Atlanta.
Which one was she on?
She was on one of them Housewives shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them.
Bro, and then since been divorced?
No, she wasn't even married on the show at the time. Like this, she's a friend.
Why the hell are you on the house?
Because you know, bro, that's how it works. So
I was a friend of a housewife.
Yeah, like they doing all of this. So, but when I'm looking
trying
at
to undermine her friend's marriage, the whole show.
It's a whole lot that go into that. I'm not gonna put that on her.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a lot. So, but what I'm saying is, obviously, it's gonna be these two. So as I watch, then I'm gonna hear them, because Claudia Jordan opening up already. Her and Vivica talking about it's not fair to say that we had 7,000 people and they ain't done nothing. He said, I didn't say that.
Straight
I said
out
they
the
ain't
gate.
closed the wealth gap.
You just shut Lisa Ray down, and she stayed quiet.
No, Lisa Ray was with him though. Lisa Ray was with him off rip. She said, I didn't know. She said, I'm glad that you came on here to educate me because I didn't know. Right. And then Selena Johnson, I'm just now getting to her. She's saying, ain't nobody canceling Ice Cube. That's stupid, right? But in between that, you got Claudia Jordan and Vivica Fox primping her little blazer, feeling some type of way already, talking about, I disagree with the 7,000 people, but his point is correct. We've had all these elected officials since the 60s, and ain't nobody closed the wealth gap. Nobody. Claude Anderson even was talking about how he wasn't able to do it because he couldn't get people on board. He said he was the only person.
And my point during the conversation is that they don't want it closed. They don't want it closed because they had to do particular things that bring their self-esteem very low, right? They had to do certain things to get to their level, and they had to work hard, of course, but then they had to compromise themselves multiple times to get to a particular level. You understand? So
now I'm gonna keep watching while we
they don't want regular people to get there easily. They don't want the doors to be opened.
And then here's the last thing I want to point out. Notice now, when he's doing this, he goes from being a philanthropist, he's a director, he's an actor. Now he's just a rapper / activist. That's what they got his title as on here.
Yeah. See?
We're talking about Cube, fam. We're talking about he's an entrepreneur. He's an entrepreneur. He's a philanthropist. He's an actor. He's a director. And all you give him is
movie creator, a successful. I believe he wrote a couple scripts too. He's been in the conscious community his entire life, banging against
rapper / activist. That's it. That's all you give him.
You need to call him a freedom success leader.
But you can at least give him you can at least give him director, actor.
Right, his actual accolades. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
At least just give him that. So I'm gonna keep watching. If we get off before then, you know what I'm saying, I'll do a round 2 of this. I'm a little heated. But I want to see, because I can tell already who's finna be doing it. So y'all keep going.
Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, so in terms of this wealth cap, right? We need to understand that we've just lived through the biggest wealth transfer in the history of the world, right? In the sense to where the haves are making moves against the have-nots in a sense to where they understand that they themselves have a monetary projection for the year 2050 about money changing hands, in the sense to where the monetary powers are in the Western world right now, and by 2050 they understand that, and this is from their projections, from their world banks and IMFs and all that type of stuff, that the money's going to change hands to the what they call the developing nations, i.e. the brown countries. And so during events like COVID, where there's a 0.5% kill rate on this joint, i.e. like the flu technically still takes out more people than COVID, and they're shutting stuff down to the point that they're doing it. The first thing I started looking at was like, okay, what's going on with the Fed? What's going on with legislation? What's going on with money right now, right? And so I noticed that in the last 13 months alone, $9 trillion has been printed and injected into the economy, and the Fed expanded its balance sheet to $7 trillion. What does that mean? Who got the money, right? So the money is able to get loaned out to certain people who have a direct line to the Fed. Who is that? Not you and not me. right? Only if very few people got this direct line to the Fed, right? So during this crisis, while the Congress signed off on all this money going out to be loaned out to certain people, we're talking at like damn near no interest. We're talking like free money basically, right? To the people who are getting it, right? At this juncture, you're seeing, like, just like there was a housing crisis in 2008, there's going to be a commercial real estate crisis like you have never seen. I'm talking about like all the commercial spots around you shutting down. Like we saw manufacturing leave this country. We're about to see service jobs shut down in this country, to the points where like it's over, and to the points where, like, again, like I said, there's going to be a commercial housing crisis. So when that hits, the people who got all this money from the Fed, they get to come in and they get to buy all this commercial real estate now. You know what I'm saying? And so what that does is that consolidates the wealth. So the wealth gap just got way bigger already. It's baked into the cake. You know what I'm saying? So the question is in understanding what's about to happen, right? So there's about to be a run on commercial real estate. There's about to be a very high amount of unemployment for a long time. There's about to be, like I said, there's no manufacturing in this country, and so now there's going to be even less service jobs and whatnot, right? So that means that Detroit and Chicago are coming to a city near you. That means your cities are going to start looking like Detroit and Chicago real soon. Real soon. And there's going to be no money to help the cities and the states out like that. You feel what I'm saying? All that money has been printed and used up to give out to people who already got money, so they can go out and buy all the stuff that we're losing right now. All the stuff that we can't afford right now. All the stuff people are losing right now. The rich people are buying up left, right, and center. The ones who got direct access to this Fed money, to this again, $9 trillion directly injected into the economy, and then the balance sheet extended to $7 trillion. That's crazy. Again, once that money gets spent, that creates the hyperinflation that Anonymous was talking about, right? So again, what they've done is they've definitely, like, people like the Joe Bidens and them, all that type of stuff. It don't matter who wins on either side, right? But the people like the Joe Bidens are definitely trying to solidify the distance in that gap, and also strengthening the divide in the gap. Strengthening the divide. So they're going to hit you with debt from all sides, and they're going to get paid from all the debt on all sides. So literally, like, this is what I try to tell people. The only thing that can combat what's going to happen is people people sticking to them scrolls. You know what I'm saying? Like them Joseph type demonstrations, them Daniel type demonstrations, to where we build and we insulate and we do certain things to where we prep for them 7 years of famine and whatnot, because they are definitely about to come. Definitely about to come. It might not be on some like food short. I don't know what it's going to look like, right? But I can tell you this: it's about to get real crazy, and the banking industry is about to get real nuts. Money's about to get real crazy.
And just to remind everybody, this is all by design. Okay.
You know, they got people, real quick, not to cut you. You know, they got people talking about we need to redo the Bretton Woods Agreement that just started coming out. Do you know what that means? The dollar losing its reserve currency status, right? Like, they just had people talking about, the bankers talking about this. We need to redo the Bretton Woods Agreement. I was like, oh snap! Like, this is what we topple countries for when they talk about, like, oh, we want to price oil in something other than dollar. Like, okay, yeah, we come and send the troops in. You know what I'm saying? But now we got the Western countries saying, nah, the dollar's not so good anymore. We got NATO allies saying that. Man? And at the end of the day, so all the economists will tell you, like, so when Rome became the primary buyer of its own debt, that's when it was guaranteed to fall. And we started doing that underneath Obama.
Yeah.
We became the primary buyers of our own long-term debt underneath Obama. Nobody buys our long-term yield or bonds anymore. Nobody buys our long. Like they all buy the short term. So
That's a fact. That's a
and
fact.
at this juncture, we're buying the long and the short.
That's a fact. Yep. And not to sound like a Trump supporter, but that's one of the things that he campaigned on. He was like, it's just bad economic business for this country.
Right.
Like, you know, people don't understand, and it was his economic policies is bad in regards to foreign relations. It's horrible. You know, he wants to shut off China, and he wants to do, because he understood, like, why would you continue to do business that way?
Yeah. Like, here's real quick. I want to say this before I forget. And I'll let you go on.
Go ahead.
The last point I wanted to make is, in the midst of all this stuff, right, that's about to pop off, like, we don't have the luxury to argue over the nonsense we're arguing over. That's what I was talking about. Like I don't really care about what these four ladies are saying on TV, right? They're supposed to be saying status quo, status quo, status quo. Like we're supposed to be hearing all that and recognize, okay, we have to keep our head down and prep for this these years of famine, these years of like, and not only that, recognize our job is to practice loving each other right now, and like bearing the hatchet on any small differences we got, because they really don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, do you believe in the Old Testament? Do you believe in the New Testament? Do you believe that do you believe there's a rapture? Do you believe there's not? Like, hey, check this out. You know what? Like, we don't got time for
what you want to. Yeah, believe all whatever you choose. We don't got time
for all that, fam. Yeah. Because they literally, the dominoes are already dropping behind the scenes. When they've already injected that money into the economy, okay, the dominoes are falling.
Yeah.
When that money gets spent, the inflation hits. Period. What they're spending it on is already baked into the cake. You know what I'm saying? They're buying everything we can't. They're consolidating all their wealth that they can. So we can't touch it. You know what I'm saying? So we can't touch it. So we don't got time for these little minute arguments over nonsense. If people want to be knuckleheads, you know what I'm saying, and burn Bibles and do whatever, I say, hey, you know what? More power to you. Let the dead bury the dead.
Agreed.
We ain't got time for that. You feel me?
Oh, I'm 19 minutes in. These chicks gotta go.
Y'all hold it up for a minute. Y'all, where you want me to land that right quick while I go handle something? Right quick. Where can I land at?
Oh, this is where we at, Phil.
No, matter of fact, if y'all need to share your screen, somebody else can share it.
It is time to let the dead bury the dead, boy. You're right. Whoever gave them the checks for this, they wicked, and they wicked for taking these checks. It's clear that this was an agenda, right? First, you coming on there trying to make him defend Trump. This dude is not on there defending nobody. He clearly showing you, I'm talking to both sides. I want to know who's going to do the best thing for black people. I don't care who it is. That's what he's telling me. I don't care less who it is. Who is going to do the best thing for black people? That's what he's having a conversation about.
Right. And understand, he's having a conversation on a network that he airs his 3-on-3 basketball joint on.
Facts. So then he comes out. So then he said, I ain't on here to say whether he's a good white man or a bad white man. To me, they are the same. No, I disagree with that.
Hey, old girl with the Italian mom jumped in hella quick. She's like, wait a minute, hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I disagree with that. And so then he got to come back and clear it up and say, well, hold on. And what he really saying is, in terms of white men who've been in power, they all do the same thing to us.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then you kill them. Then they kill them. You know, they smack JFK. So like, at what point do we say they paid him, bro? Because the first thing out of this woman's mouth is
the moment you turn on the TV.
I looked at this plan and I don't say anything for black women. And the first thing out of his mouth is, so black families don't include black women. No, that's And this is the silliest statement to say that that's like saying minority, that's comparing minorities and then all black people. No, what are you talking about? We're talking about black families specifically. That's not the same as including homosexuals and everybody else and minorities. We're talking about black families.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that's why Lisa Ray was making this stank face the whole interview, bro.
Like, what is y'all doing? Right.
The whole interview, bro.
I can't watch it. I can't watch the last 11 minutes. I'm going to yell at Claudia Jordan. I'm going to go, yo, this is, yo. Listen, fam.
Yeah, man.
Hey, that's wild, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's extremely wild. This is disrespect. We talking about just major disrespect at this point.
Hey, that's why I say I rock with the Haiti strategy. You understand what I'm saying? You it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. The line is there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. We shouldn't expect anything else if we don't own the station, right? If we don't own the satellites, we don't own. Okay, it's all a propaganda game. Cool. And it's all a propaganda game to keep the people who have with their stuff and to keep the people without stuff without having anything. You know what I'm saying? So,
because I'll be honest, like I was listening, hoping to be able to come back and be like, man, y'all went too hard on the sisters. Nah, I still got 11 minutes left, and I got enough to go in.
Oh wait, it gets worse, bro. No, it gets.
I know. Worse. I can't. Hey, I figured that. I see Claudia Jordan piping up, and when I see that, I know what it is. Hey fam, this is wicked. When you look at what he is proposing, to put 4 black women of influence up there against him like that, when you look at what he's promoting, you wicked. You got him on there trying to defend dealing with Trump. Well, no, why you ain't what else he supposed to do? What else he supposed to do, bro?
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting here saying, look, I put this thing together and said I was hoping that the Democrats was going to jump all over it, because originally his whole purpose is to say, let's do this through the private sector, which I agree with. I agree that we should be looking at doing this through the private sector because these people are not going to do what we need to do. We need to unify nonprofit organizations with for-profit organizations and get out here and fix our community, because ain't nobody else gonna do it for us. But of course, you would like to have the government help. So that's why he said he was hoping that the Democrats would jump all over it. And then they trying to take this and make this about him supporting his boy Trump when he ain't even cool with Trump.
Right.
I can't. I gotta take a quick walk.
But this is why I say we gotta expect this, right? Like, so for instance, like, so let's say, okay, let's say you watch Fox News, you watch MSNBC, you watch CNN, whatever, right? Okay, every anchor you see on that show, on those shows, all are under the same talent agency. All of them. So people who get on shows like this, right? They're parts of certain agencies that that Fox channel will only hire from certain agencies. You know what I'm saying? They won't just take from anybody. Like, no. They take certain agencies only, right? So in order for them girls to get and any black girl, whatever you see on that show is going to come from a certain agency, right? You know what I'm saying? So like if for instance, right, like I swear, like if y'all want to find, if you wonder why it's funny, like, okay, why is it like every show like on CNN and MSNBC, like all the black dudes are gay now, right? They again, all that's coming from an agency. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain things that get you to the top of these agencies, that they're looking for certain things, right? They're trying to market certain things to the people on TV. They know what these people on TV want. You know what I'm saying? So like they're not going to get anybody coming through that farm system that's going to co-sign anything Ice Cube's going to say, because Cube didn't come up through that farm system. He's making deals with their bosses. You understand what I'm saying? So like I said, unless we own all this stuff from top to bottom, which we don't, like, you know what I'm saying, we shouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? We should expect this every time we turn on the TV. It's like we should expect it, like, okay, this is all propaganda against us having our share of what's of what we
Right.
have. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for especially these women. Like, yeah, I guess I get it. I get it, but hey, that's wild to me.
Yo, who laid down Malcolm, fam?
Yeah, I know, bro.
It was people looking just like him talking about get your hands out of my pocket. You feel me?
And even deal with that, then the government come back and pay his family because they knew they did him wrong. That's a whole nother conversation. Look,
yeah, but you also got people like the NY who were like if we took him out, so what if we took him out? You know what I'm saying? Blah 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 blah. Like, man.
Right. Oh, I was talking about Martin. They gave the money to. So yeah, you're right. Who is Blood of Kings?
Guys doing, man? You guys all right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Is that
good, man?
Who is this?
No, I'm David. No, I'm always on here with Clay, man.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm just curious. So do you guys think that blacks should have their own party?
Yo, who is Blood of Kings?
Yo, I'm David, man.
Somebody claims on me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
anyone?
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm cool, man.
Yeah, he's on here before. I heard him on here before with Claim. I don't know where Claim is right now, but I've heard him on here before with Claim.
Yeah, it's fucking cool, man. I'm not a spy. I don't work for the government or nothing. I just want to fucking dialogue, man.
Yeah, so for me, I'm of the position like party doesn't even matter. Like you should if there's levers of power, you should try to put your hands on all of them. You know what I'm saying?
So you said that. So you think that blacks have access to power?
So I'm saying so if you're gonna operate politically, trying to operate in one political party doesn't make political sense. So if there's multiple levers of power, you should try to put your hands on as many levers as possible. So, for instance, I'm of the position so if you're going to participate politically, you should be like a political independent and make people earn your votes or whatnot, right? And or bring in people who have your agenda in mind. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of like erecting just one party, you can always counteract one party. You know what I'm saying? And people who
how so?
Hold on, real quick. Let me say this real quick. So people who have smaller numbers than so-called black people who operate in multiple parties, for instance, the Jews or whatnot, right? They don't operate in just the Democratic Party, just the Republican Party. They operate in both to the point to where they can sway an election whenever they want to.
So I imagine.
Well, you're a wild boy, Blood of Kings. You're a wild boy.
Hold on. Hey, Clay. Hi, man. How's it going? Hey, I imagine that
hey, who
the
is
people that live inside of that lived in Black Wall Street. I imagine that they had.
Hold on, real quick, not to cut you real quick. So if Claim doesn't co-sign you real quick, Anonymous is gonna have is gonna have.
Well, Claim let me in here, dude. Claim is the one that let me back here. What are you talking about?
I'm with it. I'm just trying to.
Hey, bro, I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Claim. Who are you? You can relax, or I can go off.
I was trying to keep this.
Well, you guys could have let me finish stating before you clarified who I was. Hey, I mean, I'm here.
I was
on the panel.
Yeah.
I'm already partying, and it's like you stop the music.
Hey, Blood.
Say, who is this guy?
Blood. This will take 10 seconds, real quick. I'm not trying to cut you.
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool.
All right, bet. All right.
Proceed, brother, man.
Fuck it now, man. I don't even remember.
Okay, so what you were gonna do is you were gonna respond to what I was saying about participating in multiple situations versus just one.
No, I wasn't. I'm done, man. I don't even fucking. I said don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, man. That's rude, man. Go ahead, man. I'll jump on when you guys find something else, man. But I had it.
He's soft. Yeah, you gotta help him. He's soft. He's a little soft.
Hey, look, bro. There's nothing personal, right? There's a lot going on, especially towards me. So I'm making sure I know what's going on. I asked Claim a question. Wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you. I apologize if you feel disrespectful. Claim say you cool, you cool. I would love for you to continue the dialogue, continue to stay on and conversate. So that's my apology to you. I hope that's good enough. If not, I don't know what else to tell you.
It's cool, A9. I fucking get it, but I just don't remember now. It's all fucked up now. That's all. It's nothing against you. I'm just saying, like, everyone doesn't have the capacity to remember a whole fucking paragraph in one.
That's true, brother. That is very true.
I already like it.
It's very true.
Well, how the hell do you know A Unity's real name, brother?
I'm a fan of Solar Vision. You gave me your fucking you put your thing up and I joined ever since. It's been like 5 months, man. Come on, dude.
It's cool, bro. It's cool. Your voice sounds. Never mind. It's cool, bro. Hey.
Hold on, wait a minute. My voice sounds what, man? Like now you're an insult me?
No, I didn't insult you. Your voice sounds like you're angry or agitated, and I'm trying to tell you what's cool.
Let's start this conversation again.
Relax, man. Relax.
Let's walk out the room and come back in.
You popping ready to go tonight.
Hey, let's do it like this. Hey, Blood Kings, I'm the Orthodox Mormon. Yes, pleasure to meet you, brother, man. How you doing?
Good to meet you, man. It's good. Now,
give them a little background about who you are, brother, other than you've been hanging out with.
Dude, I've been I've been hanging out with you guys, and I everything every time some debate come up, I go inside and I look at your references and I see that you guys are actually doing some fucking studying. You know, my girl comes over and I put it on. It's a bunch of black guys on TV. She's like, what the fuck, right? Because she's black, but she's not black, right? And she's like trying to get it in, and I'm trying to learn and fuck, and it's like it doesn't go hand in hand, trust me. But other than that, man, I got like over 500 books. I inherited a whole library from 1800s, 1700s, a whole library. I have a U-Haul.
Don't this sound like that goofy dude Lance, man, trying to disguise his voice?
Hey, now Lance is cool, dude, but that's not me. That guy right there is the smartest guy in fucking Solar Division.
That is Lance. I knew it was somebody. That's Lance. I knew it was. I know it, man.
That's the coolest guy.
Now he just killed himself, right? This is the reason. And I heard him when he came on. I just wanted him to stay on here because I know when the clown being a clown, but let's understand, man. Like, you're a boy amongst men.
I mean, you strung him along for a long time. You should have just kept it going, bro.
We just wanted to hear.
I've been in the lab, fam. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
You should have kept that. You should have stayed undercover the whole rest of the show.
He wouldn't have been able to.
It was getting boring.
Yeah,
when he came on the first time, I was like, "Who is this?"
Is this the infamous Lance? The one I've heard so much about? This is the infamous Lance?
Hey, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I want to start a slap box. I want to start a slap box with you and Lance right now, but I'm not like, ooh, I want to get into the McGribby. I want to get.
Let's stay on topic, unless y'all want to start a new show.
No, I actually was listening to y'all. I fell asleep, woke up, and came back, man. Like, the shit is dope today. I like the show. Klein, you did a good job. You guys had good dialogue, and you wasn't just talking. I do got a question. Who did that? Yashar, he hate when I'm white, I can fucking say what the fuck I want to, talk as long as I want. But now I'm black, and it's an issue. What the fuck?
Claim is a psycho.
You see how they treat their people, bro? You see how they treat their people, DJ?
Don't do it like that.
The whole time, nigga, they laid the carpet out for me. They was peaceful with me. They found out his lands, and now it's like,
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I was gonna roast you because I thought you was a white dude. I'm being honest with you. I was gonna roast you because I was
waiting on you, bro.
Yeah,
I was waiting on you.
I was gonna roast you.
But you see how that old motherfucking mulatto ass Yara man, you see how he just switched up and shit.
So why all my people's got the smoke for you, Lance? Like, well, why is it that, like, you know what I'm saying?
Like, say stuff like what he said just now.
Motherfuckers don't like the smart guy. When you've been walking the earth thinking you the smart guy, and then a motherfucker fly up on your ass, and you been in a fucking chariot, and this nigga just fly up on you, and you no longer the smart guy, that's fucked up. He's light years ahead of you.
See, the fact that he thinks he's a smart guy is the problem.
Actually, I know I didn't know I was a smart guy until I came on fucking with y'all. I thought y'all knew everything that I knew.
See what I'm saying? You still think you're a smart guy.
Slap it up. We're gonna slap it up. It's about to go down.
So, you know.
Man.
I just think that it's funny.
What party?
Okay, we could change the topic. I think we went in thoroughly on the ladies and gave a thorough, honest, very soft critique. And we could change the topic to whatever y'all want to talk about.
Hold on. Yeah, I wanted to ask y'all right quick. Which lady was on Ice Cube's side?
Basically, Lisa Ray,
Selena.
Selena Johnson. Selena kind of was. Yeah, she was. You could tell she was torn, but really, the only person that was really winning was Lisa Ray. All three of them, Vivica, Claudia, and Selena, all went at him about the word woman not being in there, and to me, that was just the most
dumbest shit. Now you see, I did see Lisa Ray's face. Now she was looking disgusted, like what
they facing the whole time.
Like what the fuck?
Yeah, and look, she tried to lead the discussion and set the tone for the discussion.
Oh, right.
With supporting.
Right.
Hell no, we're not supporting this nigga.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what was funny about that. You could tell that they had this conversation in private, and Lisa Ray was on Cube's side, right? And I'm gonna tell you how you could tell, because as soon as she opened up, Vivica Fox started popping that ugly ass blazer, having a problem with what she was saying, and I'm sitting there looking like, yo, we are. I knew Vivica was gonna be against it. I knew Claudia was gonna stir the pot. The wild card for me was Selena.
Bro, it's gonna take a regular nigga. It's gonna take.
I said the same shit,
man. It ain't gonna take nobody in politics.
I said the same shit when it started up. That you could tell they had a previous conversation, like in a back chat or something. You know what I'm saying? Because they already had a preconceived notion about what he didn't say. You know what I'm saying? So, and then the girl Lisa Ray even said, "That's why you got to do your homework." No, that's why you shouldn't say what y'all were just talking about. You know what I'm saying?
But Lisa Ray was saying she didn't know. I'm gonna give her a pass because she was saying I didn't know. She was saying I'm being educated.
After the fact, but she posed it first like it was a truth. That
you conclusion. You're right. You're right.
Like you just jump into conclusion. You ain't even really listen to it. So all of them have. But see, you know what I do notice about them chicks?
Did they even read his proposal?
No.
Those chicks,
those chicks, you can tell they did.
They're kind of looking for a
good. They didn't mention one point in his proposal.
Nah, one, bro.
Right. Them looking for a good man chick, and when they see one right in front of them, they turn their nose up and not hear them out.
Hey, don't fucking women fall up under black people like.
Bro,
he didn't specify
exactly what Cube said. That's exactly what Cube said, and the only person that didn't push back on that was Lisa Ray. The three of them like, no, that's like saying minority. No, it's not, bro.
Nah,
hell, it ain't like saying no damn minority when you say black.
That's
women.
The stupidest shit. But do y'all think the Messiah gonna be a nigga that well, my position on the Messiah is not a glorious Jesus coming out of the sky. I'm sorry, fellas. My position is that he come from amongst us. The position because he's hitting amongst us. That's what they killing niggas for like that. I think the Messiah is amongst us, and he's going to emerge.
You'd be surprised to find out that the majority of the panel might kind of agree with you. So
Oh, my bad. I thought niggas about the Messiah coming out the sky.
Yeah, you just went from one extreme to the next.
No, it's not. It's the same because by saying the Messiah would be a regular nigga. He's not going to be no political power. That he's going to establish a political power, but I think he's going to be down with on the ground level with the people to get to so we can start loving him again.
And that's what Yeshua was. Yeshua, when you deal with Yeshua, when he comes, he's a regular. If you really understand, that's why they call him Yeshua Hot Natsari, right? Yeshua the Nazarite. He's just a regular dude that came and was trying to get people back to a certain belief system. Not what we've been fed. Not the stuff that we've been fed. So I mean, we don't necessarily disagree with that. I want to know. So are you saying that Ice Cube is a form of a Messiah?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we can't just discredit the regular guy that's standing up for us because it might be the Messiah one day that does the exact same thing, a regular nigga that just come out with some great ideas and have all of the fucking answers out of the blue. How did he got all of the answers? He's going to be heard. He's going to.
A lot of that shit boiled down to a motherfucker mad they didn't come up with it. That whole conversation. Why we ain't know about it? Because y'all don't follow Ice Cube. If y'all follow Ice Cube before all the shit hit the fan where he in the media and shit, then you probably would have been known that he been had the shit.
Well, that's the problem. They want to put their hands on it because if it gains some momentum,
gotta stop it, right?
They want to be able to have. They want to be close to it. See, but when you look at that they're mad that this was happening up under their noses. That he actually.
Oh, they didn't even want to touch it. He was like, "Hey man, help me write it." They were like, "No."
Yeah.
And
he got the best of the best.
That's how you know they got some bullshit. They got some wickedness about it. They got some wickedness about it.
I mean, why I can relate to him. I've been in the lab going through what he went through. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm letting you know, like it's a cold game out here, bro. Like these people ain't really about helping nobody and fixing this. Too many people eating off of it.
Damn, that's how we bless nations. The nation that owns us is the richest nation. The most powerful nation is the one that holds the children of Israel. That's why I think that's why motherfucking Hitler said what he said.
Oh, about the jewelry and what's gonna cause World War III?
Yeah, I think that's even if they like people saying that's fake. I did read it from his own. If they're saying that that's a lie, that he didn't write that, then that would be the issue. But as far as he,
so break it down, Rick. What
as far as his relationship with blacks is not what, like he called us Jews. He actually loved our jazz, and he had us in his militaries. He actually, I'm not saying that he was for us either. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I think that niggas that be powerful, they don't really have no interest in the Negro other than to have their workforce, have their military.
Just and made that motherfucker shit in pants, man. Keep that shit 100. That nigga didn't want them fucking niggas over there.
No, that's not true, bro. That was just
when he hit that dirt, that nigga face, that nigga, hey, y'all gotta watch the clip. The nigga face just looked goddamn real fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
He talked all that shit.
He talked all that shit.
He talked all that shit. Yeah.
Was powerful and all that old shit. That nigga went up in that house. The leg got the kicking. Shit, man. You already hey, when all them niggas stood up there with them medals and shit, like, oh man.
Hey, let me ask y'all this, bro.
Hold on, let me answer more question real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
So basically, there's information that's come out basically saying that Hitler said what will be the cause of World War III is when the world finds out that America stole God's jewelry. And then he says
that excerpt.
Yeah, and he says
well, no, it's in the actual book.
Where the book at?
And then he says that that the blacks of America are the Jews. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never been able to find the book that it's in. I'm not gonna say it don't exist. If somebody can point me towards the book, I'll go read it. But I've never been able to find the actual book that it's in, so I've never used it as a credible source.
Then they got another part to say, how did you leave Aryan? How did you leave Aryan and come back Jewish? So he's
saying that's another guy. That's the male Nassar. Yeah, that's Nassar. And once I still ain't been able to find that one. Once again,
that was on television. He said that on live TV.
I've never been able to find it, so I'm not saying he did or did not say it, right? I'm just saying I've never been able to find it, so I've never used it.
Yeah, but it definitely was a place marker because even if he didn't say that, I actually found information that helped me solidify that we were the Jews, like based off of following that shit that was stated.
Following the breadcrumbs.
Following the breadcrumbs, right. So even if that's not true or not, but I know that one is because I seen the book, and it tells you that.
What's the book then, man?
Look, I can't remember what it's called, but I'm gonna describe the book to you, because I know you've seen it before. Or a dude.
Yeah, I seen the book. It got pictures like the whole.
It got the pictures in it and everything. Yeah, Hitler was in the movie theater.
About to share it.
Yeah, he's sitting there in the movie theater with like his top guards, like
exactly telling them about what's going on.
Yeah, telling about they plan and all of this. Like I'm familiar with the whole joint. I just can't find the book.
Yeah,
can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
You see,
that's crazy though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the book sold a lot.
Is that it? The Mein Kampf or whatever?
Yeah, the Mein Kampf.
Oh, he said that in Mein Kampf?
Damn.
Yeah.
It sold 50. Wait a minute. Is that
no way?
5 million?
No,
5,200,000.
Yeah.
Since 1939, and I bet you the book is around about what, $30? What is it? How much is that book?
No, bro, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, you know a lot of what Hitler based a lot of his ideology on came through Martin Luther and Calvinism.
He was a Calvinist. That's Jew. That's what the Jews picked in order to hide their real religion. They picked Calvinism because it was so close.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, they he based a lot of what he understood. And the reason why he thought they should be eradicated.
Is that, and it's a good ass fucking reason, because look, shit, what is this, 40 years, 50 years later, bro? Look, they is in control. Everything he said, bro.
But
that's what put him in control.
Hold on, we're not advocating for killing.
Fuck, we are. We just like
God.
No, we're not.
No, we are not, bro. No,
okay, we're not. We're not advocating killing.
We're not. Okay.
But that's what put them in control. That's what got the whole world to be empathetic towards them. And then the world powers placed reparations in their hands, which amplified their local efforts of taking over everything.
And you know what, bro? That's what I said to Domo yesterday, bro. This motherfucker couldn't fucking comprehend what I was saying. If my idea is that was the president is like Cyrus and like Nebuchadnezzar. You know what I'm saying? They seeming like an enemy, but the Most High put him there. They his anointed. I'm not trying to give him that much credit, but I'm saying we have to look at the broader perspective. If they talking about reparations, and then you looking at, I asked Domo, what is it that Trump actually did to us that no other president has that we can actually give to him in history? Say this motherfucker did this to us, like we can point out with so many other presidents. I said, what has he done? Right? And then he named something about taxes. What I'm like, well, if you actually pay attention to the trend, I have that gift. If he raised taxes, that's fucking us up right now. If we get reparations in 2 years, then that's gonna actually make us be back to head again. You know what I'm saying? I said you got to look at what the most high is in. So if people don't have that relationship with the most high, bro, they can't see him working. They can't see. So it might look like it's bad, but if you open your ears and listen and see the trend, you can see that if we fall out of this into something better, which it looked like we are, we're falling to that tax bracket, brother. So what has he done for real? What has he done? I just think he likes Cyrus and motherfucking Nebuchadnezzar because he always been amongst black people. He don't never expressly say he hate black people, although, you know, the job situation shit that he did. But that's motherfucker that I don't give a fuck about black people. I don't hate them and I don't like them. And that's how Cyrus and Nebuchadnezzar was. Motherfuckers had businesses.
That's how Lyndon B. Johnson was. To be more current.
Because he was only
Lyndon
supposed to
B.
be
Johnson and
for a second,
Abraham Lincoln were
devout
racists.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, first of all, I think you mean Darius. You keep saying Cyrus, right?
Yeah, King Cyrus. Saying King Darius.
That's for Daniel.
Yeah.
King Darius, not King Cyrus, or that's his son?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe you referring to Darius.
Yeah, I think they the same people, bro.
No, but I got you.
And to your point about Domo, you got to forgive people like him because he prays to the universe by the name of Jesus and believes that God only exists in his mind. So
how you know he prayed?
That's what he says. But
so in other words, he walks contrary on the carousel.
But you need to understand this though.
I get results in the name of Jesus.
as it pertains to
No.
Cyrus may have been called Darius or the Darius because that's another name that they used for their ruler.
Title.
Yeah, it's just another title. But you did have actual Darius as a ruler as well. So be careful not to make that mistake.
Yeah, so Claim real quick. Domo says that he prays to Jesus, but when he prays to Jesus, he says that he means the universe.
That's hilarious.
He did say that. You're absolutely right.
He said that multiple times.
It could be. We could be living in his body. It's a possibility. We don't know, and that's not for us to even ponder on.
But then he went on
to be perfecting our obedience and behavior.
But then he went on to make the ontological argument for God, bro. Like he said, like,
man, how can somebody ignorant of God in all his ways make an argument on behalf of how God?
And if Cube was on point, he would have smashed Domo because Domo put his head on the chopping block and just threw his hands behind his back. He
pulled his hair back from his neck.
Cube said, how do you experience God? He's like, you know what I'm saying? I see God, I hear God, you know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, through your senses? Cool, got you. Like, then he was supposed to ask him, like, so what does God look like? What does God smell like? What does God taste like? What does God feel? All those type of things, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He didn't ask him not one of them questions. Like, bro, you trying to lose that debate.
Yeah, it's crazy. But that's just what I'm saying. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, all day. Nah, I can see stuff like that all day. Like that's what I was saying about political parties when you came through sounding like a Canadian one, right? In the sense where like so when Joseph and Daniel was doing the thing, they weren't part of some political party. They got appointed to their position of governorship by the head of state based upon their stewardship of how they dealt with things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So do y'all agree? I mean, let me tell y'all what I found out. Let me present this. I believe that the term Israelite is a political term, right? That the writer of that time was able to recognize the people of that ancient day as people of the present Israelites. And I believe that it's a political term, like I said, like Huguenots and Jacobites, that we just secretly unify up under to say we are law keepers. But we still exist outside of that paradigm as regular citizens that's not in a political arena. You feel what I'm saying? That don't know that we are not Frenchmen and not Germans and we don't know that. You feel what I'm saying? We just been here all our life and we just live in this way of living. Mm-hmm. I don't think that Israelites is a race, brother. I don't think that that's a race. I think that the race is. I think that's
that we are a race.
Yeah, but the word Israelite is not how you're going to find us in history. We're going to be amongst the races.
Yeah, we refer to as Saracens. We already know how we're described in history. But you don't have to use historical terms. All you have to do is describe our condition and our history. And so these people right here are the special people.
So you got to remember, we was the head first. We hadn't always been the tail. So how do you account for us in history when we were the head?
Israelite.
Nah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You ain't gonna see. You ain't gonna find an Israelite.
No, brother. During the time that we were the head, that's 1000 BC to 800 BC.
No.
What written records are you gonna find at that time?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not true. We were the head in the 1800s.
Oh my God. Okay, so
where?
Okay, so yeah, he's saying that Israelites ruled Europe.
Hold on, slow down, Craig. Hold on real quick, because I have not dealt with Lance before, so I'm trying to say this paradigm.
I'm muting out.
So we were the head in France. We were the head in Scotland. We were the head in England. We were the head in Germany. We were the head in Russia.
In the 1800s?
And I mean, I'm telling them up to the 1800s.
Up to, okay, so what time period before that? Like, what are you talking about? Give me like a rough beginning point. What was the point of the rise in those areas?
I mean, I see that we had became, before Israel ever left, ever went into the diaspora, they had already diaspored in a sense on their own, cognizant, and became kings and of cities and built and established places and conquered people
virtually everywhere.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So when you read about the Moors and you read about these knights and all of this, all of that shit is the same. Just take the costumes off and put us in them. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, bro. All the European history is us.
So you're saying that all the Moors are Israelites?
All of the Moors are Israel. Now, see, Israelite is a political term. All of the Moors are Jews. Yehudi.
So okay, so if Israelite is a political term, what are you meaning when you say Jews and Yehudi?
That's the name that I mean. It might also be a political term because, like I said, we don't exist as Jews in France. They're not called Jews. They're known as somebody else. In England, they're not called Jews. You only able to tell that they're Jews in hindsight in history.
Okay.
I want y'all to
they're hiding themselves.
I just want to make it clear that quote is nowhere in Mein Kampf. I didn't
think it was, bro.
I just word checked the whole PDF. So
we know it's in that book that got the I didn't know that wasn't Mein Kampf. It's in that book that got the Negro in it and all of that, and it's telling you who he is. It's in a little excerpt at the in red in that book.
I just gotta find that book. I don't know what the book is, but yeah, y'all keep going. I don't want y'all to mess this up. I'm sorry. I just wanted to put that out there because I don't want to put out no misinformation.
No worries. Hey, so Lance, do me a favor. Like, so what in Europe? What are the three biggest? You're saying Jewish or Yehudi or / Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Civilizations, even though they might not be known by those names.
I just named all 5 of them. All them countries that I named were established by Israelites, by Jews.
Whoa, okay. So France was?
Yes. There are no indigenous white men to France.
So okay. So when I hear okay.
You see the idea that I tried.
Hold on, real quick. I'm trying to understand something real quick. Like, so
you unmuted to do a wicked laugh.
Yes, because it's about to get good. It's about to get good. The conversation, bro. You know how long I've been waiting to hear this conversation, bro?
Yeah.
I've been waiting to hear this. Oh man.
Let's hear this interaction, this slapbox section between Lance and.
No, I don't think he's slapboxing, bro. I think you want to understand my position.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So that's what we call it. We call it slapboxing.
No, you know what slapboxing look like.
Yeah, this
ain't what slapboxing sound like.
No, this is what we do in the
or it's not
room.
Slapboxing. Don't put that lifestyle on me. I'm trying to understand Lance because I've never heard Lance say this before. So I haven't talked to him. So I'm trying to say where he's coming from. So, okay, is Spain Israelite nation to you?
So.
And I'm asking.
I don't think that it was established by Israelites, but I think at some point they had established a rulership in Spain. I do believe they did.
So when you say a rulership in Spain, are you talking about like the
financial top of the, you know what I'm saying? They had, see, let me say this, bro. When the Israelites left, they were equipped with tools and knowledge that only they could know. Only certain of them amongst them. That's why I proposed the question, which is more important, the mason, the carpenter, or the blacksmith. Neither one of them can perform or operate without the blacksmith. However, the mason, he has the blueprint. You feel what I'm saying? But the carpenter have to frame it so that the mason can move. So they all need each other. You feel what I'm saying? And that's kind of like, that's the paradigm that we kind of are facing in all areas, all realms. That's the way we move.
Okay, so in that paradigm, so when we entered Europe, what was our primary sources of like? So are you saying that we were the Masons going in? That we were the
ones that built. We was the ones that carried over from the old world, the old age, into the new age, and that's the knowledge. That's the gift of carrying over into the old age, into the new age. You can make weapons, or you can make. See, the same knowledge that it take to make those castles and homes, and the same tools used is the same ones it take to make weapons. So they kept them shit secret, bro.
Yeah, so give me a time frame here.
From the time Dan first left, the tribe of Dan, that nigga went over there and conquered the wild man, and his area became the Danish.
Okay.
Tall, hairy ass kings that had motherfucking braids all in their hair and beard.
Okay, so what's up with the Russian stuff? You said that we
So a king left from
because when I hear Russian, I'm hearing like the people of Rus. So that's what I was asking. Are you talking about like people who like inhabited like the Carpathian Basin first, or are you talking about like people who were like actually the Russians?
So it was always some remnants of some people in these lands that we was conquering. But I'm trying to tell you, this one king, he left, and he had some odd amount of daughters and priests, and went into Russia and established that land there. They'd have fights. I read it in the one of them annuals. They have
before or after the Rus people got there.
I'm not sure. I just know that that the king of Russia, the Tsar of Russia, was a Jew, and that was in the earlier time periods, and all of them was Jews up until a certain point. That's old information that I can go get that for you, but I do know that story well. I mean, well enough to dialogue with it, because
okay, my fault. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you got the full. Go ahead.
No, because you'll see. So people think that the Jews left all at one time, one big mass migration, but that's not true.
No, all right.
Yeah, because you had sons that left and established king, like Brutus is the son of Zohar. Zohar is the son of Judah. Brutus, Britain. He established Britain. The Saxons, the Anglo-Saxons are the people that was conquered by the Saxons. They were white people. They call them Anglo because Anglo, as in white, meaning as like the angels. Every time you see Anglo something, that's a white people amongst the actual people.
Real quick, so I don't lose what you just said. So who are you saying are the Saison of the Saxon?
Say that again?
So, okay, so I heard you just differentiate the Anglos and the Saxons. So who are you saying are the Saxons?
The Jews are the Saxons. Jews are the Saxons. I got that history. That's right. You got to read the European history to get a lot of.
You understand this is where British Israelism gets their claims from, right?
But they not us though. They kicked us out of there.
I'm telling you that's
where
for sure. They claim.
Yeah, for sure. But they kicked us out. We got the history. They kicked the Jacobites out of there and sent them to Africa to be broken, then sent them to America. Took the motherfucking Northern Kingdom from America.
But a lot of those British
identity. The original identity thieves.
A lot of them that aren't racist will say that we are the Jews.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They are the descendants of Isaac.
Descendants of Isaac.
What? They'll say specifically they're the descendants of Isaac. I'm just telling you what a lot of them say. Right? And then
we're the Jews?
And we're the Jews.
I
can show you a guy. Yeah, I can show you a whole minister. I got a whole ministry to this. He got a whole ministry based on this, where he's telling black people like, y'all need to wake up. Y'all the only people around the world that don't know this.
That's what I found out. That's what I said. It's in their history. They're learning it in school. It's in their king's history, bro. Like,
so why y'all got smoke for Lance, bro? I'm trying to understand.
Because niggas been out here teaching lies and shit. Esau is the white man.
I ain't really got no smoke.
No, he know.
I don't like how Lance come at Yara, and I don't like some of the conclusions he jumped to. Because like I told him, a lot of his information be on it. He don't got the whole joint first. He got to go get the whole joint.
I think I be having.
So what were you saying about the McGrebby thing? And I heard you say
he can't learn. He's a auto teacher. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's not an auto talker. He's an auto teacher.
Say what you were saying about the McGrebby.
He know what he knows real strong and hate learning. And so he damn tell us what he know. And that's it. Like, that's the only thing he want to talk about.
Hey, Lance, I'll tell you right now,
I'll be right back, bro.
I don't find you offensive at all, brother, man. Like, but
I appreciate you, Orthodox, more, man. But I do understand why. Like,
so y'all want to have your own backyard chickens and stuff. This is what you got to do at 3 in the morning. You got to fight coyotes.
Man, I've been.
Uh-oh. Leave the
That's why I asked you how you
microphone on. Let us hear the gunshot.
Why don't you capture one of them and train them?
See that? Nah, he likes to hang him on his deck. They're scared of other coyotes.
Put coyote blood all around the chicken coop.
So anonymous, you were saying something weird about you were saying something funny about the Maghreb Jews or something like that.
Me? I didn't mention the Maghreb Jews.
Okay.
No, I didn't mention them. No, and I didn't never come at Yara. Yara always came at me.
Yeah, no, I'm back. No, the first time we had a conversation, you were saying something about the Maghreb Jews, because it was me, you. This what got you and Melvin that kind of got into it too. I forgot what all you were saying at this point though, because it's been so much that's been happening since then. But you were saying something about. Bring it back to me, please. What is your understanding about the Maghreb Jews? How about that?
I don't know who they are.
Nah, bro, you had said something about them.
Just tell me who they are, where they live.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like most people don't know who they are. Like when he says it, I believe it. Like I really.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Then this is what you were saying. What is your understanding about the Sephardim? That's what we was talking about, the Sephardim, and then we told you to research the Maghrebi Jews or Maghreb.
No, y'all told me to research the Mugullans.
No, I said Maghreb. I don't know what the Mugullans are, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna lie to you, fam. I have no idea about no Mugullans.
Okay.
But what is your understanding?
Right there, the Mugullans.
Yeah. To break down to me.
That sounds like a mix between a Geechee and the Melunges, you know what I'm saying?
break down your understanding of the Sephardim.
You got two different stories that I'm familiar with of the Sephardim. Okay. One, a group got in Spain by way of the king of Tarsus helping out King Nebuchadnezzar subdue the Jews. So he gave them a love offering of slaves. And then another one was the Sephardim came from Egypt and went there and established and did well after the diaspora.
Do you feel like all the Sephardim are Jews or Israelites?
No, because it's clearly stated that when the Sephardim left and migrated to all these different countries after being expelled in 1492, that they influenced many nations, and they also they influenced them to become Sephardim. And they now, so it's a real Sephardim, and it's the people they influence in these nations that claim Sephardim.
All right, if that's your real view, then we good.
Yeah, that's
but
my.
I promise you. But you had said something different
always,
the first
bro.
time.
Because I told you
something different. You had said something different that first night. I promise you.
This is what you probably missing, because I said the Sephardim, when they went in exile, you had groups that migrated in all over the place. But I was showing that
you specifically
they went to
never said this
France
part.
as this is the part that me and you talked about. That the group that I'm familiar with went to France. They established their basically a kingdom there, close to the Rhine area, and by the time the Catholics started to conquer, they went in, murdered them up, so they had to leave out, and then they left and they left and came to South Carolina, went to Germany, went to England, went to Portugal. They went back to went to North Africa, West Africa, and some went to South Africa. So
yeah, I know exactly what if this is your stance, I'm not mad at it. But before it came across, let me say that the difference is from what you said the first time. You made it seem as though you said all the Sephardim were Jews or Israelites, and that
yeah, I did say that, but then we had the
right.
conversation, and I showed you how they actually influenced like much of the world. At one point, 93% of the Jews in the world was Sephardim. According to,
so like but you hear what he said. So at first he did say that. Now I don't remember.
Yeah, but we went through the phase, and I showed you that they was actually
maybe you had that
influencing
conversation
people.
with Melvin them. Like you ain't had that with me. Like you and like like I ain't never really came. I told you when you had that conversation, you said they all were. That's the only time we had a little static.
Hey, real I'll go ahead. My fault. I thought you paused.
Oh, you got it more. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish. I thought you paused. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying is I'm not saying if that's your perspective, we good, right? Because there's a lot of truth in what you put out. So, but when we first had the conversation, maybe I heard wrong. I have no problem saying if I messed up.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. I speak broadly a lot of times without actually considering that everybody don't have that perspective that I have. You know what I'm saying? So I'll say something in a casual way, thinking that you might have that we know. Like I would probably assume that we know we talking about the real Sephardim, the real black people that you couldn't tell if they was Portuguese or African.
So when you say Sephardim, and you're saying that at one point they were 93% of the world's population in Jewry, whatnot. Are you talking about
that part?
Yeah, all day
on the Journal of Humana.
Hey, I heard the multiple ones at the table. First of all, you know what I'm saying. I was about to start counting, but I didn't want to do that thing. I didn't want to do it. You told me to stop doing it, so I stopped. You know what I'm saying? I can't. There's certain things I can't not do. I'm just anyway. So when you saying that Sephardim and whatnot, we're 93% of the world's population Jewry, are you talking?
Just at one point, just at not in totality, but it was definitely.
I was going to ask you
in the year so and so. Yeah.
Well, roughly what time period are you talking
about? I would have to say about the 1800s, brother. Because I was reading about in the 1800s. Really? Yeah, I think it's in the American Journal of Human Genetics, January 15th.
Okay.
23andMe published that article.
Okay. Because to me, it would have made sense more like in between like the 900 to like the 1300 kind of. Okay, I got you.
I mean, don't quote me on that part, but do quote me on that. You could quote me on that. They said at one point 93% of the Jews was Sephardim.
Yeah, I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you. I can tell you at one point. Oh, go ahead, Anonymous. My fault.
You just gotta understand Lance's historical timeline be a little off.
No, that's why we give him grace. Yeah, that's why. Let me see where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Let me see where it's at.
Yeah. I've learned to give him grace because Elder Yard corrected me on a couple things. So what I'm saying, you get a brother grace on the timeline.
Well, we actually have to be actually elastic with that timeline because they are lying. Whoa. They're lying. Their timeline is a lie.
Whoa.
You can't. I mean, you like they're always coming out of the blue, shifting the timeline.
We say they.
The scientists one time or another they'll come out and say it was this period to this period. Right. Then 5 years later they'll come out and say it was from this period to this period. Just I mean, as far as examples is concerned, I don't really subscribe. Once I read the nigga Anatoly Fomenko's writings. The dude that what is it, a Russian scientist or some shit, like a Russian mathematician. He was given the task to re-educate him, and a bunch of other educators was given the task to re-educate Russia after the collapse of the communism there at that time. So they actually went out and actually got the real history so that they can re-educate their people because they had been under turmoil for so long of not being able to learn shit. They wouldn't let information come in from outside like they do in China or in Korea, wherever that is. They wouldn't let information come out. So they actually, kept their people dumb. So they was given the task to re-educate the people. He went out and got the information, and he said basically most of the chronology of the earth come from 2 Frenchmen. So he was like, that's not acceptable. So he went on a task and hired some of his students to actually help him, go through the proper timeline. So as and he set up this timeline of everybody. They existed from this time to this time, and he set up the contemporaries of each nation up underneath. So he started to see that, hold on, So from this period to this period, from, you know what I'm saying, something BC to something BC, this motherfucker lived 12 years. He ruled for 12 years. He had 3 sons. This son did this. This son became that. This son became that. Okay, that's one nation. Okay, he said, cool. So then he go a little bit further down the timeline in the AD, and he see the same pattern that happened in the BC. So he like, hold on. Let me see something. So he said that same exact pattern that led into the AD time period, somebody took and pasted the BC and pasted it in the AD. And he said that happened like 12 times in history to create an extension, to create a period of years in extension. He said, but what they didn't take into account, he said, he don't know if somebody did it on purpose. He's not trying to say that. He said somebody was either reckless or it had to be purposeful. He said, because all you got to do is look at the stars. The stars never changed their line. If at this time period, when you said that this happened between BC and BC, it should line up with the solar eclipse or some type of phenomenon that happened that can't be refuted by all nations is going to be, you know what I'm saying, affected by this. So I don't got to just study this one nation, and I can look at all of these nations and see that it was some type of atmospheric phenomenon that occurred at this time. And this happened, you saying that this happened during this time of this atmospheric occurrence, but everybody else said that this atmospheric occurrence happened at this time. So that's how he did it.
So I don't mean to cut you, but just question. How far off is the timeline?
Man, he was like at one period from 1,000 years, at another period 300 years, at another period 1,500 years, bro. He like, look him up, man. Anatoly Fomenko. He it's like, it's a real study on him. It's a real, like, it's ongoing. Like more and more students are joining his team to it's called New Chronology. He got like several different books of showing factual. He said Jesus Christ time period couldn't have been at a certain time because that supernova that occurred in his day happened at this time period, which was 1100 AD. I mean, 1200 AD. That's 100 years off of the time period they say he was born.
That's actually 1,000 years, but
yeah. But that's what he said. I mean, so he proved it though, because he showed like you can't have certain people existing at the same time in 2 different centuries doing the exact, in 2 different periods doing the exact same thing, having the same name, children. You know what I'm saying? The women might have different names, but he said that could be it because, you know, one nation's knowledge or nickname or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He gave examples of that. But it's a very interesting read. So ever since I read that, and it's unrefutable, at least according to my knowledge, and I'm not a dumb guy. So
do you have access to that information that we can present tomorrow?
Yeah, bring it up. You can do it yourself, bro. It's called The New Chronology by Anatoly Fomenko.
Yeah, no, I'm researching them right now.
Because when you describe this right at this moment, in the moment, not without being ignorant of the information that you're talking about, me personally, it sounds similar to the comparison between Abraham Lincoln and who's the other brother who got assassinated in Dallas?
Kennedy.
So a lot of people do comparisons to those and find a hell of a lot of synchronicities. So
like a ritualistic approach.
Well, we're talking about similar birthdays, similar assassination dates, and similar this, that, and the third.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So if there's so many synchronicities, being ignorant of your presentation, it would seem to me that that could be what's going on in your presentation. And then, so I want to do a presentation tomorrow if you got time to go through that material.
Man, it's a lot of material, but we can introduce it for sure. It's a lot of material, brother.
There's no cliff notes.
I mean, it would be pseudo if you do it like that, because you would have to go through his whole line, and you got to go through the whole way he
right.
He
like I'm
to,
looking at how he do it. Like you got to really do a whole. You got to study and
you
load
got
up.
to actually become a teacher, a student, like for real.
But like now, I'm gonna be honest with you, because on the surface, I would chop this up. Right on the surface, I'm reading. I would destroy all of this right now, but I would have to go into it to see, because he's using math and he's using a lot of various different types of sciences,
cosmology, everything.
Right.
He said the stars never change their course. So if the Assyrians said that this star happened, I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
But those are the things. That's where I was starting to eat it up, right? Because inevitably, whenever you start to get to these type of conversations, it's based on one situation. So when you deal with the Assyrian chronology, even when you start to get into the Theban chronology and all of these things, it's dependent upon where it was viewed from, who viewed it, and who recorded it.
Absolutely.
And so we would have to go into those different timings, into those different periods, to see where he's getting his information, what he's basing it upon. So I don't want to chop up the information until I was
don't do it, bro.
What you got to understand about the star argument is that the stars are cyclical. They do everything on schedule all the time, exactly the same way all the time.
That's why he used that. That's why he used that.
Brother, I'm saying that you can't use that.
You can, because in history, it's like all societies have calendars and things that they mark things that occur. You got astrologers that he had access to all of that information by the king of his nation to actually teach their people. So they had, like, resources were unlimited. The only thing that they was limited in is people to help him bring all of this information together. So you have one person studying these people in this area, one person studying these people in this area, and then you bring up you categorize it: astrology, religion, famine, apocalypses, blah blah blah. And then you find that most dates will match. All of the other nations will match except the United States and Britain and Canada and China. It's like certain areas not going to match. But they will match up to a certain period that lets you know when they start.
What you have successfully done is pique my interest, and so I don't want you to.
It's hard to find some people.
Stuff, right?
No,
what we're gonna do is give you a full platform tomorrow. These brothers ain't gonna be available, so I'm gonna come on here with you, and I'm gonna start a live today. It's already tomorrow. Today, and you're gonna present that schedule, that timeline, and I'm gonna single-handedly destroy the timeline because it's just too ridiculous.
Man, not even no scientist today can fuck with him or his team. So you don't do that.
I'm not gonna say that.
Look it up first, bro.
I'm reading stuff right now. Here's my question. Here's my question though, Lance. Like, so you saying, like, we talking about massive cover-ups, right? We talking about
massive,
right? So if this is the case, you're talking about really like whole entire massive cover-up. So my question then
that's why he said the new chronology.
So, but my question is, how do we prove the massive cover-ups?
Because he's showing you. He's showing you what we already know.
But is he showing you who did the cover-ups?
No, he's not going to say. He's not saying no new who's or whys. He even made this. He said it seems that this could not be. What do you say? It seems that this couldn't be an ignorance on a scholastic level such as this. And I'm led to assume that it was purposeful, but he can't. But I digress. I'm not going to say that it's purposeful, and I would lead towards the latter. See what I'm saying? So he was trying to keep himself able to. It wasn't meant for the world to see. It was meant to just teach his society, his people in Russia.
Look, like I said, I got to do a lot more reading on it, because I'm curious, right? But I will readily admit, on the surface, I would tear this apart. On the surface, I would tear it apart. But
right, you're gonna tear it apart using modern understanding.
No, it wouldn't even be that. It would just I would I would really want to get into his linchpin of where he's beginning his dating.
Man, bro, you got to get in it. It's a video on it. It's a video on it.
Let me respond to the cover-up question, because that's the FAQ that we get in the flat Earth reality. So everybody doesn't have to be covering up anything. They can just be ignorant of a cover-up.
Right.
So they publish the material in the mass material publications that gets out to everybody, and they're taught these things over many years. And so they learn it and then understand it that way their whole life from young to old. So they don't know anything anything different.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that stance claim. But what I'm saying is, and Lance know what I'm saying, for what Flamingo is saying, this is massive cover up, because now we talking about, so for instance, if we saying that the Jesus figure walked in 1200 AD, now we go all the way back to these various ecumenical councils, and then they would have had to happen after he walked the earth. So then that means they're happening in 13, 14, 15, 17, and we have no proof of that.
Yes, we do. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's what I said.
We have proof that, like, the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Trent, all of these various councils, these ecumenical councils, happen 1,000 years after when they say they happen.
What we do have is a remnant of what happened, right? When you look at Catholics and you look at the Protestant wars, you can actually see immediately when did Protestantism occur? When did Calvinism pop up? When did, you feel what I'm saying? So you will see that it happened like right after this. You will see that, like, why is it coincidence that 1492 the Jews is kicked out, but coincidentally 1492 Columbus finds America?
Yeah, see, this is where I started to chop it up. This is where I started to chop it up, because then now we have all of these wars between the Muslims and the Christians coming with the arguing against these things.
The Catholics was with the Muslim. The Catholics was with the Arabs.
But we have these people completely arguing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th century. Like we clearly see.
Real quick.
Let me ask
He's
one.
The Catholics are with the Arabs. Give me a time for real quick.
Right. No, I'm trying to figure out, like, we live in 600.
I wasn't even finna go there. I wasn't even finna go there.
I'm gonna jump right back. I just want a rough time. That's all.
Because Lance be throwing out this shit and get you all
what
off topic.
Year do you think it is right now, brother?
I'm falling back. History
you got it, fam. You got it.
I just asked you a question.
I didn't hear you.
Is you deaf?
I'm listening.
No, it was a lot of people talking.
Man, I know how powerful my mic is. It overrides you niggas.
I'm not overriding none of us, nigga. You just a lot of noise when you do that. So niggas go to what they can understand.
To the question, brother. What year do you think this is?
Man, I think I would say we 500 years really ahead, but they keeping us 500 years back.
So we're in 2500 AD.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
We got flying cars.
Jesus.
We got phones.
Listen, brother,
we got flying cars. We have phones we got Visiphones. We have
more. This is when you find out where people start to want to get their land. It's usually at 3:30 and it's 2:30 to 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
I mean, you asked me a question. Where do I think? I'm not gonna say 2000 when I already
I ain't got no beef with Lance. Yeah.
From what you said, see,
ask about that.
Let me tell you how your logic is already faulty. You said that they got repeating histories that should actually be the exact same history. Okay? So these should be contemporaries. These repeating histories should be contemporary, side by side timing. So that should shorten our time to 500 AD, not lengthen your time to 2500 AD. You don't even got no logic.
First of all,
you got a lot of information in your mind, and we're going to
what do I think? That was my position. And then second, I said I believe we are in 2500 AD. However, they got us back 500 years.
That's why I responded exactly how I responded.
But then I also went into saying, well, we have visophones and flying cars. So why wouldn't you, like, they giving us of course they already had this technology, brother. I mean, how long you think they had
let me make
it
simple. Let me make it simple for you, brother. Let's say you got 1, 2, and 3. Then you got 4, 5, and 6. Then you got 5, 6, and 7. And those 3 sets of time, 1, 2, and 3 is the first set of time. 6, 7, 8 is the second set of time. 9, 10, 11 is the third set of time. I feel like I skipped some numbers. But check this out. Those are the 3 sets of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Those are the 3 sets of time. You said that the 1, 2, and 3 is a repetition of 4, 5, and 6, which is a repetition of 7, 8, and 9. And so they should actually be during the exact same time frame. So instead of 9 years, you're left with 3 years. It always shortens your time with your argument, never lengthens it.
And you officially piss claim on?
I don't know what the fuck he talking about. I had to smoke.
Holy
even when you start talking
shit.
Numbers, I gotta smoke.
See, that's the problem. Okay, now, but like that's why I admire the knowledge, the raw knowledge that you have in your brain, because I can easily build on it. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about Israelites ruling Europe and Africa and every single location everywhere in the world, we know that to be a fact. So it's easy to build on your knowledge. But when it comes to the math, you're gonna have to leave that up to people who understand how to add and
subtract. You ain't even make sense what you said, brother. I'm being honest with you.
Leave the math up to me.
That shit didn't make no sense.
I know, bro. That's the problem.
You take 4, 5, and 6
with your math stuff.
And 6 and 7, that motherfucker was called getting head by 2. So like, hold on, bro. I'm not even.
Is that what you literally heard? I just told you that 1, 2, and 3 is the first set of time. That's the first 3 years.
Nah, I don't use those. You can't use time in numbers like that, bro. Like, listen. All I'm saying is this. This is not even my position. However, I said it's a sticky pad. I don't knock what my man said, because he ain't said nothing that my spirit disagree with what I've learned. And even though it's not in depth of what I've learned, he's touched things that made me say, okay, it's possible, because what he just said is an explanation for what I asked about this, or what I was wondering about that. So I don't knock the motherfucker. Plus, he don't have no interest in giving bad information when he's actually paid to go and find the best information to retrain their people.
Did you say a Russian? Wait, did you say a Russian don't have no interest in bringing false information?
Absolutely.
He said he don't have no interest in defrauding his people who hired him to go find the information.
But you understand where we're talking about, though, right?
Yeah, man. What's the problem with Russia?
Oh wow. Oh, I'm done. Okay.
What's your problem?
Yeah,
with
that's where I found.
That's where your Russian icons are that they ain't even fucking destroyed. They're still up. That you can go take a picture with your phone on and shit.
Right. Theodore the 13th is a Russian icon. So Theodore the 13th is I'm related to him.
What?
He's a Tsar of Russia. His name is Theodore the 13th.
Oh, okay, I got you. And you saying he's not related to me? Because we stopped ruling after a while. I told you, when you read about Dan, bro, Dan conquered some.
No, I'm saying I'm in the direct descendancy of Theodore the 13th.
Okay, that's what you said. I got you. I got you. And when I I did the European, I pulled out a list of Europeans king's DNA. And I told you I found out that Frederick and them was related to the Tuareg people that we looked up that day, claim. That they called the Tuareg.
Yeah, the Tuareg, yeah.
Tuareg, yeah. He related to them. So a lot of the European bloods and the kings have this where you find Africans today.
Oh, he was a blood?
And look, he had on he was a Crip. He was a Crip because they called the blue people. So when you go and look up his picture, he got a blue cape around his
I forgot. No, bloods used to wear blue back in the 1400s, nigga. Stop that.
Wait a minute.
Stop that shit, bro. He was a blood. Wow. That's why he got his blood in king.
You wild as hell.
Nigga, he didn't know that the bloods wore blue back in the 1400s.
Nah, you should look him up, man. It's dope. But look, check this out. Here's what's tripped out about this, right? So when you see,
hey, wasn't Joseph Stalin the president or the czar, the ruler during
Russia,
during Anatoly Fomenko's time?
I believe he was the one who paid him. No, I think the collapse of his empire is what brought forth the people to find a new knowledge.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think when he collapsed, that was when they was like, okay, now we can learn. They was kept from society, man. Like they tell you the whole story. If I was y'all, I would look at the videos that they got on YouTube first before you actually open this book. Because he got the PDF book. He got many books, bro. It can't be all the shit that he got can't be contained. Like he placed the Romans. Now I'm looking in the annuals of Europe.
You're right, because he's born. Yeah, okay. You're right about that. I'm looking at his age right now. All right.
Yeah. So you know what I think the difficulty a lot of people is, bro, is that they got to go all the way back to the beginning to even debate me on a lot of the shit. They had to catch up. So it ain't even.
That ain't no difficulty for me. So.
But that's what I'm gonna fucking debates. Like I said, some shit that niggas supposed to be fucking dragging me with horses by. Nigga, they didn't get you out of Africa. They got you out of Europe. What the fuck? You've been teaching your whole tribe.
Wait. Come back. Say that part again.
They didn't get us out of Africa. They got us out of Europe. The Americans, now look, the American Negro was taken out of America, South Carolina, and taken into the Caribbeans and into Europe as their captives, as their slaves. So why do you have niggas that came from Europe and brought to America look just like the niggas that's in the Caribbeans? I mean, because they did take some from Europe to the Caribbean too, but we all look the same. We was the same anyway. So even though it's a theory, it still can be followed. It can be, traced that.
But based on your understanding, this would have had to happen in like the year 1900 or in the year like 2000.
Nah, King James was assassinated in 1624.
Not according to Anatoly Fomenko.
When did he say he was assassinated?
No, you telling me that we 500 years behind.
No, I'm not telling you. He asked me what do I think. So you don't have to project off of my personal.
Oh, so that's not Fomenko's. Okay.
No.
So then how does he? So he's basically saying some things are off, but then other things are in their correct time period.
Because it catch up to where you can't lie about this.
Right. So then he's saying then he'll say Jesus is contemporary with people in the 12th century.
Right, and he approved
rather than being contemporary with the first
that motherfucker. Right, absolutely.
Gotcha. All right.
He'll say something like, "It's impossible for this motherfucker to write a letter to this nigga at this time, when this motherfucker existed way back here in the Jesus time." So I seen shit like that, and then I would go and look up the information, and then I have books like the the Flavian family, the writers of the New Testament, and then I'll read this Jewish perspective, and I even looked up some of his references and shit. I'm like, damn, that's what it's saying. So then now years later, I see the Anatoly Fomenko video, and I get off into his shit, download his shit, and I'm reading this shit, and then I'm seeing debates. Like nobody's fucking with him, his team in debates. Like they're kids, bro. Like they're in their 20s debating his information. Like nobody fucking with him. So I people will say pseudo, but I know how pseudo. I know it got to be pseudo before it's science, because somebody gonna always have an opposition in position when you bring something to the table. That's it, whether it's true or not. So I'm still studying his shit. It's a lot of information, bro, but I'm gonna lean towards that shit. I'm good. Like I don't gotta. I'm not saying that I'm gonna solidify that, but my spirit feel good about his information, so I'm good with it. I'm good with keeping furthering my studies in that information that they bringing forth, because it's ongoing. It's ongoing.
So then what was going on in the first century Jerusalem?
First century Jerusalem.
And so that means then
that's the Hasmonean period.
Right. So you're saying in that Herod,
that's the end of
1200?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
So he's saying there's no proof that Herod and these people would have been ruling and in power. And so if we deal with like Quirinius, all these, no. So like there's a guy. Yeah, bro. I don't know if you want to do this. So there's a guy in the Bible named Quirinius, who is basically the general or the leader of these areas twice, right?
Right.
He has decrees for the census. This is on record. Like he has decrees for these things in these time periods.
Is he a son or a grandson? Because they carry the same names a lot of times.
From what we see, he's contemporaneous with Caesar, becomes contemporaneous with the Herod figure of the first century. So I'm trying to understand how this Herod figure is contemporaneous with 1200 AD as opposed to 100 AD in that time period.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't know. We have to get into that. But that's the whole thing. It's something that we can do as a team.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Actually get off into it. Because you'll find a lot of the dates that we use in debates is that's how we spread. We just autonomously spreading false information. We don't do our own research no more. That's what I said. We never been in space, and we'll die telling the motherfucker what we learned about space. You know what I'm saying? We'll put that shit on. I never been in space. I can't tell you. I can tell you what my mind observed, my body, my eyes observed. My eyes have observed the clouds behind the sun and behind the moon. You know what I'm saying? My eyes have observed a whole fucking star move across the sky and didn't stop. Made me go in the house and get my motherfucking Canon 90D, nigga, and put that motherfucking telephoto lens on there and look up there and see what it is. That shit was just looking like a motherfucking bright ass light with some blue and red shit jumping around on the inside.
Wait a minute. So then, just so I'm clear, then the Greek and the Roman period then is pushed to 1200. It stays the same, or is it pushed to 1200?
It's the same periods, bro. The Greeks and the Romans they just created that period. It wasn't no. It's the same people. On Alexander's deathbed, he gave his kingdom to his 4 best friends that he came up from a youth with.
But that's around 300 BCE, somewhere like that. You saying that really happened in 100 or 200 AD?
I can't even tell you that, bro, because right now I'm to the point to where we have to actually. That's why I gave you the name of that book, to where he shows that Flavius Josephus and the Flavian family had inserted themselves in the doctrine so like I didn't want to bring that to the table, but like it's a lot of reasons why I actually may agree with some or majority of the stuff that I've read so far about this guy's material.
I hear you, but when I'm asking you, you give me a bunch of I don't knows.
No, yeah, that's what I said. That's why I gave you the material so you can know. I'm not interested in what you asking, so I didn't look that shit up.
Well, how can you not be interested with the actual historical references?
Because I was
of the
looking for
time
something
period?
specifically that I had inquired about that I needed reference at the time that piqued my interest about him.
Wouldn't it be important though to have references or to deal with the actual historical references of that time period?
Yeah, you can go and look it up and see what they say, and then you might have some insight. Like I felt like I did on some other shit, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna lean with Anatoly. It's an ongoing study. It ain't nothing that you can put on the shelf and say I got it. You can't. Nothing, bro. Being a fucking Christian should have taught you that, or Muslim or Israelite or whatever it is that you have been through to get you to where you is now. You might stop somewhere right now. You might not have. I'm 46. I've been through a couple of different phases, and I went through them. What should I say? Like, I didn't just dabble. Like I immersed myself in it to understand them, different things, different mindsets. Like when I believed that it was aliens, I was seeing shit in the fucking sky. I wasn't making shit up. I was pictures, videos. What the fuck is it? It's before drones. I had a whole idea about how okay, this universe goes through a phase. Each planet has its time, and we leave each planet like Noah, and he takes like Noah, right, and go into a new age where we go to a new planet, and then we go there, we emerge in there, we grow, we spend our time there, and then the humans leave there and go to the next planet, blah blah blah, right? So I had this whole little, because we had to, well, they got shit on Mars. Oh shit, they got shit on, they found shit on
So
the moon.
That was your thoughts
before I realized that they actually taking pictures of other parts of the earth that is uninhabited that once was.
Okay.
They're not going to fucking Mars or the moon. They're just taking pictures of fucking
Different
parts of
parts of the
Antarctica and shit. Yeah. That's what they doing, bro. I see the earth as a plane that's got to continue. It continues. You can't go past a certain point until you have expounded, until you
exhaust the resources.
Not exhaust the resources until you graduate. You can't go into like a baby. You can't get out the crib till you now you get in the crib, now they put you in a playpen, put you in play. Now you in a motherfucking living room where you can't go down the stairs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Put you in front of the house, on the porch, put you in front of the house. Now you can't go down. It's like that in real for all of us as humanity. That's what I feel like. But I've been long shedded the idea about planets and more see of them as a plane. Planes. What if you look at a planet, right? And it's the actual reflection of the plane beneath it. You know what I'm saying? And that's a portion of the earth plane. So you can go many different directions. Your mind, you know what I'm saying? We can take them all type of places, brother, but you don't got to eliminate them. Just put them on a sticky pad and let the Most High, let the Holy Spirit, the Spirit reveal things to you. But don't close your mind to nothing. You got to be prepared to become a new wineskin. You get new wine, get a new wineskin. You got to rebirth yourself. I'm no longer what I used to believe, and you won't never grow. Dog, it was so hard for me to share Jesus, bro. I promise you, man. Like I kept saying in the name of your son, Jesus Christ, even long afterward for saying that shit for so long, bro, and felt like I was actually committing blasphemy if I don't say or go directly to the Most High. when you're thinking in Jeremiah, when he like, nigga, all you got to do is repent and cry out to me, and I'll give you your land back, well intact, the earth. He ain't say nothing about no Jesus, and you don't never see Jesus. You don't hear nothing about Jesus till the New Testament, bro. You be like, hold on, wait a minute. So God gave
when
Jesus.
He was born, you crazy man.
Hold on, right? Hold on. Listen,
you gotta use logical arguments when you're speaking, bro.
Let me tell you why. Because
he's saying wasn't nobody praying in the name of Jesus in the Old Testament.
Right.
Right. I know that, but I'm saying that's not a strong argument because Jesus wasn't born.
No, the problem is that he didn't ever do this before in the Old Testament. It was thousands of years before the New Testament. Man. Now you got only a couple of 100 years, not even 100 years. You only got a fucking 30 years.
Speaking to illogical people, man.
It just sounds illogical because you're not considering.
No, I am considering everything you're saying, and I just told you
it's hurting.
It's not hurting at all. What's hurting is you sounding stupid. I just said that. I just said that Jesus wasn't in the Old Testament, so you can't use the argument that people wasn't praying to Jesus in the Old Testament.
Wait.
That's not what I was saying, brother.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
That's
somebody translate. Somebody translate for me.
Hold on. In the New Testament, doesn't Jesus talk about like Moses saw the day of his coming, etc., whatnot, or Abraham, etc., one of the two?
Mm-hmm.
So the consciousness of him is in the Old Testament, correct?
It says they saw the day of his coming. So he wasn't there yet. That's obvious from what he just said.
But they knew about it. They knew about him is what he said.
Right. So what? What's that have to do with anything?
Jesus don't become the God until we get conquered.
No, brother. Why you cut the man off? I'm trying to understand why it's important for him.
Fuck that! I'm slapping. I'm punching at you. You trying to fight another nigga? Me and you fighting. You trying to go fight another nigga?
He brought himself in between.
But we still fighting.
So okay, I'll beat both of you up at the same time. It don't make no difference. I done met Justin 150 million times in my life. That's why my nose broke and crooked now. Yeah, so I'm telling you.
Why I gotta get beat up? You know what I'm saying? What's going on?
Well, that's what Larry's trying to equate it to. I'm trying to say. I'm trying to figure out why you think it's smart to say that they wasn't praying to Jesus in the Old Testament when Jesus was not born. You
Did Jesus say, "I come in my Father's name"?
Yeah.
Was God named Jesus?
Yeah.
Lying.
Yeah.
God. You forming the doctrine to fit your fucking psychological.
Not at all. Let me explain. Since you confused, guy. Okay, so we know for a fact that he gave his son, his firstborn son, Israel, his name. We know that, right?
Hey, that's us.
Follow my logic.
If my people who are called by my name.
Which is Israel, right? Okay, so that's why we're surnamed Israel. Now, it also says that he is our salvation, right, Lance?
God, I am the Lord your Savior, and there is no other.
And I am your salvation, right? Because Savior and salvation are two different words, brother. Holy moly, now you're going to make me unsheath my sword. Since you sound confused, let me offer some clarity to you.
You don't have to, bro.
I'm
amazed. I'm just amazed that you want to make an argument.
This information.
I just don't understand why.
You don't care about the Bible. Okay, I got you.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying I don't understand why you want to make an argument about something I'm not.
Psalms 35:3. Draw out also the spear. Oh, see, I got my sword unsheathed. Now I got to pull my spear because it told me to do so. And stop the way against them that persecute me. Say unto my soul, I am your salvation. So the word salvation is strong H. Hold on, let me share my screen so you can hear. exactly what's being said here. Let me share my screen.
It just sounds awfully similar to a debate you had.
Let me share my screen here. Okay, I am your salvation. You see the phrase, right? Psalm 35:3. Now listen carefully to the word salvation, brother.
Strong's H3444. Yeshua. Yeshua.
Did you hear that?
I did hear that. What's your point?
So, holy shit.
That's not a pronoun, bro. That's not a pronoun. Stop playing.
I started off telling you that you have a weak argument saying that Jesus doesn't exist because the Old Testament never prayed to Jesus. This is his name, salvation. So the Most High's name is salvation. You challenged me and said, is the Most High's name salvation? I said, yeah. So
that's not a name.
Like father, like
are we
son.
Are we talking about Jesus' name being mentioned? Or are we talking about praying to Jesus? And
we wasn't talking about praying to Jesus. We was talking
are we supposed to pray to Jesus?
No, I'd already destroyed him on that topic. He said that they wasn't praying to Jesus. I said that's because Jesus wasn't born.
He was saying they wasn't praying in Jesus' name, is what he said.
Yeah, exactly. I was saying that I
and then he said
felt bad for not praying in
yeah.
Jesus' name.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He said it took him a long time
straight to the Most High.
Jesus, right. That's a fact. And he's making strong arguments saying that you can go straight to the Father. But Messianics realize that you need a mediator.
No, you don't. You just need to clean yourself.
I said Messianics. Are you Messianic?
I do believe in the Messiah, but I don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. He can't be the Messiah even genetically. He can't be the king of Israel when he comes from Jeconiah, whose children is never able to rule in Israel.
You're talking about Jeconiah, who would have been born. You're talking about Jeconiah, who would have been born in 1200 AD, right? Let me stop.
Jeconiah, yeah. Okay, so you want a pronoun? You want a proper salvation, proper noun salvation, right? So here's one for you, brother. I just did mollywop Trey on this topic, brother. So why are you even challenging?
Strong's H3444.
But I do want to make it clear.
Yeshua.
Oh, okay.
Yeshua.
That's the word that means salvation, brother.
Right, and that's the name of Jesus. Now, I want to.
You just showed me salvation is at the gates, and then try to say that that's God. Wait a minute, brother.
No, I said that that's Jesus, and who is also God.
So y'all tricked yourself into believing that that word salvation is God. That is Christian interpolation that fucked with you.
Dealing with claim. You dealing with claim.
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't be talking to him like that neither. I don't like. I don't like the tone.
Dog, no. I walk around with size, brother.
You walk around with what?
I got hell yeah. I'm ready.
Like, what you mean? You big?
No.
Here we go.
Like I got two weapons.
Size.
I got two weapons.
What's those?
Oh, side arms is what he meant to say.
Oh, you mean like this?
Oh,
nigga.
Sound like a BB gun.
So don't.
That shit sound like a BB. I shoot every weekend, brother. That shit sound like a BB gun.
That sound like no clip and no bullet in the chamber.
Sound like no clip, and I'm just playing.
Yeah,
I mean, I could ratchet it for you.
Yeah, you didn't hear it.
Yeah, I can ratchet it for you if you want, son.
I'm gonna stop listening though, because I'm not supposed to listen.
Yeah,
nah, you supposed to be on. You supposed to be on here more. But you see what I got to deal with, bro. I be really It's like
Hold
you
on,
gotta.
whoa. What you mean? What you got to deal with? First,
I don't know what it means, brother.
Let's
Like, look at here.
Now, first off, I told you I was on your.
Yeah, you get off the bench. I'm playing one-on-one with this nigga, and you get off the bench to block my shots.
I was on your side, and that ain't. Hey, look, and that ain't gonna work for me because I just come into this train station and start slapping people. It don't matter to me. So understand.
A hug, man. You know.
So understand, you dealing with claims.
But you see what I'm dealing with, bro?
No.
Yeah, I see, brother. I see, brother. I feel for you.
Lance,
I feel for you, brother.
Keep up with you, bro. That's all.
I see what you mean, brother. I feel for you, brother.
I rock with Lance. I told him that. Like I even
apologized
I
rock
when
with
he
you,
was
bro.
upset.
Yeah, you did, nah.
I rock with you.
But we're gonna have a
like
problem once I get into this Anatoly Flamenco nonsense. So that's number one. Number two,
I think you're gonna be really impressed with his fucking team.
Nah, I'm already
when you get charged by the king to teach a nation.
The book. I'm already reading the book right now. This is the book.
I feel like there's a future debate on this topic that I'm gonna be.
What's this book? This book is history, fiction, or science. That's this 626 page work. This is the first one I'm gonna get into. So I'm gonna get into this, and we're
What's
gonna
that one
figure
called
it out.
that you about to get into?
This is
and I'll brush up with it.
It's called history, fiction, or science.
Okay, yeah. That's the first.
So this is the first joint. So I'm starting at the beginning, right? So we're gonna get into this.
You're gonna love it.
And we'll see. But my thing is, I want to get back to this. Because I want y'all to clarify, are you saying praying in the name of Jesus or praying to Jesus? And then I want to understand your concept of what it means to pray in the name of Jesus.
Are either applicable?
You talking about claim? I'm done with that.
I mean, if we talking about strictly saying in Jesus' name, amen, then that's a fallacy, right? But if you understand authority, and when they talk about name, and we really start to get into that, I can run you through the book.
Who is his son?
You might need
whose son?
We might have to have that conversation with.
Who is God's son, according to the scripture? According to
Israel, and who's the most perfect son of Israel?
Hold on, wait a minute.
He gonna tell you the same answer.
Of all the nations of the earth, who has he known?
Holy shit, Moses.
Only known Israel, right? Hold on.
You the only new Israelite we ever met, brother. We don't. We smart. We already smart Israelites, bro.
Right. So let me walk with me and stop. Every time I bring out information, it's just like you get.
Yeah, because you asked us a question that a goddamn infant Israelite that the first day here learned. They just found out their nationality yesterday knows the answer to.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking about, bro. So when I do mention something, assuming that you should fucking know it, you see what I'm saying? So now I'm walking you. I'm walking you now.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Talk. I'm gonna stop.
Now you go straight to the Most High for everything in the Old Testament. You don't gotta.
You don't.
Yes, you do.
What are you talking about?
Listen, you got the priest. Listen, you got the priest. You got the priest, of course, right? But you can personally, keeping the law, can go straight to the Most High. How? How do you got that? Jeremiah tells you.
Right,
all you got to do.
So Christ even tells you to say, he starts off the disciples' prayer saying, "Our Father which art in heaven." So I'm trying to understand what your point is. I want to really understand.
My point is that Jesus is not the Messiah of the Hebrews. And
how do we get there from? Hold on, that's a big jump.
Right. You see what I'm saying? That's
it's not a big jump. It's the same. I'm on the same. I'm still talking about
a lot
of
jumping.
Oh, hold on. Let him finish this.
Conflating. Yes, he's a conflator.
Hold on.
I told him he was a professional conflator.
Real quick. I feel
Instead
like
of a professional debater,
look what I did. I started. I said
real quick. I feel like Lance likes to draw big circles, and if he gets interrupted, he might not get to finish the circle. You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
Let me hear you finish the circle right quick, bro.
Okay.
What I stated, brother, in the beginning is that I don't believe Jesus even fits in the kingship of.
Got you.
Right. So I mentioned Jeconiah, right? That nobody can refute that. Right. So then I said, you can't.
Yes, I can. I say that he's not a descendant of Jeconiah. That's what I teach.
Correct him.
But you don't. Okay, I want to, but come on, brother. You can't just lay out your statement without insults. Try that.
I didn't insult. That's what it says. It says that
no, you
Jesus
said
in the book
nobody
of
can
Matthew
refute that he is a descendant of Jeconiah and that he does not fit. He's not fit to be a king. That's what you said.
No, I said no one can.
He's not fit to be a king because he's a descendant of Jeconiah.
Hey, my G, can you?
I'm quoting you word for word.
You're getting emotional.
Can you pay?
Yeah, because you acting like Shaka XL. I'm quoting you word for word.
Calm. I'm very calm.
Brother, I'm quoting you word for word. Shaka XL is super calm. But I'm quoting you word for word. You're saying that Jesus can't be the king because he's a descendant of Jeconiah.
According
and
to
then you're saying I'm not saying that.
I said according to scripture.
Okay, no shit. So what I'm saying is
that in the scripture?
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Just lay out your.
I can't. You're going to keep interruption. You're going to keep interrupting.
But don't say nobody can refute my information.
Well, I had to give you my premise, which I stated.
It's going to trigger me.
Then I was going to go off into why.
But it's late. It's fucking 4:00 in the fucking morning, dude.
Right. So how am I supposed to know when you're going to be triggered or not? Is that my responsibility?
Because I'm telling you. I just told you. I said, don't say that nobody can refute your information, nigga.
So hold on, claim. Hold on.
That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta do. That's easy.
Hold on. How about this?
Get that part out of your explanation.
How about you cuss him out on mute?
Oh my God, dog. Niggas ain't. I had to just do a video, bro, because when you bring this information out, it's emotional.
You got the floor. Just go ahead. It's not emotional. Just bring out I want to hear what you're saying, brother. But I need you to stop drawing big circles and deal specifically with the task at hand. So go ahead, brother.
What's my premise, fellas?
I'm waiting to hear that, fam. Like it's been a lot that's happened. So
I'm pretty sure I stated. What's my premise?
Once again, I'm waiting to hear that, brother. So
okay, right off the top, from what I can recall, that you don't believe that Jesus qualifies as a Messiah based upon lineage.
That was one point, absolutely.
Okay.
And I was going into other points, but I was.
The other point.
So just for me, can you let the brother finish the circle, and then you know what I'm saying? You demonstrate like how big that joint is.
Right. As I stated, Jesus cannot be the Messiah according to my understanding, based off of the fact that he fits into the bloodline of Jeconiah. One instance.
Okay.
Instance two, the Most High says all throughout the Old Testament, I am your Savior, and even questions, have I sent another?
Okay.
Three, the Jews were kicked out of Israel, and any royalty, of course, would have been left harm's way. Royalty, you're not going to be just lingering around. This is fucking. We already know how to, right? Not going to be lingering around.
Hey, you did fantastic, bro. I just want you.
Yeah, I can't blame claim at this point. This is
you did fantastic, bro. Go ahead, brother man. Go ahead, Lane.
No, I'm gonna stop, man. Y'all ain't ready for what I had to bring up.
What are you talking? Okay,
no,
first
I'm
off,
with you. No, I'm with you.
I'm stop.
You're gonna stop acting like we haven't heard all of these arguments before. Please continue, sir.
No, man, I'm not interested in even having a conversation.
Let
me tell you why. Because somebody told me when you want somebody to get something, don't give it to them. Just leave it.
Always leaving one of you.
See, bro, we was doing so well, bro.
I'm serious, man.
So well, man.
When you want somebody to get something, don't give it to them.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna give you the answers to those
Aim is to be sold and not told. I got you.
Those BS ass rejections that you have. We've dealt with them for almost a decade now. Like the fact that you think that you bring in groundbreaking information frustrates me. I will honestly admit that, but I'm content to let
That wasn't
you
my
finish.
position of ground. I didn't present this as groundbreaking information. I didn't bring this out like
Well,
I just
you
stated my.
you said that it's something new that they can't handle, and that's what those are your words. So I'm saying, like, it's not that Claim can't handle it. He's frustrated because you're kind of all over the place, bro. That's all.
No, I'm kind of around the same spot. If you, but listen, a lot of times, this is what I learned, bro. A lot of times, like, I draw, right? So I can draw a tree because I look at trees a lot.
Rob Rack to me. If you
I
do
draw.
not stop doing
So when you
Rob
when you putting a puzzle together, if you're not used to looking at shit like trees or buildings, it's gonna be hard for you to put the puzzle together. But if you actually insert yourself in actually understanding a tree and a building and actually looking at it, you can actually start seeing trees and buildings in other shapes and shit in other art forms. So you're able to put the puzzle together better.
What'd you say more?
I said I ain't heard a Rob Rack analogy in a long time. That's what's up.
This is a Rackster. So I'm gonna tell you this, Lent, since we just jumping all over the place, just waxing poetic. I know you're gonna say you don't care, but you will probably find a lot less pushback if you would pick one subject in the middle of the conversation and deal with that subject, and then come back, or draw a small circle first, and then draw a larger circle outside of that, and then draw your biggest circle on the outside of that. But instead,
because when you draw a big circle, you get to see where everyone is.
Right. But if you're really trying to actually build, you have to start with the micro, then move to the macro. That's all I'm telling you. It's just basic human conversation. Right.
I mean, I think I do pretty well with people who is privy to the subjects that I speak on. I think that it goes pretty smoothly. I don't have no issue.
With the exception of the Anatoly Fomenko, and even as it pertains to what he's saying, his theory is not new. I mean, you have several different scientists who say that the timeline is off by 400 or 500 years. Right? That's not. I have no qualms with that. I want to know what his information is so I can speak to it intelligently. But it's really not a difficult situation to address. That's why Claim is telling you stop being insulting. Because it's also insulting to assume that people who read as much as the people that you talk to haven't heard the information that you're bringing out, or that they're just too silly and mere mortals and not at the level to be able to grasp it, when maybe, just maybe,
it's a complete contradiction.
Hold on. Just maybe there's a flaw with how you present the information. Like, for instance, you're telling me I need to really take a look at Fomenko's work, and I am. Right. But then when I'm asking you simple questions, as in, i.e., how then do we equate the contemporaneous people that we have in these time periods with actual primary resources, and then say that these things should be moved 1,000 years in the future? How do we deal with a timeline that shows other people clearly dealing with these positions that we're taking about Christ 500, 600 years before, when you're saying that these things happen?
Y'all niggas.
And you have no answer for that. Even
I don't even remember you asking me some shit like that. What are you talking about, bro?
Y'all
you
niggas
made that up.
Nerd stuff.
Yeah. No, I don't be thinking about that nerd shit, bro. I be trying to get the solid basis to build my shit.
You do be thinking about that nerd shit.
You see what I'm saying, more? Like, come on, bro. Like, look, bro. Like, look, and I get it. And this is what happens when I deal with a lot of people. So I'm gonna get in my little bag, right? When I start chopping away at these things, then it's nerd stuff, or it's you're right.
No, the moment I heard a 600-page book come out, I was like, hell no. No. I refuse to put any thought or energy into that shit.
But I will. I'm that one. So but the point that I'm making is
hey, yo, leave no stone unturned, brother.
But the point that I'm making to you,
hey, I'll turn it over. I'm just saying I want to open it up.
You have got to do better in presenting your information, bro. There's a reason you get this type of pushback. It's because of the way that it's almost like a shotgun approach, right? And it doesn't need to be that way because you have to be precise with presenting this information. And with you, I notice a broad scope, a huge paintbrush. But then when it's time to dot the I's, cross the T's, we don't have that. And that's where the anger comes from, especially for a brother like Clay, or for a person like Melvin when you was getting into it with him, right?
Nigga,
So
imagine a nigga like me who read all these fucking books and I can't talk to nobody about them because niggas don't fucking read.
but you assume that we don't.
That's why you found a community.
You just showed me an example that you don't.
Because I did. Oh wait, tell me. What? Stop. Because I haven't read the works of Anatoly Fomenko. That means that I don't read.
No, not Anatoly Fomenko. Just the history, just the whole hookup with everything I brought to the table, even perspective.
Stop. Then I need for you to qualify this now, because just weeks ago you were just saying how, oh my God, you do so much scholarship. And now you're telling me I don't read because I haven't read.
I'm not even talking about you. You making yourself the subject of this.
Hold on, now you talking to me. You just
I'm talking about people. You're just in a line of people who you're not even against me. You said you rock with me.
But you're telling me that I don't read. So I want you to qualify that statement or say I'm not talking about you.
I did. I said I'm not talking about. I
Bet.
said
Right, so
I didn't say no one's name.
So now back to the point.
That's why I was trying to interject right quick, bro. So what I'm saying is, you don't found a whole community of geek squads, and think that this community that you're in now don't read just because we haven't read what you're discussing right now. Is you crazy?
I think that people spend a lot of years in a same paradigm and haven't grown no further, and it's a paradigm outside of it, which not you particularly, people, what they've learned, and it's hard to dialogue with new information comes on the table.
Man, Melvin is trying to start a library. You know how many books it takes to start a library?
Yep,
one book.
Okay then. So that's a book outside of his paradigm that he has read. So I'm trying to tell you.
Who? Melvin. He ain't even here.
I'm saying that Melvin was brought up because you got into it with Melvin, and you have the same talking points every time somebody engages you on an opposite end or challenges your information. You say that we don't read. How? We read plenty of things. Sometimes we haven't read things that you have read about the timeline and about the European history. That's how I know that your European history and your Russian history is factual, because I've already read that stuff.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. That's why I said what I said. Because with me being an Israelite and going from a Christian to an Israelite and chasing that Holy Grail, and you have to. I don't see how people can chase the Holy Grail and not have ran into the information that I have over these past years. That's why I just talk openly and just mention things, because I assume that people has already read it.
Man, come on! Why in the world would the Most High give everybody the exact same thing? If we're not on one accord and stuff like this, you need this. He knows what you need over here. You know what I'm saying? Like he says that we take care of us. Isn't it a fact that I take care of the birds? How much more would I take care of you? So he gives us whatever we need at the time. So you came around and told us information that some people haven't read. So you're the information that they need at the time. You're not open to new information from other people because you only trust the Most High. So you can't even learn from us at all. So you are at a disadvantage in your process of learning.
I can learn from y'all. I learn DNA from somebody, from a few of y'all, and I got off into DNA and studying shit. Found a lot of shit that I studied has a DNA backing. So that's not true. But some shit I already went through, and I already had those thoughts, and I already then took them off. They no longer on the sticky pad. I have concluded. So when you might think that you're teaching me something, I may be a little dismissive because I've already had that process of.
And you've already came to your conclusion, right? But what if your conclusion was a faulty conclusion though on some things? Not everything, but some things.
Let me tell you an example. Why my conclusion example it's only the Most High power. Right.
So like
there is no other. Right. There's no other God. I conclude
you know what I'm saying? Right. And see,
that's what
another example.
Right.
That's exactly my point. You have concluded that based on the recent revelation of a 2014, 2016 forgery talking about they invented Jesus. They talk about that family invented Jesus. And so it took you a long time to shed Jesus out of your mind and out of your mouth.
Wasn't even gonna go there, claim.
That was just.
You feel me?
That was just some. Listen, just to hear that paradigm from a Jewish man who don't have favor with Christianity. I wanted to hear their perspective because I only hear good things about Christianity. So yes. So then I went into understanding and actually looking up the shit that he was saying, which this motherfucker put his integrity online. I want to see why he risky, and I went and looked that shit up. Hold on, and then I seen that shit though. It is
man. He calls himself an Israelite, dude. What integrity does he have? He's an identity thief. Nigga don't have your best interest at heart.
Did you look up his references?
Okay, let me put it to you like this, bro.
No.
Let me put it to you like this. Yes, I did.
I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow, man. I got some important stuff to handle in the morning. So shalom, y'all.
Shalom, Black. Thanks for sticking around this long.
Oh, fam.
Yeah, appreciate you, Papa, pulling up on us. Now listen, brother. Let me put it to you like this. You won't fool me. I know my history. That's my slogan. I like saying that. But people don't even understand how deep that goes. You won't fool me. I know my history. I call my history mystery with an I. M-I-S-T-O-R-Y. Mystery. My story. History. Do you know how much time that we have in history? Thousands and thousands of years. And do you understand the accuracy that's needed to establish that history and the proof that needs to be established? And I have the majority of it almost semi-mastered. So that one phrase, you won't fool me, I know my history, from a geek that's akin to, I like to compare myself to Data, right? From Star Trek: The Next Generation. When he thinks about things for 0.03 nanoseconds, that's equivalent to a human thinking for 30 years. So that's how I think.
I want to know where you got them numbers from. I want to know.
That's what he said one day. He was like, it took me 0.03 seconds to even ponder that. That was an excellent question you asked me.
That's from episode 217. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you goddamn weirdos!
It took him that long to calculate the answer to his question.
I'm saying we a bunch of damn nerds. Like you saying?
Yeah.
We pure geeks, nigga. So you talking to
weirdo?
He said,
brother, you talking to people who understand a lot of information, brother.
He said
so it's impossible for any one of us to know every goddamn thing. So of course, some of the stuff you say we're gonna be slightly unfamiliar with. You see what I'm saying? We're not going to be masters of it.
Hey, did y'all ever associate the boardship with New Jerusalem?
No, before you.
Hey, did we ever do what? Wait. What is this?
I got it. Yeah, I did that same thing. Hold on a second. Before we even get into the board conversation, what we're talking about here is the Most High only. Now, I put it to you that way as a preface to what I'm about to tell you. I said, you won't fool me. I know my history. That is thousands. Don't scream, brother. That's thousands of hours of study. Literally thousands of hours of study to us. We're geeks, bro. So you're talking to other geniuses. So now I'm prefacing this so that I could tell you something that you won't even possibly believe. It's impossible for you to believe this. I have to tell you at this moment right now anyway, because you're making my head. You're doing something to me. I'm telling you.
I'm got a straight razor right now that no one can see. You
trying to give you.
You're doing something to me.
I'm trying to give you as much accurate information as I can. So I had to go through this learning process of presenting and debating in order to pull out as much evidence as I can about particular topics. So now I have saved a ton of evidence on Jesus Christ. And that forgery is not one of them because, yes, I checked the references, and they don't add up. So it's already been deemed a forgery in the scientific community. So now all I'm expressing to you is that I have seen that man that you're talking about face to face. But don't scream. I saw him. He was standing not 6-7 feet from me. I saw him with my eyeballs. I saw him in a human form, and I saw him in his son form. And then it made me realize, wow.
I want y'all to debate. I just want y'all to debate. I don't care what. I want to see that.
Nigga's a cheater.
Did you call Claim a cheater?
I just molly with him.
Honorable.
We've already debated. I just molly with him. Hold on. Hey, now I don't know why you
did beat him up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He did not beat me up.
He beat
you seen it.
Interrupting my build.
I said I'm sorry, fam. I'm sorry.
But this is highly important because I got to get the correct information to him so that he can blatantly deny it, so that the blood will be off my hands. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, come on.
So, I told you clearly 2 seconds ago that I have seen the man with my own two eyeballs face to face in his human form and in his son form, S-U-N.
You seen God?
I saw Jesus.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And he asked me, who do you say that I am? I said, you, Jesus Christ. Everybody knows you. He responded to me and said, you have answered well. I said, well, I'm 13 years old. Let me talk. What does well mean?
Hold on.
Gotta let me talk.
Hold on. Let him go. Let him go. Because I thought that motherfucker said if a nigga say you see Jesus in the field, don't believe him. If you see a motherfucker, I just thought that's what the Bible say. If a nigga say he seen Jesus, that nigga's a damn lie. That's what I read.
No, that's not what it says. It says if they say that Jesus is in this location, don't believe him.
Or if you say you seen him.
I didn't say he's here right now in this location.
What is happening?
He don't listen good. He don't listen good. But go ahead.
Man, I forgot what I was gonna say when he just said that craziness. Keep going. Yeah.
So I had to say that right then because you extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So the historicity of Jesus Christ is very well established in the historicity community, in the smart community. There's no smart people that will say he never existed. And then they will debate over his divinity. You see, that's a different topic. Did he have all these powers? Did he do all these miracles? You know, did he ascend into heaven? Is he God? And things of this nature. All that stuff is a different conversation other than his actual existence. So I'm letting you know, not only does he exist, but he is God himself. Okay. And so he does have a father that he tells us to pray to and then have him co-sign it, because he's the only perfect son of Israel that can speak to God directly. But you can go ahead and respond to that.
Okay. Luke 17:23. Then he said to the disciples, the time is coming when you will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, but you will not see it. People will tell you, look, there he is, or look, here he is. Do not go chase after them. For just as the lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end of the earth, so will it be with the coming of the Son of Man.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yeah. You
hold on.
And at
one
that
at a
time.
All right.
Okay. One at a time, brother. One at a time.
See to it that you are not deceived.
I clearly said one at a time. 1 point at a time. Now, that point right there does not say what I said. I said I saw him one time in my life. I didn't say he's over here or he's over there, so follow me to him. You not understanding that is where something happens to me. You see, when you don't understand basic conversation and basic English and comprehending the conversation properly, it does something to me. And the threats that I receive from the opposite end of non-messianics or people who are antichrist infuriates me. And I try to remain calm. But you can unmute your mic and go on to the next point that you're trying to mischaracterize me.
Hey, real quick, before he jumps in, Claim, do you have less than 3 cigarettes in your box?
No, I already finished the first fact. and I have 3 cigarettes left in this box.
See, that's what I'm, man. See,
you've been keeping count? How do you know that?
Because no, the tone in your voice, bro, like the level of stress you got, I was like, man, it's like there's 3, you got less than 3 cigarettes or 3 cigarettes. and you got to wait for like an hour. You know?
No, the stove is probably open, but I got 7 packs on my table.
All right, there you go.
Holy shamoly. Okay, so yeah, go ahead, Lance.
My fault. I'm gonna stay out of y'all life.
No, I mean I digress with just. I was just gonna answer this your claim with the scripture, and you responded. I think that was I accept your response, and that's good. That's how you feel. I just think the scripture just totally kicks you in the nuts.
Okay, can anybody expound to help me understand his level of stupidity and
I want to choose more as my counsel.
Okay.
You there, more?
Yeah, more. It's just about to go get something to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay, so I want to understand how he thinks that I'm saying follow me to Jesus because he's in this location over here. I know exactly where he's at.
With saying that you saw him in a vision, right? Okay, yeah.
Oh, you said you saw him in a vision.
Holy shit, moly!
I thought you said you saw him. He was 2 feet away from you, or 7 feet away from you, or some shit.
What would that be, Lance? What would that be considered, Lance?
What? I mean, it could be considered the nigga seen a nigga physically 7 feet away from him. He gave a fucking distance and everything.
That's a fact. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I saw him
a physical person?
Yeah, he was a physical person, and I believe I was in the spirit. That's what I think. That's what I know because my family witnessed my body standing in the hallway.
Right. But so if you see something in the spirit, if you're in the spirit and you see it, that's a vision. That's what I'm explaining. That's a vision. That is not physically a person walking up to you, you touching that person and you knowing that person and everybody else see him. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would be considered a vision.
Okay, you had a vision. Well, that's
So if I were to say this biblically, like in the King James or some type of I was swept up in the spirit into heaven.
Right.
And I was in a cloud, and thy son, something resembling the Son of Man, was before me, and he asked the question that he asked Peter, and he was pleased with my response and returned me to my body in earth. Did that make more sense?
There you go, Clay.
Yeah.
I knew what you were saying off rip. I still want to understand how. Well, I think now that you got clarity on what Claim's saying, do you understand why he's saying that Luke 17 would not be an accurate depiction to refute what he's saying?
I mean, if he said he's seen a vision, I mean, who can argue with a vision? But he even
I've gotten many arguments.
But he just said that he felt like it was physical. He expressed it to me in the physical. So he just clarified that he didn't mean in the physical.
No, I definitely 1,000% meant in the physical. But
you didn't
understand.
He wasn't there.
I do
you only
understand.
seen him in your head.
What the fuck did you just say?
You only seen him in your head. He wasn't really there. You that was a vision that you had.
A vision ain't in your fucking head, bro.
What is you? Can anyone else see visions that you see?
Listen, man. I understand your confusion how I explained it, but I had to get that out at that moment because you were going down the line of the Most High only and all these things. So now I'm telling you that I'm sane, drug-free, and that's it. Sane and drug-free, and I'm not a liar. I'm trained to tell the truth at all times. So that's what actually happened for real. And so just because I was in the spirit, everything else was very physical. That's what I'm telling you, trying to explain to you. That's why I said it's both. I was in a vision. I had a vision in my spirit, not in my head. He took my spirit out of my body, took me into a cloud in the sky where he spoke with me. I looked down through the bottom of the cloud and saw my grandmother's house. I said, what is my grandmother's house doing down there? And why am I out here in a cloud? And how am I standing inside of a cloud? So I had to rationalize all those things to say that the spirit is light enough to do that. And since he has a body and he's the Son of Man, he has the power and the willpower and the faith to stand as a physical person inside of the cloud without falling, because he knows how to manipulate that situation. And so he came into the purview and right in front of me and asked me that question, and he said that I answered well. That's what was his response to me. Then he returned me back to my body, my human body. My uncle asked me, what the fuck did you just see? And I said, yep, that's what I saw, because they took a picture of it. And so I went back into the hallway, and that's when I saw his son, S-U-N, form. And this late in my life, I realized
or S-U-N? S-O-N or S-U-N?
Right. Be more fucking careful, Nick.
I just want to make sure you weren't making a mistake, bro.
I said S-U-N.
Okay, so you saw God in the Son form.
Right. This is why Lex listens to my shows and creates debates on my reality that I understand. So this is why I know why people worship the Son, because they had clearly seen that as a humanoid. They had saw a humanoid Son and said, "Oh, so you must be the actual S-U-N. So I gotta worship the actual S-U-N." But he came and told us, don't worship the S-U-N, worship the one who created it, his Father. Okay, so that's important to know, and you will forget in 0.4 seconds, because you forgot everything I said all night.
Nah, I'm totally with you, brother. I understand now.
Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to leave it right there because it's 4:30 in the morning. And what we're gonna do today, as soon as I wake up, is